Should there be another life, we will dance under the heavens. The 9 heavens. Amongst a sea of clouds. The wind and thunder platform. A single piece of sky. Here was the continent of the 9 heavens. The 3 higher heavens. An extremely perilous area, the wind and thunder platform. Whilst on it, one could reach for the winds and thunder, and its only exit was the single piece of sky. However, at that moment, there was instead nothing but foul wind and a fog of misery on the wind and thunder platform. Chu Yang, hand over the 9 Tribulations Sword. We will spare you from death. Chu Yang, you are already on the verge of death. Just hand over the 9 Tribulations Sword. The others and I can leave you a complete corpse. Chu Yang, the 9 Tribulations Sword, such a godly item that is ranked first under the heavens, is completely wasted in your hands. How many years has it been that you have shown no improvement? That heavenly item is absolutely wasted on you. Just hand it over. Shouts of clamoring voices came from all directions. At the center of the wind and thunder platform was a slightly protruding piece of large rock. On that rock, Chu Yang was wearing a black piece of shirt. His entire body was bathed in blood, and his hair loosely disheveled. However, his face appeared unconcerned, and his eyes remained cool and collected like a piece of rock. His body, upright and straight like a spear, similar to the sword within his hand, he was filled with an unyielding intent. Even though he was already mortally wounded, beneath his feet, within a radius of several hundred jang, there were countless limbs and body pieces that were dripping with blood. He looked at the surrounding group of experts who were only shouting, but were not rushing over. Chu Yang's face revealed the hint of a cynical smile, filled with arrogance and disdain. Faced against that sea of experts, even though he was completely surrounded with no means of escape, his haughtiness still continued to soar. Those people were all aware of the situation. They knew that he was already on his last legs, but none dared to approach. When faced against an attack that would cause them both to perish together, no one was willing to become that scapegoat. They could only hope that someone who sought death would blindly charge in, but no one was stupid enough to do so. That was why, at that moment, they had unanimously stopped their advance and stayed their hands. That kind of people, with that kind of mentality, even if their levels of martial cultivation were higher, even if their numbers were to increase, even if they could kill me 10,000 times, they were also not worthy of being my enemies. Chu Yang continued to smile cynically, then slowly began to sit down. The expression on his face remained indifferent, and his lips continued to remain silent. However, instead, his mind was filled with doubt. How did the matter regarding the 9 Tribulations Sword being in his possession got disclosed out? He had clearly investigated for a total of 3 years before ascertaining that there was a fragment which belonged to the 9th Tribulation Sword within the wind and thunder platform at the 3 higher heavens. After spending untold hardships, he had finally found a chance and risked a gamble that had a 1 in 10 chance of survival to arrive at the 3 higher heavens. However, why did he encounter such a massive ambush after his arrival there? On that day, it was only the 5th day since he had entered the 3 higher heavens. Moreover, he encountered that ambush at the moment when he had just found the wind and thunder platform. On that day, the only result would be the result of his death. He was all along famous for his secretive whereabouts. So who knew his plans? He had continuously charged forward for more than 10 times, but he was blocked and pushed back every single time. Meanwhile, all of the places that he had chosen became dead ends. According to common sense, there was absolutely no reason for him to be unable to charge a path out. Who was the person who understood his habits to such a degree? Who was that secret enemy? That question had already puzzled Chu Yang for a long time. The blade of the 9 Tribulations Sword flashed and reflected the sun's rays from the sky above, painting a rainbow in the middle of the air. Everyone who witnessed that scene felt their desires burning, and could not wait to have that godly item in their grasp. Higher ancient godly item. A godly item that was ranked first on the continent of the 9 heavens. Whoever obtained the 9 Tribulations Sword would be invincible under the heavens. That being invincible under the heavens was the huge secret within the 9 Tribulations Sword. According to legends, the power of the 9 Tribulations Sword was not only limited to that 9 tribulations of the 9 heavens, a single sword to destroy the world, to reign supreme for 1,000 autumns until eternity, exceeding the heavens beyond the 9 heavens. That was the only sentence of the ballad passed down throughout the world regarding the Nine Tribulations Sword. Its origins could no longer be traced. The Nine Tribulations Sword had always been only a legend. No one expected that the Nine Tribulations Sword would one day actually appear right before them. Chu Yang also had a doubt. The Nine Tribulations Sword. Correct, he had obtained the Nine Tribulations Sword. Moreover, step by step, he had found 5 fragments of the sword. However, to his disappointment, he had also discovered that the power of the Nine Tribulations Sword was also not as great as he had imagined. Furthermore, there was always a clear gap between the Nine Tribulations Sword and him. No matter if he had poured fresh blood over it, or how much he attempted to perceive it through sincerity, there was not even the slightest effect. Why was that so? Why? His utmost emotions, the pinnacle sword. He had destroyed his emotions and immersed in the sword, then from the way of the sword immersed in the way of martial arts, and from the way of martial arts sought the way of the heavens. The price he paid was a life of loneliness, and he led a life filled with killing as his believed way of life. Unfortunately, in the end, he still did not manage to master the Nine Tribulations Sword, and therefore did not manage to master the art of the Nine Heavens. Was the choice he made wrong? Or was that path definitely a mistake? Or could it be said that his lack of emotions was still insufficient to satisfy the Nine Tribulations Sword? Emotionless swordsman, if a swordsman had emotions, how could he still be considered a swordsman? The way of the sword, the way of martial arts, the way of the heavens, they all lacked emotions in the end. However, why were his emotions wavering at the current moment between life and death? Nine Tribulations Sword. Nine Tribulations Sword, what exactly is your secret? Looking at the surrounding stares of greediness towards the Nine Tribulations Sword, Chu Yang secretly gave a bitter laugh. All of you only knew that obtaining this Nine Tribulations Sword would make you invincible under the heavens. But do all of you know how much have I sacrificed for this Nine Tribulations Sword? I have already nothing left. The red and graceful figure of a person seemed to flash within his mind, and it became clearer and clearer. Slowly, a pair of red sleeves were raised lightly and swayed. From somewhere, a fleeting music seemed to begin playing, while that lithe and graceful figure slowly began to dance amidst the dreamlike surroundings. The focus in Chu Yang's eyes suddenly became distant with a sense of loss, filled with sorrow. Fresh blood flowed, and Chu Yang clearly felt his own life quickly slipping away. He had pursued martial arts all his life. Going into a relationship, breaking a relationship, getting out of a relationship, as well as destroying his emotions after becoming emotionless. At that very moment, on the verge of his death, he had originally thought that his only regret should be that he did not achieve the martial domain level of supremacy that he pursued all his life, while he was alive. However, what he had never thought was, at that moment, that very point of time, a figure he originally thought that he had long since forgotten, had instead actually appeared within his mind's consciousness. That beautiful figure clad in luxurious and fluttering red clothes, that turning to look back, the curl of that body. Those were all excellent expressions. Lightly, nimbly, and gracefully, his mind began to sing and dance. Every single time the figure turned back to look at him, that gaze carried with it passion that was as deep as the sea. Mo King Wu, the woman who had caused Chu Yang to enter into a relationship, as well as breaking that relationship. So, I never did really break that relationship. Chu Yang muttered to himself. The edges of his mouth revealed the hint of a self-deprecating smile. In his mind, a hint of remorse quietly began to diffuse. Like smoke, it immediately engulfed his entire soul. At that very moment, he could no longer control his mind, nor did he also want to control it. King Wu, if I were to head to the netherworld now, would it be possible to meet up with you? King Wu, did you know, when I had initially practiced the 3 tribulations of emotional destruction / to leave you, how much had I regretted that? Chu Yang's mind was filled with a sour sense of loss. Everybody attack together. Completely chop him up. As for the Nine Tribulations Sword, it will not be too late for us to slowly negotiate later. One man gave a loud shout. Otherwise, if he is given time to recover, it will become our turn to suffer a huge loss. From the surroundings, the large crowd of people gave loud shouts of agreement, then immediately raised their swords and sabers as one, and moved towards Chu Yang while surrounding him. Chu Yang remained sitting in a trance, unmoving. The gaze of his eyes seemed to be looking at somewhere else ahead of him, as if filled with a deep sense of bleakness that had remained unchanged since ancient times. The strands of hair that were stained with blood floated before his forehead. The dance of that person within his mind's consciousness became even more intense, and had already become a group of red shadows, indefinitely fleeting, but were instead weaving a boundless sky of red as silk. At the same time, a graceful and dreary voice slowly began singing from amidst the red shadows. A lifetime is not a gentle dance, a dance is a lifetime of bitterness. I will dance for you in this lifetime, bitter or not, I will dance a lifetime. That was her pledge of love, a little poem that Mo King Wu had created. He could still remember that moment when Mo King Wu had tears in her eyes, her gaze filled with melancholy and resentment. She had long knew that he had made use of her emotions to practice his martial skills. However, like moths drawn to a flame, she had instead thrown herself into his arms, and had allowed him to burn as he pleased. Ah, that girl of pure heart and spirit. As Chu Yang wistfully thought of her, his heart could not help but feel sour. At the very end of his life, did he only know the preciousness of true feelings? But for himself, he could no longer turn back. He could still remember that final time when Mo King Wu was rejected by him. With a wounded heart and broken spirit, in a distracted state of restlessness, there was an attack on her way back home, and the young woman of peerless beauty finally passed away like a diminishing fragrance. When he received the news and had immediately rushed over, he was still a single step too late at the very end. Although he had later killed the entire family of the people who had harmed Mo King Wu, not sparing even the 9 generations of that clan's chickens and dogs, the beautiful girl could not come back to life. At the moment before her death, that woman of peerless beauty had gently laid in his arms. She had said to him, "Chu Yang, should there be another life? Should I meet you once more, I hope that you will carefully take a look at me. I look nicer than a sword. Chu Yang, to be able to die in your arms, I am very satisfied." Those were the last words of Mo King Wu. King Wu, you were not satisfied. You had regrets. Otherwise, why would you have tears at the corners of your eyes? On the face of the beautiful girl who had already taken her last breath, 2 clear droplets of tears suddenly dropped. She had forcibly pretended to put on a smile on her deathbed, afraid that he would be hurt. That was how wretched. 2 droplets of clear tears had instead at that very moment smashed and shattered his heart. From then on, his heart would be covered in dust, drifting lightly like a dream. Demons danced in a sea of blood and on a mountain of bones. A gentleman does not question the warring swords within 1,000 li, together forever through life and death unto the highest heaven. That was a poem specially created by Xu Han, the gifted scholar who was then ranked first under the heavens, in response to the deep feelings Mo King Wu had for Chu Yang. While at the moment, King Wu, you have already arrived at the highest heaven, yet I instead remain in the mortal realm. But, I am soon able to be with you together forever through life and death. Through generations after generations. Chu Yang was lost in his thoughts, and the usually cold and hardened edges of his lips displayed the hint of a warm and gentle, tragic smile. The hair that was stained with blood began to float amongst the wind. King Wu, wait for me. King Wu, did you know, should there be another life, I'd rather not practice whatever way of the sword, rather not want to be at whatever pinnacle, rather not have revenge, and would rather be with you. In this world, was there anything worth that satisfied smile of yours? No. The graceful dance and songs within his mind's consciousness became increasingly distant, and Mo King Wu's voice seemed to also become increasingly fleeting. I will dance for you in this lifetime. I will dance for you through the generations. Even if my heart is bent 1,000 times, it will never change. Even if I were to die 10,000 times, I will not feel bitter. Not feel bitter. A golden blade cut through the wind and came towards him from the front. Whilst still in a trance, Chu Yang casually blocked with his sword. His mind was still listening to Mo King Wu's voice from somewhere. This life is already ending. Ah, King Wu, before my death, let me hear more of your voice. Not bitter. King Wu, you were bitter, but instead did not feel bitter. At this moment I am very bitter. Filled with regret. The number of sabers and swords added to the bodies became more and more, fresh blood flew little by little, and bit by bit, pain began to focus on the various parts of his entire body. Finally, the songs and dance within the mind's consciousness had been broken. Chu Yang furiously gave a long shout. He suddenly stood up, his long, black-colored hair rose and flew about intensely. His hairband broke. He began to rage hysterically. Even at the final moments of my life, all of you came to interrupt our reunion. You all deserve to die. Peng, a sword pierced through Chu Yang's chest. Chu Yang felt a momentary pain, and lowered his head to take a look. The piece of jade pendant that hung around his neck shattered before his eyes. At the center of the jade pendant, a single Wu character quietly began to break into pieces. Chu Yang blankly reached out a hand to touch, his hand grabbing fragments. All of a sudden, he became extremely furious. That was the only keepsake King Wu had left for him. Kill. Chu Yang suddenly rose his head. The intent to kill wildly surged within his eyes. With a crazed shout, the Nine Tribulations sword within his hand suddenly waved, giving off 10,000 rays of light. It was as if lightning from the 9 heavens had suddenly changed to form a waistband of light. Peng ping peng peng, the sounds momentarily rang out, and all the weapons that were surrounding near him had a length neatly cut off. Everyone hurriedly retreated back and frightfully looked at the tidy circle of weapons that were cut into half beneath Chu Yang's feet. Cold sweat oozed and dripped down their backs. They had never thought that the power of a single attack from the Nine Tribulations sword would actually be that horrifying. They had originally thought that Chu Yang was already close to death, convinced that it was exactly the moment to be daring. Every single person was secretly planning that after Chu Yang's death, how should they handle the Nine Tribulations sword? How would they seize it if it had fallen into their own hands? How would they escape? Just as every single person was urgently contemplating countermeasures, Chu Yang had instead suddenly raised his sword. Moreover, its power had been that great. That was greatly beyond their expectations. Chu Yang's body was bathed in blood, and he was wielding his sword while standing upright. His eyes watched the group of people before him with a gaze as cold as ice, looking over them one by one. No matter whose face his gaze rested on, that person's entire body would uncontrollably tremble momentarily. Within those pair of eyes, they only felt endless grief, endless despair, endless rage, and endless killing intent. After Chu Yang had looked an entire round, he suddenly questioned in a soft voice, "All of you want the Nine Tribulations sword?" Not waiting for anyone's answer, he began to give a cold and stern laugh, and said, "All right, I will let all of you take a look at the Nine Tribulations sword." Suddenly, he gave an abrupt leap. He had already suffered countless fatal injuries, yet he actually leapt in the middle of the air. Blood from the wounds all over his entire body danced like a whirlwind and spluttered about, but he was instead indifferent. With a grave facial expression, he gave a cold shout. "Nine Tribulations sword, a few rays of chilling light illuminates 10,000 jang." The Nine Tribulations sword waved. Like a bolt of unfurling white silk, a single ray of white light changed into an arc and shot out. Following behind the arc, 10 million rays of chilling light surged forth. Those 10 million rays of chilling light seemed to bring with them the heavens and earth's most ancient desolation. Nine Tribulations sword. Sword techniques of the Nine Heavens. The first sword, the Nine Heavens, was the name of that continent. Since history, of all the sword techniques, none had ever dared to use those 3 words as its name. However, that Nine Tribulations sword's sword techniques instead directly used the name the Nine Heavens. Throughout the ages, those sword techniques were the only set. Although Chu Yang could not exactly exert the true power of the Nine Tribulations sword's sword techniques, he had already perceived those few sword techniques for a very long time. The powers of those few sword techniques might not be as great as he had imagined, but they also exceeded all worldly sword techniques. The surrounding several tens of experts instinctively knew that sword technique was nothing trivial, and could not help but brought forth their treasured abilities, endeavoring to withstand against that single attack. The bodies of every single person shook, and they all felt that they could almost no longer hold on to their weapons steadily. Nine Tribulations sword, why not kill all under the heavens? The first stroke was unfinished, yet the second stroke had already descended murderously. The surging rays of light was like a rising tide of the sea. Boundless killing intent spread across the skies and covered the earth, violently shooting out. Miserable screams rang out. 10 or so experts, who could each individually dominate an entire place, had all tried their utmost to resist, but instead still had their entire bodies splattered with blood, and awkwardly retreated. At that moment, every single person had a misconception. The Chu Yang of that moment was absolutely uninjured. He was definitely at his peak condition. They instead did not know that they had interrupted Chu Yang's memories and broken Mo King Wu's song and dance, making Chu Yang completely furious. thoroughly exerting forth his entire body's potential. That was the strength of life, wrath of the soul. That strength even exceeded when he was in his prime condition by far. Nine Tribulations Sword. Majesty is a single gathering of wind and clouds. Chu Yang wickedly gave a loud laugh. Amidst the waving movements of the Nine Tribulations Sword, a huge majestic crown actually seemed to appear. Its magnificent sense of pressure spread across the skies and covered the earth. From the sword, wherever rays of light had pointed, miserable screams would be heard in succession, and arrows of blood flew. One by one, the heads of people tumbled down from their necks, as if a cart of rotten watermelons had been knocked over. With the descent of a conqueror, common people under the heavens will be slaughtered by me as I please. Following my whims, I take and destroy. Nine Tribulations Sword. Sever the overwhelming emotions of the guest in the mortal world. Nine Tribulations Sword. An everlasting fragrance from a mountain of corpses and sea of blood. With those three strokes in succession, the surface of the ground that had been dyed red with fresh blood once again became a slaughterhouse of an azure. Without any exception, all of those several tens of people who had surrounded and attacked, were completely lying within the pool of blood. Chu Yang staggered and fell. He arrogantly gazed at the surroundings with disdain. Looking at the several tens of Jiang around him, there was already no one left standing. Those who were once experts, those who were once brilliant and glorious, before the Nine Tribulations Sword's peerless powers under the heavens and earth, they had completely become numerous corpses on the ground. To think of wanting the Nine Tribulations Sword. Are all of you even worthy? However, after that outburst, Chu Yang was also already, completely, close to death. King Wu, no matter if it is in the heavens or on the mortal realm, who can obstruct our meeting? Supported by his sword, he stood up and gasped for breath. While taking a short respite, his eyes were instead lightly closed. He was looking forward to once again seeing those songs and dance within his mind's consciousness. However, they were not there. Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and gave a low growl. Why are you not there? King Wu. Afar, from three different directions, three rays of light soared at the same time, and took the form of three golden-colored silhouettes in the air. Magnificently dazzling, they carried with them a violent presence that was overwhelming, powerful and arrogant. Phantoms of golden light, kings of their designated areas. Those three golden-colored silhouettes represented that three martial artist kings had made an appearance. Chu Yang's pupils shrunk, and he gave a bitter laugh while looking powerlessly at the three golden-colored silhouettes in the air. His heart completely as cold as ice. He had never thought that his opponent's true killing stroke would only come out until that very moment. He was only a revered martial artist, and was only one level away from king rank. However, that one level was instead no different from the distance between the heavens and earth. Three martial artist kings, what a large involvement. What good swordsmanship, definitely worth of being the poisonous sword revered martial artist. However, this three higher heavens is instead not the place where you, a mere poisonous sword revered martial artist, can behave atrociously. One of the men said gently, "It is just a pity that I am unable to fight a fair battle with you." What a deep regret. Following that speech, the remaining two people appeared together. Those three people were all dressed in wide robes with large sleeves, those sleeves fluttering along with the wind. Their attitudes were elegant and smart, and their facial expressions were calm. Chu Yang's gaze was already a little blurred. Three of you martial artist kings also think of wanting the Nine Tribulations Sword? Wrong, we are not exactly thinking of wanting the Nine Tribulations Sword. Instead, we are thinking to let you die. Those three people gave a slight smile at the same time, their attitude serious. However, incidentally, taking the Nine Tribulations Sword can also be considered as an unexpected harvest. A large harvest. Chu Yang momentarily gave a cold and arrogant smile. He straightened his spine, and arrogantly said, "It is only a pity that all of you do not understand the Nine Tribulations Sword. All of you will never obtain it." His gaze changed and became decisive, absolute and natural. At that moment, he already did not have the strength for another battle. However, instead, he could still issue forth one final attack. Destroy himself. Destroy the Nine Tribulations Sword. Destroy the enemies. The sword gave off a glint of light. Chu Yang had violently reversed the Nine Tribulations Sword, and violently thrust it into his own heart. With a pair of emotionless eyes looking at the three people in the air, he shouted, "With the blood of my heart, 10,000 tribulations will collapse. As master of the Nine Tribulations Sword, all opposites will transpose. That was the only sword technique which he was able to completely exert the full power of the sword. When he had initially seen the sword verse, he just knew that was the only one sword technique that he was able to perform. However, that kind of sword technique, instead required him to use his own life to initiate. That kind of sword technique, who would dare to use? When that sword technique was used, the person performing it would die. The Nine Tribulations Sword suddenly began to flare violently, and it was as if a sun had appeared in the middle of the air. Keen sword energy suddenly burst forth violently. That wild and fierce energy had actually launched Chu Yang's entire body into the middle of the air. That was the ultimate move of the Nine Tribulations Sword. To use the blood of his own heart and to sacrifice his soul, then excite the sword's soul. However, that was still the absolute move to perish together with the enemy. That one move was even capable of executing opponents that were a lot stronger than him by a few levels. That was still the Nine Tribulations Sword's soul independently killing people, destroying everything. Back. Those three martial artist kings were extremely shocked, and they rapidly fled towards the outside. Compared to the calm expression that they had during the time when they had arrived, it was a huge difference. Those graceful, elegant and smart bearings had long since disappeared without leaving any trace. They had never expected that poisonous sword-revered martial artist would actually be capable of stimulating that one move. A brilliant and incandescent ray of light emanated from the sword rose into the sky, reflecting throughout the entire sky and changing it into a silver-white color. Those three martial artist kings, as if they did not even have the time to take their stances, nor even the time to issue forth their miserable screams, were simply destroyed and turned into smoke and flying dust. Moreover, even the golden silhouettes that were formed from their king-ranked energies still remained flashing in the air. However, their lives had instead already become nothingness. That one attack from the Nine Tribulations Sword's sword soul had, within the range of its energy, even directly destroyed the heavens and earth, not to mention only three martial artist kings. Chu Yang suddenly felt quite humorous, and unintentionally gave a bitter smile. Unless the secret behind the invincibility of that Nine Tribulations Sword was that, then, what value did the godly item that was ranked first on the continent still have? However, he vaguely felt that it should not be such. Yet, he already did not have the chance to unearth the true secret behind the Nine Tribulations Sword. Chu Yang gave an audible sigh. While his body was still in the middle of the air, his eyes momentarily skimmed at random, and instead discovered someone whom he believed should absolutely not have appeared there. From afar, a single man in white clothes was looking with astonishment at his direction, his face completely filled with disbelief. Tian Ji. Chu Yang's gaze momentarily straightened, and he finally understood. Why was his secretive movements actually ambushed by people? Why was his every attack carefully intercepted by people? No wonder it was him, god of the abacus and the ghost of calculations, Tian Ji. It was no wonder that he had suffered such a crushing defeat. Chu Yang thought of giving a miserable laugh, thought of ridiculing himself, thought of. However, in the end, he did not do anything. He had already lost all of his strength, and he was also too late to consider. Chu Yang's body gradually dropped from the sky, gradually fell downwards, and like a drifting dead leaf during late autumn, fell onto the dirt. His face carried a faint but warm smile, and muttered, "King Wu, should there be another life, we will dance under the heavens." Since he could not avoid death, then with his greatest passion and deepest yearning, he would embrace death. That was because, over there, waited his beloved. From somewhere, snow fell and swirled from the wide skies, while the very earth was dressed and wrapped in silver. Seemingly on a boundless piece of ground covered with pure white snow, a graceful and red-colored figure began to dance lightly, as if welcoming him, and also as if she was anxious for Chu Yang. Her face could not be seen clearly, but that gently bound gaze which was free from regret and resentment, and filled with deep passion, was instead very clear. Those dance movements were graceful, becoming increasingly intense, and the highest level of the heavens and deepest recess of the earth continuously danced, but they were all actually melancholic and cold like fresh blood. Somewhere near Chu Yang's heart, the tip of the Nine Tribulations Sword suddenly gave off a dazzling radiance, and it was actually magnificently dazzling for people to behold. Chu Yang, with his eyes already closed, seemed to hear a fleeting voice from somewhere, carrying with it weariness and joy. as if it had waited with a kind of heavy burden for thousands of years. In a low tone, it seemed to have said, "The 9 tribulations have become empty, life and death are still calm, the blue skies can still be mended, why should you look forward to a next life?" AI, it finally came. Within that voice, those short 28 words actually seemed as if they had experienced countless drastic changes, as if those changes had always been kept beyond its reach. Then, from the location of his heart, a dazzling radiance shot out and rose from the ground. It flashed in the middle of the sky, suddenly scattering and creating glaring rainbows all over the skies, illuminating the entire heavens and earth together. People who saw that scene widened their eyes as if they were blind. However, with just that single flash, it directly soared towards the highest heaven, then instantly disappearing without a shadow or any trace. On the wind and thunder platform, the winds whimpered, as if weeping and complaining, as if they still repeated that one sentence which Chu Yang had said: "Should there be another life? Should there be another life? We will dance under their heavens." Rylane's translator notes: 1. Mo King Wu, her surname is Mo, pronounced something like Mew, or her name, King Wu, literally translates to gentle dance, and the poem she created has a wordplay related to her name. From the beginning once again, how much of the good and beautiful can I not let go? King Wu. Chu Yang violently woke up. He still had not opened his eyes, yet he gave a painful and heartfelt cry. He felt his own heart twitching, that it ached, but its sound was weak as if it was groaning, and it was as if he could not even hear it. After those words had left his mouth, Chu Yang was instead momentarily stunned. I had clearly seen King Wu coming to receive me, that familiar and pleasant smile, those tender emotions that had already seeped into the bone marrow. Yet, what is this? Before his eyes, there were unlimited mountain rocks, and at the skyline, the setting sun was like blood. Swaying and rustling green bamboos were in all directions, as if causing the horizon's purple evening glow to whirl, rippling amongst the breeze, rising one wave at a time. Beside his legs, there was still a patch of blood. A severe pain was sent from the top of his head, and he reached out a hand to touch it. The entire hand was a complete dark red. That mountain, that rock, that scenery, that wound, they were actually that familiar. Where is this place? A voice beside his ear, carrying with it a tone that seemed as if it was about to cry, said, "Hey! Please! Please don't scare me. I am such a handsome and dashing person. I cannot take scares." Chu Yang was secretly, momentarily confused. He thought, unless I really still have not died. However, who is this guy shouting beside my ear? He really is quite of the finest grade. Clearly, he is about to be scared to death, but he actually still has not forgotten to be narcissistic. When it seemed that he did not get any response, that person once again cried out, "Really? No longer breathing?" Woo. That crying sound was instead like a train's whistle. If someone from afar was to hear it, he or she would definitely think that there was a hungry wolf howling out. The sound lasted long and loud, and it reverberated melodiously. There was actually a faint echo. It was just that the echo instead became out. Really talented. Chu Yang secretly thought. He could also tell from hearing it. That sound was absolutely filled with fright and sorrow, and it could not be faked. However, that sound really made it hard for people to boast. It was as if the heavens had made a mistake when creating him, and had used a duck's throat on his body instead. Moreover, it was also a drake. Probably, upon completion, the heavens once again felt that something was not quite right, and had therefore made a compensation, by also borrowing half the throat of a wolf. That sound, seemed quite familiar. That kind of sound was absolutely too unique. Chu Yang felt his heart shudder momentarily, and memories from long ago suddenly rushed into his mental consciousness. It was only just practicing rod techniques. There is no need for you to be knocked dead by me in a single strike just like this, right? That voice was trembling, and it was obviously terrified. They had all struck you that many times with a rod without any problems. Why is it that when I had only struck you once with a rod, you sagged forward and leant onto me? This is God, damned unfair. Unless, just because you see that I have grown to become handsome and dashing, that you grew jealous and decide to intentionally victimize me, huh? Chu Yang was at a loss for words. Who is that person to even still be complaining? It is also alright for him to be complaining. After all, No one is also willing to meet with that sort of incident, right? It is just that, even while complaining, he unexpectedly also did not forget to praise himself with a few sentences. To be narcissistic until such a stage, that was already enough to shock the heavens and earth while causing ghosts and gods to cry. With a groan, Chu Yang finally forced his eyes open. He could no longer ignore it. Even if Chu Yang was the poisonous sword revered martial artist of one generation, he also could not tolerate that voice. That voice, as if mixed from the howl of a wolf that had been hungry for a long time with a little hoarse, throaty sound belonging to a drake. There was no need to mention a person, but even a tiger would also collapse after listening to it for a long time. You woke up, wahaha, I just knew it. You were actually shocked and stunned by my smart looks, and it wasn't that you had fainted and collapsed. That voice continued to ravage Chu Yang's ears. It was just like what I had said. Why was it that while we were having a good time sparring, you actually began to stare at my face without looking away? So it was like that. Chu Yang frowned. His brain was still in a turbulent sea of pain. With a soft voice, he shouted, "Shut up." He absolutely could not tolerate it anymore. If you are to say 2 more sentences, I might as well stab my heart 2 more times and be done with it. After all, I am already a person who have died once, yet I still have to suffer the torture of your horrifying voice. Does this still make any natural sense? Even in death, I am not allowed to be at peace. Are there any morals left in the world? Although his voice was low, it was instead filled with dignity, and that overwhelming disposition of the poisonous sword-revered martial artist dissipated outwards unseen. Deterred by the harshness contained within those 2 short words, that relentlessly chattering fellow was actually dumbfounded, and could not speak. Chu Yang violently forced his eyes open, but instead found the sunlight before his eyes to be glaring, and a chaotic burst of golden stars momentarily flooded his vision. He could only once again shut his eyes, and then slowly pried them open. Presented before him, was a human face. Yes, and he was also the person who was interestingly forceful in praising himself to be handsome and dashing. Correct. With the exception of Chu Yang and him at that place, there wasn't a third person. However, when Chu Yang saw that face, his heart was immediately filled with a sense of intimacy, and at the same time, he did not know whether to cry or laugh. To actually use the phrase handsome and smart on that person, he sincerely felt as if resources were unwittingly being destroyed. That face was absolutely not ugly. Both of his eyes were large, while his nose was straight and prominent. His mouth was small, and he also had a pair of dashing eyebrows. Moreover, his face was white and fair, and he was neither fat nor thin. However, the most bizarre features were that, although his eyes were large and filled with vigor, the distance between both eyes were instead quite far apart. One eye seemed as if it was just beside his left ear, while the other eye and his right ear were neighbors. His eyebrows were naturally dashing, they were straight while slanting outwards. It was just that, although they were like 2 swords, one of the swords pierced the heavens while the other sword instead severed hell itself, their directions were actually completely opposite. His nose was also very straight and prominent. It was just that nose was also a little too straight and prominent. The bridge of his nose was like a mountain range, and actually separated both eyes apart. It was just like the Milky Way, separating the weaver girl and the cowherd apart, forcing them to look at each other from afar. Those kind of eyes, even if they were to become cross-eyed and look at each other, it would also be quite hard. His mouth was also very small, such that it was even very rosy. However, having a small, cherry-lipped mouth on the face of a man, especially on the face of this kind of man, it was just like a dish, a piece of snow-white tofu, with a completely red cherry placed above it. That kind of appearance, to say that it had character, that already could not be used to describe it. That appearance simply had too much character, such that there should be no others anywhere else in the world. Whoever could find such a similar person, Chu Yang felt that he would simply worship the finder. That difficulty was too great. Dantian? Chu Yang's entire body felt numb and sore. He also felt as if there were several knives violently churning within his mental consciousness, and his head felt as if it was about to burst. However, he instead strongly controlled himself, and revealed a gentle smile. Dantian, you are still this talkative and narcissistic. That is super abnormal. That person was a good childhood friend Chu Yang's, the younger martial brother Tan for one of the Chinese characters in speech, and Dan for one of the Chinese characters in epiphyllum. That name really invoked a pleasant feeling within people. Tan was Chu Yang's buddy, and both were orphans, or rather, abandoned. Their teacher had found them and raised them up. When Chu Yang was 19 years old, Dan had left on a journey. Then, news of his death was suddenly sent back. All along until that moment, Chu Yang never did know why had Dantian died. Who was his enemy? He had investigated for a very long time, but instead never did find even a single piece of news. Dan's death back then had an extremely great influence on Chu Yang. It had made his originally withdrawn character to become even more withdrawn and silent. When he had only heard that voice while his eyes were earlier closed, Chu Yang was already certain. After opening his eyes and sweeping a glance around, as if almost immediately, he already knew where he was at that moment. This place is really too familiar. Beyond the heavens story, back mountains, purple bamboo forest. That scenario, during the time when he was 16, Dantian and him had been sparring using rod techniques when he suddenly fell into a daze, and was then struck unconscious by Dantian when he failed to withdraw his attack in time. Unless, he had actually returned to the time when he was 16 years old. Yet how could that be possible? Chu Yang's gaze wandered around. After he had finished looking another complete circle, he was finally certain he had indeed been reborn back to when he was 16 years old. That kind of completely impossible incident had instead actually happened on him at that very moment. Even with Chu Yang's tough mentality, he was also actually dazed from the sudden shock and happiness. If everything can begin once again, within my lifetime, how much can I not let go? Today, I have really returned to the past. Chu Yang was stunned for a very long time before he regained himself. He took in a deep breath, and suppressed the rising emotions that seemed to be gushing out from his heart. His face was instead flooded with a red flush, and he could only feel his heart drumming in a typically intense beat, as if it would jump out of his mouth at any time. Turning his head back, while carefully inspecting that once lost, but now recovered brother. From within Chu Yang's eyes, deep and overwhelming emotions were shot out. In a slightly faint and hoarse voice, he instead teased and said, Dan, I finally understand the truth behind why you were abandoned in those years already. Indeed, after having gave birth to such a fellow. If the family had not been frightened enough to instantly get rid of him, their mentality would have been extremely tenacious. Dan embarrassedly scratched his head. Unexpectedly, with a little bit of shame, he said, the reason should be because I was too handsome. While the reason you were abandoned, I estimate that it is because you were too ugly. Chu Yang rolled his white eyes, and suddenly felt an urge to beat someone up, as well as an urge to laugh. From his memories, those injuries had caused him to lay in bed for half a month. It was only until later that he came to know. He absolutely did not make a mistake while he was sparring. Instead, he was poisoned by someone. Within a certain time frame, that poison would cause his entire body to become paralyzed. Far from him being the only target, his poisoner's original intention was to, after calculating and targeting a specific time period, let Tan directly kill him in a single strike. That way, Dantian would also be finished. Within the sect, the disciples sparring between themselves were common occurrences. However, if someone was to get killed, then that would instead become a large incident. Dantian being excommunicated from the sect would also have been a definite consequence. However, the person responsible for poisoning had completely not thought that, during that period of time, although Dantian might have appeared to be well matched with Chu Yang, his actual martial powers had instead exceeded Chu Yang's. When he had sparred against Chu Yang, he had always retained a certain percentage of his strength. During the most crucial moment, although he had not managed to withhold his attack in time, he had instead managed to shed off more than half the strength behind the rod's attack, resulting in Chu Yang only suffering minor injuries. Under his teacher's charge, including himself, and adding Dantian, there were a total of 3 disciples. The poisoner was the eldest martial brother, Shan. A piercingly cold ray of light momentarily glinted in Chu Yang's eyes. He silently recited those 3 words within his mind, Shan. His facial expression suddenly changed and became similar to a winter's chill, which gradually became colder. A faint killing intent began to envelop and drift about around him. Just beside him, without knowing why, Dantian actually felt a sudden chill pierce his bones. In the heat of that summer, he could not help but shudder and shiver from the cold. Rylane's translator notes, 1. Beyond the Heavens story, it's the name of the sect Chu Yang belonged to. Hypocrite. That was because during that period of time, their teacher had received a spring and autumn elixir distributed by the sect. The spring and autumn elixir, as its name had suggested, could increase a year's worth of pure martial powers in the person who had consumed it. Their teacher had completed a task for the sect, and therefore obtained the spring and autumn elixir as a reward. Chu Yang remembered that his teacher had once said, that he would also no longer receive any benefit from consuming that kind of medicine again. That was why, between Chu Yang and his two martial brothers, he was thinking of choosing someone to consume it. Spring and autumn elixir. Chu Yang's heart was filled with a momentary sorrow. If that was to be tossed away in the three higher heavens, no one would even bother picking up that kind of rubbish. Instead, that had become the reason for eldest martial brother to be treacherous towards both him and Dantian. Remembering his previous life, that spring and autumn elixir was also given away to eldest martial brother Ch.1-25. It was only until when Dantian had suddenly met with an accident and died, and during the time when Chu Yang had once went to pay his respects to Dantian, that he unintentionally also saw that eldest martial brother was also around. Moreover, before Dantian's gravestone marker, eldest martial brother had revealed the truth of that matter, which was secretly heard by Chu Yang. Only then did he know that the eldest martial brother whom both he and Dantian had all along respected, was actually such a despicable person. When he had thought until that point, Chu Yang secretly sighed. In their previous lives, how foolish had both he and Dantian been. Ch.1-25, with a slim build, he had a very refined appearance, and was 23 or 24 years of age. During normal days, he would be extremely nice towards Chu Yang and Dantian. From how it usually looked like, that eldest martial brother seemed to be even closer than a natural elder brother. However, he had never thought that everything would actually be an act. Ch.1-25, from the beginning to the end, had all along made use of Chu Yang and Dantian. All of his usual pretense was just to step on the both of them during a critical period, and monopolize the cultivation resources of the sect. As to why Ch.1-25 had done such a thing, Chu Yang also understood the reason. Through using all means and methods necessary, he wanted to enter the inner quarters of the Beyond the Heavens story, and obtain the qualifications to become an inner quarters disciple. After that, he would then aspire to become the eldest martial brother of all the inner quarters disciples in the entire Beyond the Heavens story, and obtain the rights to enter the Seven Shades congregation grounds of the Beyond the Heavens story. Once he had entered that place, he would then be a candidate for the sect's next sect master. Of all the generations of disciples in the Beyond the Heavens story, only a single person would be able to enter. With regard to power and authority, Ch.1-25 fanatically pursued them enthusiastically. In his eyes, to achieve his objectives, he would unconditionally sacrifice everything. For Chu Yang and his two martial brothers, they were all external disciples of the Beyond the Heavens story. According to common reasoning, it was absolutely impossible for them to enter the inner quarters. For Ch.1-25 to think of entering, he would need to stand out with his exceptional talents time and time again at the sect's disciples' sparring conventions, until he was the last person standing. That was also the Beyond the Heavens story's method to excite and encourage its disciples to improve since ages past. That was why, even though that spring and autumn elixir would only raise a mere 1 year's worth of pure martial powers, from each of those young disciples' point of view, a single year's worth of pure martial powers was instead sufficient to outstrip martial brothers of similar classes by a long distance. In his previous life, Ch.1-25 had succeeded. He had, from that moment, status as an external disciple, slowly climbed up one step at a time, and finally entered the inner quarters, obtaining the qualification to contend for the position of eldest martial brother. However, 4 years later, for reasons unknown, the Beyond the Heavens story was suddenly besieged by a coalition of various large sects, annihilated while turning into smoke and flying ashes in the span of a single night. Meanwhile, Chu Yang had fallen unconscious due to serious injuries, and was then buried under many layers of corpses. When he regained consciousness, It had already been 3 days later. During that moment, fierce fires raged throughout the Beyond the Heavens story, and they had not yet been completely burnt out. After being severely burnt relentlessly for 3 days, the main building of the Beyond the Heavens story finally collapsed completely, nearly smashing the immobilized Chu Yang under it. However, after the collapse, a fragment of a sword was instead revealed in a deep part of the building's foundation, sparkling brilliantly. It seemed to carry with it a devil's temptation. That was the first fragment of the Nine Tribulations Sword, the sword point. Chu Yang had generally met with great fortune and obtained a fragment of the Nine Tribulations Sword. The road to Chu Yang's rise would then begin from that moment forth. While at that point of time, he was already 20 years of age. Meanwhile, from within Chu Yang's memories, that collapsed building's foundation was the location of the Seven Shades congregation grounds of the Beyond the Heavens story. The place where Ch.1-25 had also dreamed of entering. The corners of Chu Yang's lips revealed the hint of a smile, and he muttered, Ch.1-25, in this lifetime, this Seven Shades congregation grounds will be mine. Since he had been reborn, since time had been brought back by 4 years, then how could he waste those 4 years? He definitely needed to obtain the Nine Tribulations Sword even earlier. Meanwhile, in order to obtain the Nine Tribulations Sword, he would need to enter the inner quarters, and obtain the status of eldest martial brother before being able to enter the Seven Shades congregation grounds. Apart from that, there were also no other methods. What did you say? Chu Yang's voice was extremely low, and Dantian absolutely could not hear. He only saw Chu Yang's lips moving momentarily, and he could not help asking. I said, this sky is really blue. This earth is really thick. These purple bamboos are really nice to look at. These flowers are really fragrant. Dantian, you have grown to become really handsome. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang jumped onto his feet, and suddenly burst out laughing. The sound of his laughter was clear and melodious, and it resonated for quite a distance. At that very moment, Chu Yang was completely inspired. All of the regret in his past life would thus be compensated in that lifetime. King Wu, wait for me. I will not disappoint you in this life. I want to let you know that you look nicer than a sword. I want to let you know that in this world, you look the nicest. You look the nicest. Dantian, my good brother, I will not let you die again. Tian Ji, you had better watch out. The peak in the way of the heavens, I, Chu Yang, will ascend to it. Hey, it is a matter of course that I am handsome, but is this sky, this earth, these purple bamboos, just how are they nice to look at? Huh? You are really crazy, Dantian muttered, batting his eyelids. One of his eyebrows seemed as if it was raised towards the skies, while the other seemed as though it was stabbing into the ground. Chu Yang, Dantian, are the both of you here, huh? Following the sound of a momentary refreshing laughter, a young man in cyan clothes emerged from amongst the purple bamboo forest whilst dodging the branches. The person had a slim build, and a thin face. He was tanned, and had a pair of eyes that were not large, but were instead very lively. Ch.1-25. Chu Yang immediately turned his head around to take a look, and calmly looked at that gentle and smiling face. He clearly saw a hint of disappointment and annoyance flashed by deeply within Ch.1-25's gaze. That was a feeling of annoyance generated from seeing that Chu Yang was actually safe and sound. Damn it, why did he not die? However, Ch.1-25 promptly revealed a face filled with an angry expression, and shouted, what are the both of you doing? Chu Yang, what happened to your head? Didn't I tell the both of you earlier, that during sparring practices between martial brothers, attacks should stop with light touches, attacks should stop with light touches? Dantian, by using that much strength, are you thinking of hitting Chu Yang to death? Dantian looked at Ch.1-25 with a little fear, his entire face filled with shame. He gaped, and muttered, eldest martial brother, it's my mistake. My handsome and dashing looks had shocked Chu Yang, and he fell into a daze. Chu Yang was momentarily speechless. The both of you, the both of you. Really do not give me a peace of mind. Ch.1-25 gave out a sigh that was filled with failed expectations. When will the both of you let teacher and me be assured? You are both already of this age, but still behave like children. While saying that, he quickly walked over with a face full of concern. As he was walking, with a sound, he had already torn off a piece of his inner clothes. When he had arrived before Chu Yang, He had a face of pity. "Does it hurt, huh? Don't move. I will bandage it for you. Do not move recklessly. For these few days, do not run about, otherwise you will let the wind enter your wounds." Ch.1-25 carefully used the front of his clothes to wipe away the traces of blood on Chu Yang, and then began to bandage Chu Yang's wounds using a light and gentle strength. Finally, feeling assured, he looked over once more. Letting out a breath, he said, "AI, if teacher saw this, he would definitely want to blame me once more for not looking over my two younger martial brothers." "Ah, the both of you," he sighed while shaking his head. "Eldest martial brother. We were in the wrong." Feeling miserable, Dantian said, "Sorry. When I fight with him again, I will just mask my face." "Why did you apologize to me?" "AI, such a large wound. Would it hurt if I were to place it on your body?" Ch.1-25 angrily said, "You should apologize to younger martial brother Chu Yang." Towards Dantian's narcissism, Ch.1-25 faintly revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Such an ugly thing, he can actually be narcissistic to such a stage? That really is unthinkable. Whenever Ch.1-25 spoke, every single sentence would make others feel as if those words had been spoken from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, his gaze never flinched, and had always watched directly at the other person in the eyes. His gaze appeared magnanimous, and people would know from a single look that he was upright, that everything he had done, had all been done sincerely. "Yes, yes," Dantian nodded his head repeatedly, his entire face filled with guilt and shame. Under eldest martial brother's care-filled scolding, he intuitively felt ashamed. Whilst helplessly touching his face, Dantian sadly gave a sigh, and felt that he was that much handsome and dashing, suave to the extent of shocking the heavens and moving the earth, that it actually brought disaster and was therefore an unforgivable thing. Chu Yang secretly gave a momentary sigh, that Ch.1-25, no matter if it were his expressions and actions, or even tone, they all seemed that much genuine, and there were absolutely no flaws. If he had not been reborn, he would definitely have been deceived by him. It was no wonder that in his previous life, that person would be able to continuously stand out from amongst all the external disciples and swiftly rose through the ranks, until he was finally able to compete for the position of eldest martial brother. If the Beyond the Heavens story had not been annihilated, Chu Yang was definitely certain that in the end, the position of inner quarters disciple's eldest martial brother would absolutely be Ch.1-25's foregone conclusion. That kind of capability to present a set of actions but actually perform another set of actions, that was really too rare. It was simply flawless. Others would never know what he was secretly thinking in his mind. It was no wonder that in my previous life, after Ch.1-25 had entered the inner quarters, within an extremely short period of time, he would be able to obtain the affection of sect master Wu Yunliang's daughter, Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing had been called to be the most beautiful woman in the Beyond the Heavens story, so how would she lack in the number of suitors? However, Ch.1-25's physical appearance was nothing extraordinary, but he had instead quietly captured the affections of that girl who had been so loved by the heavens. During that moment, when the news had spread, the entire Beyond the Heavens story was in a state of shock. However, at the moment, Chu Yang instead knew that everything had not been incidental. Ch.1-25, he would be able to do it in this lifetime. However, for Ch.1-25 to once again think of easily doing it, that will be difficult. That is because, before him, there is still me, Chu Yang. Before me, all of his conspiracies are no different from being non-existent. Let's go, follow me and return to recuperate your injuries. Ch.1-25 attentively supported Chu Yang as he stood up. Chu Yang momentarily smiled, but just as he was about to take a step, he was suddenly startled. From within his own Dantian, there emerged the feeling of an extreme hunger. Or it could also be said, that it was a very pressing, very urgent feeling. Chu Yang was immediately startled. What is happening? Being hungry should also be the stomach's affair, right? Or maybe the stomach would feel unbearable, but why is the Dantian also hungry? That kind of feeling surged forth like a rushing tide. Within his Dantian, it was also as if a pot had been opened. Given the strength of Chu Yang's mental convictions, he actually also found it to be absolutely unbearable. Feeling really unbearable, Chu Yang immersed into his mental consciousness, activated his martial powers and observed his body's internal situation. From a single look, Chu Yang nearly exclaimed out loud. At the center of his Dantian, the shadow of an empty small sword had actually appeared. Its color was dark and murky, and it was only the size of the part of a finger where fingerprints began. On the body of the sword, 8 cracks could be clearly seen. The shape of that sword was a little weird, but from Chu Yang's point of view, it was instead incomparably familiar. Although dilapidated, that was only just an illusory shadow, and even though it was without a form, it emanated the hint of an absolutely domineering presence. Isn't this the Nine Tribulations Sword, huh? Why is it within my own Dantian? Within a moment, Chu Yang was stupefied. His body staggered twice, and he almost fell from the shock. Secret behind the Nine Tribulations Sword. That calling due to an extreme longing once again appeared, and Chu Yang carefully waited in anticipation for a while. Indeed, within a short period of time, the faint and dim Nine Tribulations Sword within his Dantian once again sent off a strong and intense calling of desire. That kind of feeling was like a baby who could no longer tolerate being hungry, and was wildly flailing his or her legs while crying and screaming, wanting to drink milk. The appearance of that feeling caused Chu Yang to momentarily sweat. He really did not know how that sort of ridiculous feeling was produced. When his thoughts came into contact with that feeling, the faint and dim Nine Tribulations Sword gave off light feelings of resistance and curiosity, as if a baby was looking at himself or herself with wide and innocent eyes. That baby's gaze was filled with desire, unfamiliarity, and expectations. Without any reason, Chu Yang momentarily felt a wave of gentle affection well up from within him, and tenderly willed his thoughts over to embrace it. At that time, the silhouette of that sword only slightly resisted for a while, and then it let down all of its guard. Upon contact with his thoughts, Chu Yang also understood how that thing came about. That was not exactly the Nine Tribulations Sword, correctly speaking. That was the soul belonging to the Nine Tribulations Sword. Or it could also be called the sword's awareness. It was during the time when he had performed that destructive technique, and had pierced the Nine Tribulations Sword into his own heart, that the blood from his heart poured out and stimulated the sword's soul. That also meant that the beginning phase of the Nine Tribulations Sword's greatest secret had been stimulated. Meanwhile, it was that stimulated sword's soul which, without knowing how, actually brought him back to the period when he was a youth. The final technique of the Nine Tribulations Sword was originally a tabooed technique. To perish together with the enemy, moreover, to first kill himself, then kill the enemy. Only someone who possessed that kind of decisive thought would be able to perform it. What Chu Yang did not know was, that was exactly one of the mysterious parts of the Nine Tribulations Sword. All the previous masters of the Nine Tribulations Sword had only practiced according to the path of sword cultivation. Meanwhile, they did not obtain the Nine Tribulations Sword's approval. That was because, by completely treating it as a sword to be used for practice, then, what could be obtained from that? A sword was originally emotionless. That was why, while they were being driven by such practices, they had naturally chosen the path of the emotionless sword. That was why, all of the previous masters of the Nine Tribulations Sword, they were only slaves to the sword. Including Chu Yang in his previous life, he was also merely a slave to the sword. Slave to the sword. It was the sword that was making use of the people, and not the people who were making use of the sword. However, Chu Yang had instead performed the final technique. With the blood of my heart, 10,000 tribulations will collapse. Excluding Chu Yang, none of all the previous people who obtained the Nine Tribulations Sword had dared to use that technique. Meanwhile, after their lives had reached the limit, or after they had been accidentally killed by others, the Nine Tribulations Sword would automatically break apart, and once again return into its fragmented state, scattering across the continents. It would silently await its true master, looking forward to the very day that it would stand at the very peak of the Nine Tribulations Sword's brilliance, while it revealed its true divine destiny. That was why, whilst without a care for anything else, Chu Yang's performance of the final technique had resulted in the sword's soul to completely activate, and resided within his Dantian. Meanwhile, it was also from that moment forth, that the godly item which was ranked first in the continent of the Nine Heavens, truly had a master. That was also why it would accept Chu Yang that easily. It could be said, that with the exception of the Nine Tribulations Sword's creator, Chu Yang was the first master of the Nine Tribulations Sword. The veritable master of the Nine Tribulations Sword. That was what it truly meant, to survive after facing the danger of death. From that very moment forth, Chu Yang clearly knew that he would walk on a completely different path as compared to his previous life. At that moment, the sword's soul belonging to the Nine Tribulations Sword was just like a baby who was frantically waiting to be laid to sleep, and was pressing for the various fragments of the Nine Tribulations Sword, and nourishment from the spiritual energies of the heavens and earth. By giving out those kinds of pressing emotions, it was also urging Chu Yang to seek the fragments of the Nine Tribulations Sword. As to finding the necessary nourishment for the Nine Tribulations Sword, Chu Yang's concentration sank into his Dantian. Then, using his mind's concentration, he embraced that faint and dim sword's soul, and wholeheartedly focused his intent at pacifying it. After some time, as if the intent of the Nine Tribulations Sword had sensed Chu Yang's sincerity, it slowly began to quieten down. Although there remained some unwillingness, it instead no longer gave out those calls of longing. It was like a child who did not manage to obtain his or her favorite toy, but was instead understanding enough not to forcibly throw a tantrum. It only pouted and held back its tears, and with an expression of grievance, looked at his or her own parents. That soul of the Nine Tribulations Sword was rather like an adorable small child. A momentary sense of pity welled up from within Chu Yang, and under that kind of sentiment, he actually felt a sense of shame accumulating from within his heart. He controlled his feelings of excitement, and exhaled a long breath. Opening his eyes, he instead saw Qianshan looking at him, before himself. Within the deepest recesses of Qianshan's eyes, there was actually a slight hint of excitement. It was probably because he had thought that Chu Yang showing that kind of abnormality was due to his injuries. When he saw Chu Yang opening his eyes, that excitement within his eyes fleeted away, and with a concerned tone of voice, he said, "Younger martial brother Chu, what happened to you?" "Nothing. It was only just. Earlier, I suddenly felt like farting, but, however, taking into account that senior martial brother, you were following directly behind, I was embarrassed, and had spent quite a large amount of effort to restrain it back," Chu Yang said seriously, and gave Qianshan a meaningful look. "Ugh." Qianshan's facial expression changed, and he embarrassedly said, "This. It must be very uncomfortable, right?" Within that short span of time, he also did not know how to answer, on whether he should advise Chu Yang to fart or Chu Yang should still hold it in like that. Either way, both were unsuitable in terms of keeping up appearances. At one side, with a poo, Tantan also began to laugh. However, he also felt that it was not the appropriate time, and therefore did not dare to give out a loud laughter. Adding to the fact that he had a unique voice, that had resulted in the laughing sound to actually, really, sound as if a typical fart had been released. Qianshan momentarily felt a wave of nausea, and almost threw up. Within his mind, Chu Yang gave an imaginary, secret smile. He felt that it was as if his own mentality had slowly began to change, as if, when compared to his previous life, he was no longer the same. All of his regrets had been given the chance to be atoned. Naturally, his mentality also became one that was inspired and not easily provoked. In his previous life, he had only obtained the sword point of the Nine Tribulations Sword 4 years later from that very moment. Moreover, throughout his past life, he did not know that the Nine Tribulations Sword actually had that kind of sword's soul. Taking a step at a time, as he walked towards the houses within the purple bamboo forest, Chu Yang's way of thinking seemed as though it was also changing, and that its transformation was being completed as he neared his destination. With each step that Chu Yang took, as he neared the house that had only existed within his memories, he could feel his own soul trembling once. Then, a new feeling and mood would begin to rise from within his heart. Slowly, his heart actually began to fill with longing. Within that house was his own teacher, the person whom he had respected the most throughout his entire life. Since he had returned to when he was 16 years of age, then, without caring if he had been reborn or whatever, at that moment, he was already no longer that poisonous sword-revered martial artist. At that moment, he was Chu Yang, a youth, a frail and delicate youth. On that continent, before had he matured, there were countless people who could cause his death. If he had still thought of himself as the revered martial expert of his previous life, then under the circumstance of his capabilities being a mismatch with his mentality, he would then die exceedingly fast. Only Chu Yang knew that a revered martial artist would still be able to have a lifetime of prestige in that 3 lower heavens. However, should a revered martial artist arrive at the 3 middle heavens, there would still be instances where that person's hands and feet would be tied up, and he or she would therefore require to be careful with his or her endeavors. Meanwhile, should a revered martial artist arrive at the three higher heavens, he or she would then be nothing special. Only by forgetting the past glories of his previous life, and beginning anew, one step at a time, continuing until his arrival to the peak, that would be the only correct rationality. Then, for the first step, that would be to become the eldest martial brother of all the inner quarters disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect within the shortest time possible, then entering the Seven Shades congregation grounds and obtain the first fragment of the Nine Tribulations Sword. For the path of that life, what could be imagined was that it would definitely be a lot more exciting than his previous life. The three people stopped their footsteps at the same time. They had already arrived at the purple bamboo garden. While looking at those few houses that had previously only remained within his memories, deep and intense emotions were shot forth from within Chu Yang's eyes. He unintentionally stopped his feet and stood still, and he could only feel the emotions within his heart surging forth like a tide. He was actually unable to momentarily contain his emotions. The heavens and earth do not shift, neither does the stone turn amidst the flowing river. Beyond the Heavens story, the 9 peaks and the single garden. There were the 10 great disciples of the 7th generation belonging to the Beyond the Heavens story, and each were in charge of a separate location: forthcoming Cloud's Peak, misty Cloud's Peak, distant Cloud's Peak, separating Cloud's Peak, gathering Cloud's Peak, locking Cloud's Peak, dream Cloud's Peak, hatred Cloud's Peak, stepping on the Cloud's Peak, and purple bamboo garden. The gathering Cloud's Peak was the peak where the sect master Wu Yunliang resided, and it was the main peak amongst the 9 peaks. The single garden was the purple bamboo garden where Chu Yang resided. Amongst the 9 peaks and the single garden, although the scenery of the purple bamboo garden was the most beautiful, it was instead ranked at the end when it came to resources amongst the 9. The master of the purple bamboo garden, Men Zhaoran, was the youngest martial brother amongst the 10 great disciples, and he had a natural disposition to be indifferent, aloof from worldly affairs. He never competed with his 9 martial brothers for anything, and throughout his whole life, he had only taken in Qianshan, Chu Yang and Dantian as his 3 disciples. With the exception of Qianshan being accepted due to feelings and favors that were owed unto others, Chu Yang and Dantian were both orphans who had been picked up by Meng Zhaoran. In every single generation of disciples, there would be a selection for the 10 great disciples amongst the inner quarters disciples, to become the various people in charge of the 9 peaks and the single garden. Meanwhile, the eldest martial brother of the 10 great disciples would be the future candidate for the Beyond the Heavens stories sect master, dominating the gathering Cloud's Peak. No matter if it were the degree of spiritual medicinal resources or spiritual energy secret manuals, the gathering Cloud's Peak was ranked first amongst the 9 peaks. For those positions of the 10 great disciples, the disciples of the 9 peaks and the single garden had been competing amongst themselves for several hundreds of years. Every single person had desperately trained themselves for those 10 positions. Under those kind of encouraging and pressurizing conditions, the cultivation of the disciples belonging to the Beyond the Heavens story had improved by leaps and bounds. The name of that world was the continent of the 9 heavens. The Beyond the Heavens story was located at the 3 lower heavens, or the continent of the lower heavens. In the eyes of common men, there were a few mysterious locations on the continent of the lower heavens that was permeated with misty clouds throughout the year. No matter if it were men or beasts, or even birds that flew, none of them could get close to those locations. Only several martial experts who were powerful in their cultivation would know that the entrances to enter the 3 middle heavens and transcend the 3 lower heavens lay there. There existed similar mysterious places within the 3 middle heavens, and those were the entrances to the 3 higher heavens. For a person to even think of entering, he or she would require to possess martial powers that had transcended the world. The continent of the 9 heavens, as its name had suggested, was an extremely large continent. From the east to the west, since the beginning, no one knew how far the distance stretched. From the south to the north, there were never any records of how distant one end was to the other. It was boundless. There were countless legends and countless myths on that vast continent, and they were passed down from generation to generation. Since ancient times, there were an unknown number of emperors, kings, generals and ministers, as well as heroes emerging like an endless stream. On a certain day, one might be drinking red wine with friends while appreciating songs and dance, yet that person might be locked in chains and become a death row convict on the very next day. On a certain day, one might be an emperor, yet on the very next day, it did not mean that person would not become the general of a defeated army, or a ghost after dying under the edge of a blade. On a certain day, one might be a plundering thief, yet who could say that the person would not be putting on the yellow gown, becoming an emperor on the very next day? On that mysterious continent, it was possible for anything to happen. Similar to any continental planets, there were also boundaries beyond the imperial court. Beyond those boundaries, there were also wandering swordsmen. Besides those wandering swordsmen, there were also people associated with the martial society. With the existence of a martial society, there would be opposing sides, and those opposing sides would be separated into those which were righteous and those which were evil. Those who were righteous and those who were evil would never stand together, and conflicts between them were endless. Amidst the long and sustained conflicts, there were also various people who had formed their own system of martial etiquette codes, or places where conflicts had caused chaos during a certain period of time, or even places where several hundreds of years had passed by peacefully. Worldly matters, they were originally that intriguingly marvelous, no matter if it were the ways of the righteous, the devil or evil, in the eyes of common men. There was instead a common form of addressing those practitioners, martial artists in the way of the martial arts. No matter the world, for swordsmen to violate restrictions through use of martial arts, the reasoning was always the same. The term martial arts implied many meanings. Amongst all of those meanings, the most memorable interpretation would be no more than the word violence. Martial arts implied that from a single disagreement, the ground within 7 steps would be soaked with blood. Martial arts implied performing meritorious services and achieving great success through wielding a weapon while riding atop a horse. Martial arts implied being unscrupulous in the martial society, committing murder and plunder. Martial arts, not only were they colorful, they were also associated with many disputes and conflicts. With the exception of the human race, there were also several mysterious races on that world. For example, amongst people of the heavens and earth, there was the 3 Stars Holy Clan. It was said that in the past, there was a period of time when they were also once glorious, that they also possessed exotic powers that were bestowed by the heavens, and had once reigned supreme, independently yet equally, alongside the human race. However, their numbers had already declined since a long, long time ago. There might still be other special clans, but those were even more fleeting than legends. At the very least, Chu Yang could only count a handful of those that he had seen in his past life. Moreover, all of them belonged to low-class holy clans. As for high-class clans, he never saw even a single one. He did not know if they had become extinct, or if they were secretly hidden at a particular location. Meanwhile, for human martial artists, no matter the righteous or evil, with regard to fingers, palms, legs, feet, punches, sabers, swords, and all the other kinds of proficiencies, they all began with pupil, warrior, artist, master, great master, revered, king, emperor, majesty, gentleman, saint. Until, finally at the peak, they would be supreme. There were 11 ranks, and each rank was separated into 9 grades. From the 1st grade to the 9th grade. Martial skills implementing the fists and palms were generally referred to as martial arts. Martial arts pupil, martial arts warrior, martial artist, martial arts master, martial arts great master, revered martial artist king, martial artist majesty, martial artist gentleman, martial artist saint. If the proficiency was to be changed to the way of the saber, then it would be saber pupil, saber warrior, saber artist, saber saint. It was only the way of the sword, that although the beginning were the same, the majesty rank was instead referred to as emperor. That was the rule laid down by the first master of the Nine Tribulations Sword, and no one knew the reason behind that. After arriving at the saint rank, one could basically be considered to already be at the pinnacle under the heavens. That was because, since ancient times, people who were capable of becoming supreme were only a scant few. It could be said that people who had achieved the rank of supreme were just myths. According to legend, with regard to the capabilities for one who was at the rank of supreme, he or she could call the winds and summon the rain, as well as traveling to the boundaries of the sky. He or she could also shift mountains and reclaim seas, as well as being able to attain transcendence. However, legends would always be only legends. No one had ever witnessed it for themselves. With regard to people of the saint rank, their whereabouts had always been mysterious. People would rarely meet them. Since an unknown number of years, only people who were ranked majesty and emperor had reigned unrivaled under the heavens. Each of them dominated their own regions. The Beyond the Heavens story which Chu Yang belonged to at that moment was situated at the 3 lower heavens. Within the continent of the 9 heavens, that was the only single piece of space which the mundane imperial family held power and ruled. At the 3 lower heavens, the imperial family had the absolute authority. "Come in, the 3 of you." His entire body covered in a purple gown, Men Jiaoran stood at the entrance to the purple bamboo garden, bearing a tranquil expression that seemed otherworldly. When he saw the wound on Chu Yang's head, he only slightly raised his eyebrows, then regained his usual indifferent appearance. "Teacher." Both younger martial brothers had made mistakes while sparring, and younger martial brother Chu Yang had lost quite an amount of blood this time. "I hope that teacher will bestow some spiritual medicine to relieve some of younger martial brother Chu Yang's pain," Shi Qianshan said in a relatively urgent tone. From within his eyes, as well as his facial expression, they were both completely filled with intentions of concern. Shi Qianshan's words were filled with concern towards his younger martial brother, and seemed as though he did not have any other meaning. Neither did he intentionally use his tone to stress on several sensitive phrases. However, indirectly, those sentences were as good as mercilessly victimizing Dantian before Men Jiaoran. "There is no need." It was not known whether Men Jiaoran could not tell from Shi Qianshan's words, or if he was unconcerned. In an indifferent tone, Men Jiaoran said, "It is a good thing for young people to suffer a little injury and endure a little pain, as long as the muscles and bones were not harmed, nor the life in any danger. Is there a need to be this nervous?" As Chu Yang looked at the truly refined face before him, warm and intimate feelings began to well up from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he had the sudden impulse to rush forward and embrace his teacher. His teacher was both his master and father, and that was both true and untrue. As an orphan, Chu Yang had been brought up by Meng Jiaoran ever since he was a child. In his mind, his teacher was his most important and respected person. No matter what kind of achievements he would later obtain, or even during the time when he had obtained the rank of a revered martial expert, his teacher would always remain as a warm person in his mind. With regard to that teacher of his, he appeared to be harmless towards other people and small animals, as well as being indifferent to matters of the world. However, none of the tens of thousands of worldly affairs escaped his eyes. No one could possibly imagine the secrets and caution that Men Jiaoran had kept within both his heart and mind. All along, Men Jiaoran had never sought fame nor openly revealed his capabilities, which was why no one could possibly imagine the strength that he possessed. Chu Yang could still remember the moment of the catastrophe that would befall upon the Beyond the Heavens story 4 years later. Men Jiaoran's white clothes fluttered as he danced, a single man with a single sword, switching between postures amidst the fiercely raging flames. Countless enemies gave out numerous, miserable cries of death as they fell under his sword. Clearly, he could easily break through the encirclement and leave, but he had instead remained guarding that place until the sect had been reduced to a piece of scorched earth. It was only at that moment, Chu Yang then knew that his teacher Meng Jiaoran was a man who had kept a profile so low, that it could not get any lower within the Beyond the Heavens story, and that he was actually one of the very few people who had the strongest cultivation within the Beyond the Heavens story. His entire cultivation had already achieved the domain level of a martial arts great master. It was even to the point of being close to the rank of revered martial artist. At the final moment, Men Jiaoran discovered the seriously wounded Chu Yang. Drifting over, and with a single palm strike, he caused Chu Yang to become dizzy. Then, Chu Yang could only feel himself being pressed down by countless corpses. That was undoubtedly his teacher's only method of preserving his life. However, Chu Yang never did get to meet Men Jiaoran in his life after that, and he also did not get to hear any news with regard to Men Jiaoran. In Chu Yang's previous life, finding his teacher's traces was his life's mission that he had always remembered in his mind. Finding his teacher, protecting his teacher, and repaying his teacher. Those were also his wishes. However, Chu Yang never did manage to find him. That also became a regret which he had always kept in his heart. At that very moment, to once again see that familiar and intimate face, Chu Yang was unintentionally filled with mixed emotions. The contest of the peaks will be held in another 3 months. Men Jiaoran's voice interrupted Chu Yang's thoughts, and he could only hear him say, "The three of you had better intensify your practice and see who is capable of entering the inner quarters to become inner quarters disciples. This is an event of our Beyond the Heavens story, so all of you should not slacken." "Yes." The three people answered simultaneously. "Our Beyond the Heavens story is different from the other sects. Masters of the Nine Peaks and the Single Garden have all along been produced from amongst inner quarters disciples. I also wish that at least one of you is capable of becoming one of the 10 great disciples, and inherit the purple bamboo garden." Men Jiaoran easily gave a smile and said, "However, if you are incapable, then there is no need to force yourself. I will personally bring all of you away from the purple bamboo garden, and seek a place for you to live in seclusion." Chu Yang secretly gave a bitter smile. That teacher of his was still that easygoing. Regardless the matter, he never placed them on his mind. For that kind of a great event, if it were another person, he or she would try exceedingly hard. However, in Men Jiaoran's mind, he actually did not weigh that event heavily. This disciple will definitely not disappoint teacher's expectations. Shi Qianshan's gaze became fervent as he gave his pledge. There is something that I must do, so I will be leaving for a while." Men Jiaoran said calmly, "It is possible that I might even be back after the contest. All of you shall voluntarily intensify your practice, and that will do." The three of them were startled at the same time. Due to the imminent contest, which of the other peaks teachers was not putting in all of their efforts in pressing their disciples to practice? However, the teacher of theirs was unexpectedly leaving at that critical juncture, even to the point of completely washing his hands off without any concern. "Teacher, please be careful of everything." "Teacher, since you have decided to leave at this critical juncture, then that must definitely be an important matter that cannot be delayed." Chu Yang thought for a moment, then said, "The heavens and earth do not shift, neither does the stone turn amidst the flowing river, and there are still many days ahead. It is just as what you had just taught us. With regard to anything, there is no need to force yourself. We only look forward to teacher returning safely, and do not have any other request." Chu Yang could still faintly remember that after Meng Jiaoran had left, he only came back half a year later. Moreover, he had returned bearing serious injuries, and he had to rest for over a year to fully recover. Given his capabilities of a martial arts great master, he was already an expert on the 3 lower heavens, and there were only very few people who could injure him. There were only 2 possibilities. It was either Meng Jiaoran had been surrounded and attacked by quite a large number of enemies, or that he had gone to the 3 middle heavens. The heavens and earth do not shift, neither does the stone turn amidst the flowing river. Men Jiaoran's body suddenly trembled momentarily. It was as if a thunderclap had suddenly rang out from the 9th heaven and struck him on his head, thus causing him to actually become startled for a moment. After quite some time, Men Jiaoran then turned around and looked at Chu Yang, shooting forth a mysterious gaze at him. Amongst the 3 disciples, Shi Qianshan was passionate for power, coveting the position of the inner quarters disciple's eldest martial brother, while Dantian had the mentality of a youth, and was ignorant. Only Chu Yang was aware that him leaving on that trip was not only a matter of great importance, but that there would also be danger. Moreover, amongst the words which he had said, there were some that actually contained a deep meaning. However, the most crucial words were still those: "The heavens and earth do not shift, neither does the stone turn amidst the flowing river," which faintly seemed as if it had actually struck at the bottleneck of the many years of his cultivation. Chu Yang gave a secret smile. "Teacher, don't blame me for stopping you. I am doing this for your own good. When you had left for this trip in my previous life, you had barely managed to escape back while bearing fatal injuries. That proves your capabilities are still not enough to perform that task. It is still better for you to concentrate on cultivating your skills for a period of time. Right. That the heavens and earth do not shift, neither does the stone turn amidst the flowing river, was the verse to break through the bottleneck for the domain level of martial arts great master. Once a person's capabilities had reached the peak of martial arts great master, he or she would then encounter a bottleneck. Only after the person had perceived and obtained insight, would he or she be able to break through it. Meanwhile, that the heavens and earth do not shift, neither does the stone turn amidst the flowing river, was a kind of domain level. Only after a martial arts great master had arrived at that subtle stage, would he or she be able to appreciate the beauty of that single sentence. How could Meng Jiaoran be an exception? A new opportunity for the spring and autumn elixir after twists and turns. The shock that Meng Jiaoran had received from that sentence was significantly greater than a mere earthquake with a magnitude of 9. Instead, that simple sentence had completely smashed his plans apart. Once the bottleneck had been shaken, if it was not immediately broken through in a single attempt, then even if he were to use double the amount of strength in his attempt to break through it at another time, he might not necessarily succeed. Since his mental state had been shaken, even if Meng Jiaoran was bent on leaving at that moment, he could no longer do so. I am not leaving for now. I will need to go into seclusion for a while. Meng Jiaoran's gaze momentarily hardened, and he briefly observed Chu Yang. Chu Yang's expression remained normal, and it was as if the sentence which he had spoken were words said without any other intention. Meng Jiaoran helplessly began to smile. He had earlier just said that he was leaving, but following that, he instead said that he was no longer leaving. Those kind of unpredictable decisions would originally, most easily, result in the person being held in contempt, but Meng Jiaoran did not seem reluctant, and had just said that out in such an indifferent manner. It was as if that sort of thing was a very common affair. Right. This spring and autumn elixir, Chu Yang shall take it. Meng Jiaoran gave a slight smile as he swung a hand. A small jade bottle was hurled over to Chu Yang. Meng Jiaoran then said, earlier, Shi Qianshan had also said that Chu Yang's injuries will require some nourishment. Just use that as nourishment then. Within that faint smile of his, there seemed to be a slight hint of a mocking intent that was very much quite meaningful. Immediately, Shi Qianshan's facial expression changed drastically. The spring and autumn elixir was used to raise a person's martial powers, so how could it be used as a tonic to nourish a person's blood and body? The sect had that many medicine which could be used to treat injuries. So why should the spring and autumn elixir be used? That sentence of his was only meant to let his teacher have a bad impression of his other two disciples, and nothing more. Instead, why did it backfire to the point that the spring and autumn elixir was lost in a single moment? How? How did that came about? Chu Yang perceptively noticed the trace of ridiculing intent disappearing as it flashed past the edges of Meng Jiaoran's lips, and he unintentionally gave a secret, bitter smile. It looks like that Shi Qianshan's deceptive scheme had already been seen through by teacher. It is only, why had teacher not stopped him all along? Moreover, his teacher had bestowed the spring and autumn elixir unto him, and that was absolutely due to his. The heavens and earth do not shift, neither does the stone turn amidst the flowing river. However, that teacher of his was truly rather tolerant for him to not even ask. After some thinking, Chu Yang still decided to momentarily test the waters. Teacher, this disciple's martial powers are insignificant, so taking this spring and autumn elixir will also not be much of a use. You should give it to eldest martial brother instead, right? He will then also be able to achieve a good rank during the contest of the peaks. Those sentences were meant to test if Meng Jiaoran had indeed known Shi Qianshan's true character. Having said that, both of Tantan's eyebrows immediately began to twitch up and down frantically in a chaotic manner. He could not wait to cover up Chu Yang's mouth, and almost opened his own mouth to begin scolding him. Stupid cunt. Stupid cunt. It is not easy for teacher to give it to you, so you should have just kept quiet after striking it rich. Why are you still so stupid to give it away? Shi Qianshan's face also revealed a slight hint of expectation. The gazes of three people simultaneously looked towards Meng Jiaoran. Dantian was anxious, whereas Shi Qianshan's nervousness and apprehensiveness contained expectations with a slight hint of greed. Meanwhile, Chu Yang's gaze was instead very calm. It is not necessary. Your eldest martial brother is also not injured, so he won't be needing that, Meng Jiaoran said indifferently. He met Chu Yang's gaze, and gave a momentary slight smile. Besides, your current domain level is also not much different from your eldest martial brother. It will be like this then. There is no need to say any further. Chu Yang's facial expression momentarily became bitter. What Meng Jiaoran had just said obviously contained other meanings. At that moment, he was a martial pupil of the 3rd grade, while eldest martial brother Shi Qianshan was instead a martial warrior of the 4th grade. The difference was not justified by comparing their domain levels, so why did he say both of your domain levels are not that much different? The true meaning behind what Meng Jiaoran had said should be, both of your cunningness and insidiousness are already more or less the same. teacher, I am innocent. I am a pure and honest person. Chu Yang shouted out within his mind. Men Zhaoran once again took a deep look at that disciple, then whisked his sleeves, stood up and said, all of you had better practice well. I will personally bring all of you to the top of Gathering Clouds Peak 3 months later. With that, Men Zhaoran unexpectedly left, and his figure immediately disappeared. The three of them faced each other. Shi Qianshan's eyes were looking at the small jade bottle that was radiating a soft glow within Chu Yang's hands, and the muscles of his face uncontrollably twitched twice. All the effort he had put forth, wasn't it just because of that item? Instead, it was gone right before his eyes. Eldest martial brother, many thanks. Chu Yang appeared to be very sincere as he gave his thanks towards Shi Qianshan, and said, if eldest martial brother had not proposed that this younger brother requires nourishment, then why would teacher bestow this treasured divine elixir unto me? Speaking of which, this is all due to eldest martial brother's accomplishments. Shi Qianshan opened and closed his mouth a few times, and then, with a smile on his face that seemed even more unsightly than if he were to cry, he said, how can younger martial brother say that? Teacher had specially intended to bestow it unto you. Teacher's kindness is really profound. The divine elixir had accidentally flew away from his hand, and unexpectedly, the person who had obtained that divine elixir even thanked him sincerely. He found the situation completely unbearable, yet he did not dare to flare up even a little. The Shi Qianshan of that moment was already vexed to the extreme, and he was itching to severely slap his own mouth. Why do you have such a cheap, bitchy mouth? Why did you have to go and say those sentences? Chu Yang momentarily laughed, then turned over the mouth of the bottle, and a red-colored pill with a red luster came out. At the very moment when it left the bottle, a rare fragrance permeated into the surroundings. Chu Yang chuckled and said, I heard that this item is something good, and consuming one will actually increase a year's worth of martial powers. Although the increase is a bit little. But I should also not waste it. I will now be taking it, and will have to trouble elder and younger martial brothers to help guard and protect me. Immediately, Shi Qianshan's face momentarily cramped. The increase is a bit little? You actually still resented it and found it to be little? Do you believe if the heavens will strike you with a bolt of lightning? It should originally have been mine. Instead, it is currently in another person's hands. Now, this person actually still wants me to protect him. There was no need to mention how Shi Qianshan secretly felt. Just as he was about to open his mouth and speak, he instead saw Chu Yang opening his mouth, and the spring and autumn elixir had already been tossed in midair. Then, after receiving it with his mouth, Chu Yang ate it in the same way as how someone would eat a broad bean. He even went as far as to chew it noisily, and after smacking his lips, he said, there was not much taste. Shi Qianshan's face turned fiercely red, and it was as if all the blood in his entire body had rushed up to his head within a short time, almost coming close to exploding. In the next moment, Chu Yang's face suddenly began to flush. The effects of the elixir had already begun. Dantian looked on enviously, then smacked his mouth and said, Chu Yang's luck is really good. He broke his head yet managed to obtain the spiritual elixir. That is 1 year's worth of pure martial powers. That really is a blessing in disguise. I am such a dashing, elegant and beautiful man. But why didn't I break my head? Shi Qianshan's heart felt like it was bleeding, but he only gave a dry smile and said, not bad, not bad, his luck is not bad. After Chu Yang had taken the spring and autumn elixir, he could only feel the huge and potent effects of the elixir beginning to surge, penetrating into his bones and throughout his 4 limbs almost instantly. The meridian channels throughout his body momentarily expanded, and energy gushed through them, rushing towards the direction of his Dantian. Unintentionally, he secretly gave a momentary bitter smile. The effects of that spiritual elixir was indeed not bad. Although only a year's worth of martial powers had been increased, given the state of his cultivation at that moment, that single year's worth of martial powers was already a comparably huge amount of strength. If it was a slightly higher grade of spiritual elixir, I'm afraid that my meridian channels might really not be able to endure it. Within Chu Yang's Dantian, the Nine Tribulations Sword's soul suddenly gave off an excited mood. Promptly, as if it had extended a ridiculous antenna, Chu Yang could feel the effects of the elixir entering into the Nine Tribulations Sword like 100 rivers converging into a sea, until there was actually not even a single bit remaining. Unintentionally astonished for a moment, Chu Yang thought, unless The Nine Tribulations Sword likes doing these sort of things. During my previous life, there was no need to mention this kind of abnormality. Even the sword's soul never appeared. Instead, this life is also a joke. It is also alright for it to appear all of a sudden, but it actually still wants to rob me, unless all the effects of this elixir will be used to feed the Nine Tribulations Sword. I won't be able to fish up even a little benefit for myself. While he was thinking that, after the dim figure of the Nine Tribulations Sword within Chu Yang's Dantian had absorbed the effects of the spiritual elixir, the illusory figure of that sword momentarily shook, and it temporarily gave off faint rays of light. Immediately, a concentrated stream of energy was emitted out from around the sword's hilt. There was only a very thin thread of concentrated energy, and it was as fine as a strand of hair, but Chu Yang could instead feel a huge amount of energy contained within that single strand of energy. Although the amount of energy was not as large when compared to that of the spring and autumn elixir, the degree of its purity was more than 100,000 times better. From only that very little amount, Chu Yang's cultivation had actually risen from the peak of a third-grade martial pupil to the middle of a fourth-grade martial pupil. While it was true that a large amount of energy was not required to raise the grade at such a low rank, directly increasing a grade was still enough to make Chu Yang shocked. If it were solely the from effects of the spring and autumn elixir, no matter how, it would not have been possible for him to have his grade increased by 1. Unless, the sword's soul also has the ability to purify elixir effects. Or is it some other ability? Weird. After that, the Nine Tribulations Sword lazily made a turn within his Dantian, and quietened down. The emotions which it transferred over revealed that it was actually quite dissatisfied, or rather, it held that spring and autumn elixir very much in disdain, obviously finding those meager elixir effects beneath its notice. Chu Yang could clearly feel that the Nine Tribulations Sword had used a kind of arrogant expression, similar to a human, to express its disdain. This servant is really quite hard to please. Eldest martial brother has a stomach cramp. Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes. Younger martial brother Chu, how was it? Qian asked hurriedly, since he did not notice any sign of Chu Yang having his martial powers raised. Without knowing why, when people typically achieved a breakthrough, even for their slightest reaction, their entire body would momentarily tremble violently. However, after the Nine Tribulations Sword had transformed the effects of that elixir, Chu Yang had actually broke through a grade without any indication. Chu Yang's gaze was calm, but he could not help considering secretly, this is definitely a good method to hide things from people. If other people are to treat me as if I am at 3rd grade, while I am in actual fact going to be 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th or 8th grade. How invigorating would it be to fight against them? It appears to be of not much use. I am still a 3rd grade martial pupil. Moreover, the effects of the elixir were too potent, and I could not control them. A lot of the elixir's effects were wasted. Chu Yang endured the pleasantly surprised emotion within his heart, then frowned and sighed. Only after using all of his strength to control his emotions could Chu Yang begin to speak in a frustrated tone. It is really a waste. If I had known that it would be this useless for me to eat it, it would still have been a lot better for eldest martial brother, you to eat it. Qian widened his eyes, and it was as if his eyeballs were about to pop out, then opened his mouth. After those two sounds, his face momentarily turned red, then white, and he finally stood up. With a very unsightly facial expression, he said, I will go out for a walk. Qian walked out. Eldest martial brother seemed quite uncomfortable. Both of Tantan's weird eyebrows moved up and down. While looking at the figure of Qian's back with a little doubt, he said, what happened to him? Eldest martial brother appears to be very tired these few days. Chu Yang rubbed his chin, and profoundly said, his mind is very tired. Looking at his facial expression, it is very likely that he has a stomach cramp. Can it be that those few days in each month actually came? Or eldest martial brother is overly worried. The same goes for this purple bamboo garden of ours. Teacher does not care about anything, and everything is handled by eldest martial brother. It is no wonder that his mind is fatigued. Tantan's conspicuous ears actually fanned up and down momentarily, and while deeply believing that he was right, said, that is definitely hard on him. Stomach cramps. It is also possible. Chu Yang, those few days in each month. Which days are those? Why do I not know that eldest martial brother has this kind of a problem? Dantian asked curiously. For this. You will know after you have grown up. Little children should not eavesdrop on people, especially if they are affairs related to adults. Do you understand? Chu Yang cocked his head, seemingly lecturing in a decent manner. Both of Dantian's eyebrows, one of which was higher while the other was lower, trembled a few times as if they were dancing, expressing the doubt within his mind. He resentfully muttered 2 sentences, and no one knew what he had said, then stopped speaking. Chu Yang rolled his eyes, and another idea came into his mind. He remembered that in his past life, Ch.1-25 had once discovered a golden blood Ningpo figwort root. He also remembered that Ch.1-25 had complacently said, on the walls of the rocky cliff at the back mountains. Although the golden blood Ningpo figwort root could not exactly increase martial powers, it could instead broaden meridian channels. Moreover, after consuming golden blood Ningpo figwort roots which were of at least 50 years old, the medicinal effects would remain on the meridian channels. And for people who were below the rank of martial artist, whenever they gain a grade, their meridian channels would broaden significantly. No matter the martial skills, energy and strength would always flow through the meridian channels. With broader meridian channels, a person would be able to exhibit even stronger powers. Even if there were 2 people of the same rank, nothing could make up for the deficiencies between them if the width of their meridian channels were different. Although the golden blood Ningpo figwort root would only be useful for people beneath the rank of martial artist, a person's meridian channels was instead ingrained during that period of time. That might seem to be nothing remarkable, but it would directly determine a person's lifetime accomplishments. In Chu Yang's previous life, it was due to the golden blood Ningpo figwort root that Ch.1-25 was able to distinguish himself from all the disciples of Beyond the Heavens story. Chu Yang rubbed his chin and secretly thought, I do not know if that golden blood Ningpo figwort root has been discovered by Ch.1-25. If he hasn't yet discovered it, why don't I gather it and have a taste? The sky outside was still dark, and Chu Yang secretly crawled up. Looking at the bed opposite, Dantian was sprawled across the bed, rhythmically making modulated snoring sounds as if he was singing. Momentarily hiding a smile, Chu Yang swiftly got dressed and walked out of the door. To desire becoming a man amongst men, a person has to suffer the hardest of hardships. His own aptitude was not exactly the best. Moreover, he did not exactly put in much effort when he was a youth in his previous life, and there was already quite a distance between him and his peers. If he did not work off twice the amount of sweat as compared to others, how would he obtain accomplishments that were twice that of others? Within several breaths, Chu Yang arrived at the top of the rocky cliff beyond the purple bamboo garden, and he quietly stood still. His 2 feet were a shoulder width's length apart, and his body was in an absolutely harmonious pose. After a moment's silence, he began to take action. Chu Yang's movements were very simple, yet difficult. It was as if both his feet had grown roots, and they did not move, while his legs were straight. His arms were also drooping and stationary. Only his upper body was moving. His head slowly leaned towards the left, then his waist slowly bent downwards to the left, and after forming a right angle, recovered his position. After that, he leaned towards the right. Once again, he recovered his position, and then bent forward. Promptly, for his last movement, he bent backwards. It was only those 4 movements, and he continued to repeat them. However, his bends became even lower after every cycle, and after the time it took to burn a joss stick, Chu Yang's body was bent like a bow which had been completely pulled back. His head was already touching the surface of the ground. Those were waist exercises. The strength of the waist was the most critical part of a person's body, and was therefore placed at the forefront. After doing those 4 movements, Chu Yang immediately began to exercise his legs, followed by exercising his ankles, thighs, elbows, wrists and shoulders, to the point that his movements also became faster. Finally, his entire body was like a blade of grass in the midst of a violent storm, and was already lurching between the various range of his body's movements. After completing 6 repetitions, Chu Yang's head and body were already giving off heat. His entire body was trickling with sweat, soaking his clothes, and droplets of sweat dripped downwards from his hair. However, he did not even pause to rest. Turning over a hand, a chilling ray of light reflected off the item in his palm. It was a cyan steel longsword. It was only after completely exercising the entire body's critical muscles that practicing with the sword would produce the best results. If he were to rest, the muscles and bones would return to their original taut condition, and he would not be able to perform many positions during his practice with the sword. That was part of a minimum general knowledge that a martial artist would be required to know, and for martial artists who were capable of doing that for every single practice, there were only a rare few. Those actions represented perseverance and willpower that was capable of sustaining for a long period of time. However, Chu Yang knew how important those kind of exercises before practice were. If any single little detail or small piece of muscle is to be neglected during practice, then if he was to face against enemies of the martial society in the future, during the time when he needed to use those complex and powerful techniques, he would taste the result of not practicing properly. The initial difference might be slight, but there would be a significantly large difference from the final result. On the morality behind protecting a person's own life, regardless if it was only a slight difference, that could also be the difference between life and death. At the very moment before their deaths, how many people had regretted their initial decisions of not practicing their martial skills properly? That number of people was extremely large, and it was as if there were quite a few tens of thousands, or even several tens of thousands of people who regretted every year. However, during those final moments of regret, it was already completely useless. Chu Yang did not wish for himself to have that kind of a regretful moment. That was why he never dared to negligent or careless during the time when he was practicing. No matter which kind of martial technique, even if they were considered to be the most fundamental movements, he would also practice until it was most suitable and perfect. Sword techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques and palm techniques. After Chu Yang had completely practiced them several times, a slight bit of brightness then slowly began to rise from the east. Chu Yang strolled to the top of the rocky cliff. Facing the east, he overlapped both his hands and placed them above his Dantian, then sat down cross-legged and began to breathe out stale air while breathing in fresh air. It was only purely breathing out stale air and breathing in clean air. But between each intake and output of air, there was something rather unusual. When he breathed in, it was as if there was a slight trace of purple in the air from the heavens and earth being breathed into his mouth. Then, with his mouth closed, his Dantian spiraled a complete rotation. After that, the breath of air slowly permeated into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels within his body. When everything was still, Chu Yang then opened his mouth and violently exhaled. A long exhalation of that mouthful of air from within his mouth. A slight hint of dull color in the air could be vaguely seen as Chu Yang exhaled that mouthful of air out. After completely exhaling his breath, he closed his mouth. His Dantian again spiraled a complete rotation. Immediately, he once again continued to begin breathing in and breathing out. That kind of breathing technique, as well as Chu Yang's earlier method of exercising his body, they were both engraved on the body of the Nine Tribulations Sword in Chu Yang's previous life. Performing them would completely get rid of the body's impurities, and absorb from the innate true flames of the sun. To prepare for his practice of the 9 tribulations of the 9 heavens divine technique in the future, he was training his foundations. Chu Yang was very well versed in the teachings of the 9 tribulations transcending the 9 heavens technique. If he were to train at this time, then there would be no mistakes. But the only problem was that he could not train at this time, because the 9 tribulations transcending the 9 heavens technique has one major requirement. Knowing the teachings alone would not have any use. You must have the sword along with the teachings, then you must absorb the mystical energy from the sword to have the power to practice 9 tribulations transcending 9 heavens technique. Moreover, each sword fragment had a different mystical energy. If you were to practice without a sword fragment, then it would be likely that your internal energy would burn and you would die. Secondly, Chu Yang's body, in its current condition, did not meet the requirements to practice the 9 tribulations transcending the 9 heavens technique. Only when his body reaches the martial warrior level, and all of his meridians channels are opened and his chi goes beyond the primary natural cycle and enters the higher natural cycle, at that time, he would have the ability to practice the 9 tribulations transcending the 9 heavens technique. Dawn was approaching in the east and the light was appearing on the horizon. Chu Yang took a deep breath and slowly absorbed the energy. He stood still for a moment, feeling a warmth in his body, a feeling of pleasure that cannot be described in words. He continued to stand like that, squinting his eyes and looking in the direction of the gathering cloud peak. the place where the first fragment of the Nine Tribulations Sword lies quietly buried under the earth. I must quickly acquire it. His eyes sparkled. He looked for a while before taking his gaze away. He carefully looked in all four directions for a moment. After verifying that there was no one around, he started to move. Suddenly, he slowly descended from the cliff. His eyes constantly scanning, looking carefully at every place. Because, if Ch.1-25 did not lie, then on this rock face was the where the golden blood herb grows. The golden blood root is actually not a supreme elixir. However, even in the three higher heavens territory, this is the kind of thing you cannot buy with money. All the big clans need to use this root to help set the foundation for their descendants. Children from these big clans, from birth, they were already fed the golden blood root, taking the advantage of the energy from child's mother that hadn't dissipated yet. A peak martial expert can help the child absorb all the energy of the root. Then this child would definitely become a talented martial cultivator of earth-shattering potential. If this rare talent worked hard, his future ability would be beyond imagination. And these achievements would be the direct result of this one elixir that was used when he was a child. Martial students from powerful clans learn quicker because of one main reason: they never lack in cultivation resources. On this earth, there was no lack of heaven-sent talents. Talents were those with more opportunities to succeed than other people. But there were a few things that could not be denied. In this world, there were more talents that would die young or become unable to advance than those that can push forward and succeed. I may not be a talent, but I want to change. To make myself even more talented than those heaven-sent talents. I want to make it so that when those talents stand next to me, they can no longer be called talents. Chu Yang slowly walked down. Even though his whole body is clinging to the smooth vertical cliff face, he was like a rockworm, steadily climbing straight up. This was because in his previous life, when he killed a certain martial artist, on his body Chu Yang found a technique called unholy movement, and he thought it was a useful technique, so he practiced it. Right then, he was using it, even though his current body never practiced it, he could still force it. A rustling sound suddenly came from below. A gust of rancid air came upon him. Chu Yang's eyebrows rose and his eyes widened. His right hand clung tight to the rock face. His whole body flattened against the rock face. SZZZ. A poisonous snake with a bright colorful body slithered across his body. If he had not moved earlier, he would have been bitten by the snake. A smile appeared on Chu Yang's face. This place definitely has the golden blood herb. Moreover, it was the type that is more than 100 years old. This snake's body had more than 7 colors, was as large as an arm, and its head had 1 color. It was a 7-colored golden radiance snake. While golden blood herb might have a 7-colored golden radiance snake protecting it. This was the reason why, after seeing the 7-colored golden radiance snake, Chu Yang came to the conclusion that the golden blood herb was here. That type of snake has very tough skin. Normal weapons would have difficulty causing harm to it. It was also especially poisonous. Normally the weak spot of any snake is 7 centimeters from its head. But with that kind of snake, it was not. Its weak spot was the radiance on its head. Golden blood herb of over 100 years old would exude a very strong aroma. This aroma was especially attractive to the 7-colored golden radiance snake. The aroma could help the 7-colored golden radiance snake shed its skin without any pain or suffering. To the 7-colored golden radiance snake, eating the golden blood root would not have any benefit. The smell was what it loved. The sound started again. The 7-colored golden radiance snake turned back, aiming in the direction of Chu Yang and headed straight for him. It beat its tail with a bang on the rock face and sent its body forward towards Chu Yang, wanting to bite him. Chu Yang's gaze narrowed and his body was completely still. He waited until it was about a meter away. Then he moved extremely quickly. One could only see that his body suddenly moved to the right. Then it arched higher. His whole body became contorted in an unnatural position. The 7-colored golden radiance snake shot right by his body, missing him barely. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang's 2 fingers formed a sword, concentrating all of his chi to them and ferociously stabbed the snake at its weak spot. Pow! A paralyzing scream rang out and the 7-colored golden radiance snake writhed painfully, with the radiant spot on its head bleeding black blood, mixing with the 7 colors. It rolled from the cliff face straight to the ground. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He turned in the direction the snake came from and carefully climbed over. In truth, he could go faster, but he was afraid he might inadvertently damage the golden blood root, a golden blood root of more than 100 years old. Chu Yang was full of excitement. This was truly a treasure. Only a root of 50 years would be enough to get good results. Moreover, it would help sustain future progress. Then a root of more than 100 years would give what kind of results? Moving a little further down, Chu Yang dreamily smelled a faint aroma. It was extremely calming and refreshing, like the smell of the snow-wind orchid. Although its aroma was not strong, it had a lingering effect on people. Chu Yang was joyful. Normal golden blood root had always been without any color or flavor, only the kind that's more than 100 years old would have a faint smell. This smell was actually not very different from other aromatic herbs. If it were to grow where other plants thrived, then it would be indistinguishable. Luckily, this one was growing on a cliff face. An aroma like this on a cliff face definitely stands out. Chu Yang carefully inched himself. He could see on a rock a few blood-red leaves on a rock, gently swinging in the wind. Beneath these rocks is a hint of the herb showed. It was also red like blood. This is truly golden bloodroot. Climbing down a little further, setting himself in a steady position, Chu Yang pulled out a sword. He concentrated his chi into the sword and then he stabbed it down into the rock face with all his might. Half of the sword went into the rock. His two legs carefully stepped on the sword. Pulling out another sword, he started digging cautiously. He brought two swords with him. One of them belonged to Dantian. Early this morning, he snuck out with it. Dantian was still asleep at the time. If he knew that his precious sword was used as a digging tool, what would he think? One part digging, one part thinking. Chu Yang could not fathom this feeling of excitement. This feeling surprised him. My elder martial brother was always truthful and kind, not the kind of person to play others like this. DLN, basically Shikian-shan wasn't lying, so Chu Yang is super happy. Thanks to Uegahama. Not long after, Chu Yang's body was soaked in sweat. All the digging effort revealed a cave, small enough to force a body through. With difficulty he entered the cave, breathing a sigh of relief, but he did not rest. Immediately, he took his hands and pushed away all of the red leaves of the golden blood herb to find its root. He paid special attention to keep a safe distance of 3 meters around him and then started the excavation. With every rock he dug up, Chu Yang carefully placed them next to him to keep them from falling down. When he could no longer keep them from falling, he started to put them on the side of the cliff, letting them fall down along the cliff, being careful to make as little noise as possible to avoid anyone's attention. Although this area seemed desolate, it was better to be careful. No need to invite unnecessary trouble that could be avoided. The digging took over an hour. Chu Yang's whole body was soaked in sweat. Finally, the top of the golden blood root was visible, radiantly a hazy, dreamy light as if its body had blood moving within. The whole golden blood herb, even its skin, was not damaged in any way. The root was intact and fat like 2 fingers. He took his hands and gently touched it. It felt like touching a swollen ripe peach. This is really the good stuff. It looks like this golden blood root is almost 200 years old. No wonder why in the previous life, Shikian-shan progressed so quickly. That punk. So it was because he found such a precious thing. Now it belongs to me. Chu Yang panted heavily, scanning the root from top to bottom, his eyes full of happiness. In truth, he never imagined that it could be this good. Within the golden blood root is the liquid elixir. The older the age, the more liquid there is and the better the result. And only this liquid elixir has true results. If digging with ignorance, once you accidentally cause the root to have a scratch, the liquid inside will quickly pour out. Then, even swallowing the whole root will be the same as eating any other root. Chu Yang stood on the rock face, normalizing his breath to calm down. He put the golden blood root into his mouth and chewed gently. A stream of cool liquid poured out into his mouth. The liquid had a golden color, glimmering with light. The name golden blood root actually came from this. This is truly golden blood. The moment the liquid elixir entered his body, it slowly spread through all the meridian channels in his body. Right at this time, the sword spirit in his Dantian suddenly exuded a joyful feeling. It seemed to suddenly have burst out of his Dantian and consumed all of the liquid elixir before his meridians had a chance to absorb it. Chu Yang could not believe the feeling of satisfaction let out by the Nine Tribulations Sword spirit. Then it slowly returned to the Dantian. An action like it had just went for a walk after it had a feast. Even though he was still clinging to the cliff face, Chu Yang let out a laugh. This thing actually has a personality, eh? Immediately a golden light flashed on the body of the sword spirit. At this time, it was clearly much brighter than it was before. This radiance immediately disappeared. From the sword, a cold energy radiating a dark light poured out and went forth into the meridian channels all over his body. Chu Yang was stunned as he saw a light shine on his skin and then disappear. All of his meridians inflated like a toad and then deflated again and then inflated again. He now looked like a balloon, looking like he was being blown up and deflated and blown up again. This happened continuously 9 times. When finally it all passed, the medicinal power of the golden blood root elixir, after going through the sword spirit, was transformed and finally joined with his meridians. Testing his meridians by activating them, Chu Yang now felt they were extremely malleable, like durable balloons that could not be broken. At this Chu Yang was crazily happy. This harvest will create a foundation for all my achievements in life. A truly large harvest. Even though their martial power did not increase, it transformed all the meridians. And my road toward the true way will be much easier. If other people's meridian channels were small ponds, then there is no doubt that mine is a deep well. This is the difference in our nature. He was not done celebrating when he felt the sword spirit inside him suddenly exude a light of great brilliance to the point that it made Chu Yang felt like his body became translucent. After that, his Dantian had a feeling of pain. The light disappeared within the blink of an eye. But Chu Yang knew that something mysterious was happening. Suddenly, within him, these verses appeared. The way of the heavens without love, then all things will be destroyed. The way of the heavens with love, then all things will be created. The way of the sword without love, kills people. The way of the sword with love, the heart values life. With love, without love, it depends on you. 9 lives, 9 tribulations, without love is also with love. With love is without love. TLN, this line was too obscure. With love is also without love. Without love is also with love. With love, without love. The understanding is hidden within. That is the way of the heavens. With people, come martial arts. Take martial arts to learn the way of the heavens, and in the end is transcendence. In the secular human world, the secret to the way of the heavens is also there. Human emotions, the root of the way of the heavens. Chu Yang's whole body started to shake. His emotions were shaken up. His head dizzy. His eyes blurry. He almost fell off the cliff face. At this cliff face, without any witnesses, his whole body convulsed almost uncontrollably. In his previous life, he worked hard to cultivate without hesitating to use the dark arts to push forward, killing to advance his sword art. But he still could not understand the pinnacle of martial arts. At this time, Chu Yang realized where he was at. So in the previous life, I was wrong to cultivate the way of the sword without love. This was 100% wrong. This was the overall principle verse of the 9 tribulations transcending the 9 heavens technique. What is without love or with love? All is in the heart. The heart without love, that is the way of the sword without love. But the heart with love, that is the way of the sword with love. Deep cultivation is the way of the heavens. In my previous life, it was clear that I was full of love. But time and time again, I tried to destroy love. No wonder I could not succeed. One and the same goal, but 2 different roads. One to become a saint and another to become a demon. How to cultivate? It's all within the heart. King Wu, it turns out I was wrong. From the beginning, I was wrong. And so, this led to the tragedy of our lives. Chu Yang faced the sky with pain in his heart. Oh 9 tribulations sword. Oh 9 tribulations sword. How you toyed with me. You caused me to destroy a lifetime all because of a misdirection, only to bring me back again. In the end, should I hate you or thank you? In Chu Yang's emotional state, he did not realize that at the tip of the 9 tribulations sword spirit and Dantian, there were a few black spots, which were difficult to detect. The sun just rose. Outside of the purple bamboo garden, 2 people could be seen approaching. One young man, one young woman. They both wore white clothes, their sleeves fluttering with the wind in a forest of purple bamboo, making them seem unearthly. The young man had eyebrows like swords. His eyes were bright. His appearance was heroic, but there was an air of arrogance and confidence on his face that causes others to feel pressured. The young lady was about 17 or 18 years old, with a perfect beauty like a painting. She was tall and lithe, with a serene face, making people who looked at her think of the word gentle. Those who do not know her personality would have this impression. A weak appearance, but a strong posture, an appearance of unyielding bravery, but a feeling of flexibility like water. Disciples Li Jianyin of Locking Clouds Peak and Wu Qian of Gathering Clouds Peak, following master's orders to see Marshal Uncle Meng. Marshal brothers, please help notify the master. The young man in white called out. His voice traveled far without dissipating. showing that he has cultivated high internal energy. Locking Cloud's Peak is the second-ranking peak, and today, came here with Gathering Cloud's Peak. But today they were disappointed, because no one from the Purple Bamboo Garden answered them. At this time Tantan was cultivating with Shikian Shan deep in the Purple Bamboo Forest, therefore they could not hear noises from the outside. As for Men Zhaoran, it was not known where he went. Therefore, there was no one to answer. Li Jianyin called out again, but still no one answered. Grimacing, he unhappily said, "The people of this Purple Bamboo Garden, are they still not up yet? How come I can't even hear a breath?" After hearing him, the young lady furrowed her eyebrows, and said softly, "Junior Marshal Brother Li, please be careful with what you say. This is Purple Bamboo Forest, do not let others hear that. It could make Junior Marshal Uncle Meng unhappy." Junior Marshal Uncle Meng, ha ha. The young man laughed bluntly, but said with a low voice, "This Marshal Uncle Meng, I heard that if people rode on his head, he wouldn't get mad. This kind of person, lacking in courage like this, I cannot fathom how he managed to become one of the 10 great disciples back then." After this, the young lady became scared and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Li, before coming here, what did your parents tell you?" They said, "When we talk, we have to be 1,000 times more careful." Wise Junior Marshal Brother. She did not finish her sentence when a cold HMMPH rung out from behind them. A cold voice went forward. "How did my master manage to become one of the 10 great disciples is none of your concern. You are not in the position to ask that question. However, I want to ask you, how did a disrespectful egomaniac become a disciple of Locking Cloud's Peak? Do you have a lot of money, or is your father powerful?" The voice was ice cold and the questions raised sounded cruel, startling all those who heard it. The gaze behind the voice was unsettling. The two were unnerved. They quickly turned around in the direction of the voice, to see a young man covered in grime. At first glance he seemed dirty, but there was a keen light radiating from his cold stare. This youth has a thin and tall build, with sword-like brows and thin lips. Initially, he did not seem handsome or heroic, but looking carefully, one could see something special in him. His lips curved, forming a downturned bow, creating an expression of arrogance, giving a feeling of brutal aggression. Now, his eyes were like two swords, his gaze so sharp that others dare not look at. This youth was Chu Yang. After Chu Yang ate the golden bloodroot, he continued to climb down to the bottom of the cliff. At any rate, the gallbladder of the 7 colors golden radiance snake was a very rare item. It could be used to cure poison, there was no point in wasting it. After taking care of everything, he went in full circle and then went back home. He did not expect to see 2 people standing in front of the Purple Bamboo Garden. One of these 2 is talking rudely about my master. In anger, he coldly responded. As this person announced his name, Chu Yang knew right away that this was the only son of the master of Locking Cloud's Peak, Li Jinsong. Chu Yang responded in kind, "You badmouth my master, I'll badmouth your father." No matter if it was the previous life or this life, Chu Yang was never willing to lose to anybody. "Who are you?" Li Jianyin asked with a crestfallen face. Chu Yang laughed heartily, and like that, he quietly looked at Li Jianyin with a mysterious gaze. Earlier he already said "my master," therefore revealing who he was, but it was surprising that Li Jianyin still asked a question like that. Clearly, he is in awe of my power. His spirit is shaken up. A situation like this, there is no point in answering. A person like this is not worth my respect. At the same time, he also noted quietly that anger caused the sword spirit to rise and manifest itself needlessly. This situation cannot happen again. Moreover, everything can be compensated for. All regrets can be done once more. The Chu Yang now was like this poem. A horse enjoying the spring wind, runs faster. A person who encounters a happy event, has a clear state of mind. When elation rises, one's magnificence is boasted. A cheerful book, closes faster. The world is beautiful, life is full of hope. How can one scoff at that? Even if you want to, you cannot. DLN, the undecipherable poem and the previous lines basically mean that Chu Yang was in a good mood from having the chance at life once again, therefore he shouldn't mind Li Jianyin too much. He especially paid attention to the way his sword spirit manifested itself uncontrollably, which can lead to unwanted situations. With my current low martial power, it is perhaps best to leave it as it is. Are you a disciple of Purple Bamboo Forest? Noticing that his opponent didn't answer, Li Jianyin asked once again. Chu Yang shook his head and looked in the direction of the young lady, not wanting to pay any attention to Li Jianyin. Even though his personality has changed, his arrogance was steeped to the bones. He didn't want to spare another glance at a person like Li Jianyin who couldn't even understand what other people were saying. Li Jianyin was livid. His opponent had looked down on him without any tact. It brought out his desire to kill. Excuse me, are you Chu Yang? Are you Junior Martial Brother Chu Yang, disciple of Junior Martial Uncle Meng? The young lady smiled and asked gently, in a most ceremonious manner. It is I. Are you Elder Martial Sister Wu, daughter of Older Martial Uncle Sect Master of Gathering Clouds Peak? Chu Yang gave a short laugh. One glance earlier was already enough to let him know. Indeed, this beautiful and serene young lady was Wu Qian, the daughter of Sect Master of Beyond the Heavens Sect, the #1 beauty of Beyond the Heavens Sect. Also, the poor girl that was tricked by Shi Qianshan in the previous life. Even though that marriage did not become a tragedy of the sect, it still was an event that brought many regrets. So, it is Junior Martial Brother Chu Yang, said Wu Qian smiling softly. Only, you are not as people said. Earlier I had almost not recognized you. Surely Elder Martial Sister is joking, Chu Yang said casually. Chu Yang is Chu Yang, there is nothing different. Only the rumors were erroneous. In Wu Qian's mind, she felt that there was something mysterious. She was the daughter of the sect master, as well as the acknowledged #1 beauty of the Beyond the Heavens sect. Any young disciple of the sect who meets her would get tongue-tied and befuddled. And yet, this Chu Yang time and time again has looked upon me no differently than a block of wood. Actually, it is not because Chu Yang did not see her beauty. It was because his heart already belonged to Mo King Wu and all his thoughts are filled with longing for her. There was no room to spare. Even if Wu Qian was a fairy, in his heart it would make no difference. Though Wu Qian didn't like the suffocating feeling of people clinging and sucking up to her every day, being completely ignored by a person was a first for her. Moreover, she heard of the 3 disciples of Junior Martial Uncle Meng. The first was very stable, deep-thinking, hard-working, a youthful talent for the sect. The second disciple, Chu Yang, had an odd personality and was an introvert. The third, Dantian, was someone who completely didn't know his place. But today, she could see that this young man was not an introvert. Although it was said that he was a little extreme, but if you looked carefully, you could feel a hint of arrogance. But this arrogance was not that of a normal person. Li Jianyin was one of those who secretly admired Wu Qian. She had been his object of affection for a long time now. He always imagined that one day he could marry her. Then not only would he have the beauty, he would also become the son-in-law of the sect master. However, unexpectedly, Wu Qian was walking with Chu Yang, laughing and talking. A flame of jealousy erupted within Li Jianyin. He noticed that Wu Qian seemed to be dazed, with her eyes fixed on Chu Yang. The scene gave a feeling of love at first sight. The flame of jealousy reached his head and he even forgot the reason why they came. He walked angrily forward and inserted himself between the two, laughing coldly. And here, I thought it was someone else, turns out it's just the retard of Beyond the Heavens sect. Who's the retard calling a retard? Chu Yang asked angrily with his cold gaze. His spirit suddenly became powerful and oppressive. The retard, of course. Who else? Under Chu Yang's oppressive spirit, Li Jianyin did not back down. Without thinking, he answered directly. Not bad, a retard is actually bad-mouthing me, Chu Yang said with admiration. This person. You're actually not that simple. A person who can understand what his good points are. In this wide world, there are certainly not that many. I really didn't think that Elder Martial Brother Li belongs in that group. I, Chu Yang, am sincerely in awe. DLN. Basically, there was a bit of wordplay in Chu Yang's previous question. Literally, he said retard, who are you calling? It could be taken as who are you calling retard or hey, retard, who are you calling? Li Jianyin was momentarily trapped. He felt sick to his stomach. Wu Qian, standing to one side, was barely able to hold in her laughter. Even though she tried to control herself, those phoenix eyes had widened like a full moon. You want to die? Angered to the point of madness, Li Jianyin suddenly he pulled out his sword. Pull out your sword. I challenge you to a duel. Being shamed in front of the person you love, how could Li Jianyin not go crazy? No, thanks. I don't need to duel. I admit. Chu Yang spoke seriously. I am not as petty as you. Immediately, he added, in that I am truly not equal to you. Wu Qian, at this time, couldn't hold it anymore and laughed out loudly. However, she regretted it right after. These two were already at each other's throats. Her laughing was not like pouring oil on the fire. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands, but still, her eyes were laughing. Li Jianyin got even more enraged, cursing loud, disrespectful. Chu Yang also didn't let it go and responded, disrespectful, who are you talking about? DLN, same sort of wordplay as last time. He is referring to Li Jianyin as a disrespectful person. Disrespectful cursing. Li Jianyin did not finish his sentence when he realized he fell into Chu Yang's trap again. Embarrassed, he screamed out, "I'll kill you." WalkTheJiangU.com. With that, he advanced forward with his sword. Chu Yang continually moved backwards with an expression of terror. He yelled, "You're crazy. You dare try to kill the martial brother in broad daylight." But at the same time, while backing up, Chu Yang had been paying attention to the whole situation. He quietly focused his chi to his foot. A stream of pure energy poured out from his Yongquan point at the bottom of his foot. In the blink of an eye, the energy seeped into the ground. Punk. You have carelessly underestimated your opponent. Wait and see how your father mocks you to death. DLN, your father is a common insulting way to refer to yourself. Everyone understands, right? Just by going with the flow was enough for Chu Yang to mock him to death. Seeing the terror in his opponent's face, Li Jianyin thought, this retard, I only pulled out my sword and you're already that scared. With that thought, all grievances in his heart disappeared. His heroic aura began to rise once again. On the part of Wu Qian, she forgot to close her mouth. Her eyes were wide open in disbelief. This Chu Yang, even though none of his seniors were around, he shouldn't be this way. Not only did he not dare to fight, he was so scared, he didn't know what to do. Seeing him from earlier, it didn't seem like he was this sort of person. Faster than could be said, Chu Yang yelled out, "Someone save me." Soon after, as if going limp from fear, he started falling to the ground on his backside. However, at this time, one of Li Jianyin's feet had stepped into a strange hole on the ground. The ground was clearly very flat, but for some reason, when Li Jianyin stepped on it, the hole suddenly appeared. The shape of the hole was actually the same as Li Jianyin's foot. As soon as he stepped on it, he discovered that the hole was very deep. Moreover, the hole was actually much larger underneath the surface. There was a pitiful cry when Li Jianyin ran forward. He exerted all of his energy, being overconfident. He didn't take any caution. So with a forceful stride, he fell straight to the ground. A loud crack was heard. His ankle was clearly broken. In his experienced days, Chu Yang only needed a glance to see all the weaknesses of Li Jianyin's martial arts. Even if the trap he set was simple, the opportunity was perfect. If Li Jianyin had been able to escape, then he would no longer have been Li Jianyin. With a pow, Li Jianyin fell forward. It's not clear if it was by chance, but Li Jianyin fell straight forward under Chu Yang's crotch in one smooth motion. Chu Yang, at the time, being so scared, was falling straight toward the ground and ended up sitting on Li Jianyin's neck. In an awkward position, Li Jianyin cried pitifully, but every time his mouth opened he ended up gnawing into the ground. When anyone tries to cry out, they opened their mouths wide. But Li Jianyin was an especially spoiled child who was afraid of pain. His mouth opened even larger with more than 30 teeth exposed. The mud there was extremely hard. If swallowed, it could really jam up your throat. Chu Yang, sitting on Li Jianyin's neck, screamed toward the sky, "Oh ouch, such pain, you're biting my butt." Li Jianyin was now half dead, he should be the one crying out. But before he could make a sound, this guy who was sitting on him, without any injuries, had already beat him to it. If based on the pitifulness of the cry, then Chu Yang's injuries must have been a dozen times worse than Li Jianyin's. A scared and confused Wu Qian rubbed her eyes. She could not believe what she was seeing. She continued to rub her eyes. Everything happened so quickly. Before she had a chance to react, it had all ended. Only, the results were beyond her imagination. One side, forceful and aggressive just a moment ago, was now laying on the ground, having difficulty even making a sound. The other, terrified and backing away earlier, was now screaming in pain. Even if Wu Qian was smarter, it was of no use. She was only 17 or 18. She wouldn't have been able to make sense of the situation. Her mouth was opened wide and her eyes were round, her finger shakily pointed at the two, but her mouth could not form a word. It was truly beyond words. How could such a thing happen? How could such smooth ground suddenly cave in like so? It was truly mysterious. And how could Li Jianyin unluckily step into it just then? This hole wasn't that deep. With his abilities, how could Junior Marshal Brother Li have fallen down? Moreover, in such a bad way. At this time, Chu Yang, while calling out in pain, was holding on to his belt, trying to stand up with some difficulty. Looking at his actions, it seemed that his injuries were serious. Earlier, did I see how he was injured? Wu Qian was full of doubt, but she still ran forward. Junior Marshal Brother Chu, stop squirming, let me help you. Before she even finished, Chu Yang let out another pitiful scream. Acting like his waist hurt unbearably and that his body could not stand up, he raised his butt high up, only to fall down again, hard this time. Once again sitting on Li Jianyin's neck, this time sitting down even more cruelly. Li Jianyin, after all his troubles, was finally free from the butt. He had only managed to lift his head for a breath when unexpectedly, that butt fell upon him a second time, bringing with it the whole army of heaven. DLN, really, really hard. Pow! Such tragedy. Li Jianyin just lifted his head and now his face was smashed deeper into the ground. Right after, a crack rang out. Luckily there were not many rocks in the area, otherwise, one would dare not predict how bad the outcome would be. Even so, the bones of his nose had been broken. Wu Qian had just reached her arm out when she fell into a stupor once again. Her body was in position to help but she was frozen, with eyes and mouth wide open. What a pity for her. At this moment, her brain seemed to have shorted. The result was two people on the ground. One was sitting on the neck of the other person, crying and yelling with great pain. He was twisting his behind upon Li Jianyin's neck, turning it into a pretzel. DLN, an Asian pastry. But pretzel is a pretty good equivalent. On Li Jianyin's part, he was laying on the ground, mouth full of dirt, unable to say a word. His throat was also full of dirt. With great difficulty, he could only moan "Oh." At that moment, Li Jianyin, from his thighs to his ankles, was still in the pit, with his body on the ground forming a parallelogram. One could imagine how much he was suffering at that time. His ankle was swelling up faster than the naked eye could see, like a balloon. His remaining leg was now bristling and trembling fiercely. After a long moment of being shaken up, Wu Qian finally moved forward and pulled Chu Yang up. She saw only his pale white face, his trembling body soaked in sweat. He said recently, "Elder Marshal Sister Wu, did you see that? Li Jianyin is too much. The sect prohibits disciples from fighting each other. Yet Li Jianyin still wanted to take his sword and kill me. My little life just now was completely in his hands. Fortunately, my luck was good. Elder Marshal Sister Wu, did you too come here to kill me?" Finishing his sentence, Chu Yang suddenly became guarded, like facing enemies. He had a wary and fearful look towards Wu Qian. He said hurriedly, "Elder Marshal Sister Wu, I didn't do anything bad." "You cannot." Here, in broad daylight, the sun is still shining. On Wu Qian's pretty face, there was clearly a dark aura. This guy is talking like this again, as if he were about to get assaulted or something. How could that be? "We are on orders from father to give message to Junior Marshal Uncle Meng, inviting the senior to come over for an important discussion." Geez. Wu Qian patted her forehead. Her eyes rolled. She finally remembered the reason for coming there. "But still, I am scared." Chu Yang leaned on Wu Qian. His whole body seemed to have gone limp in fear, his entire body weight rested on her. Weeping and saying, I don't have any power or backing, my martial arts cultivation isn't that high. In the sect, my position is the lowest. But Gathering Clouds Peak and Locking Clouds Peak have many disciples and is above all, if I poked in the wrong place, I fear I would be forced. I would be forced to leave. Never. Wu Qian said freely. This is nothing. What poor little miss did not know at this time was that Junior Marshal Brother Li's leg was broken, bones were crushed, laying on the ground, waiting to be saved. Then, if the sect asks, Elder Marshal Sister Wu will stand on my side and be my truthful witness. Chu Yang continued to buy time, to let Li Jianyin experience the most immense suffering. He begged. The previous events, from beginning to end, you've seen it all for yourself. Li Jianyin dared to insult my master, right? When I arrived, he called me a retard, right? Then, he wanted to fight with me and when I yielded to him, he even wanted to kill me, right? He drew his sword, slashing murderously, trying to kill me without any mercy, right? I almost got killed, right? He continuously used the word right. In an extremely pitiful voice, mindfully leading her thoughts step by step. Wu Qian naturally listened to his words, naturally remembering, thinking about each scene as it happened without any autonomy, and nodded repeatedly. Everything happened as Chu Yang had said, without any deviation. Wu Qian could not help but be a little disgruntled. This Li Jianyin was really too much. Dear readers, I can't help but feel bad for Li Jianyin. It gets even worse in the next chapter. Greater than underscore. Regardless of anything else, insulting junior marshal Uncle Meng alone was already a big crime, let alone wanting to kill a fellow disciple. Only, the results turned out to be the opposite of what Li Jianyin expected. Chu Yang was so scared, wiping off a cold sweat. Luckily, he accidentally fell. Otherwise, Elder Marshal Sister Wu, otherwise I would have. He stopped there and did not say anything else. His gaze towards Wu Qian was full of warmth. Only, the phrase "he accidentally fell" was truly wicked. If not, then you would have been killed. Poor little miss was clearly being led. She simply added, "There's really nothing more to say." That's true. Chu Yang clapped his hands strongly, showing signs of happiness, agreeing with her. It is only Elder Marshal Sister Wu who truly has great insight and upholds justice with fairness. Truly, very wise. Wu Qian felt there was something wrong, but thinking back, nothing wrong was said, therefore she dreamily nodded her head. Moreover, she was only a young girl. With so many praises, her thinking had become muddled. At that moment, Li Jianyin finally lifted his head. Even though he was injured, his ears were not deaf. He heard everything the two said from beginning to end. Hearing Chu Yang's lies, which had unexpectedly turned him into a bad guy, he almost spat up blood and died. However, in his throat, there was still a large mass of sticky mud. Even if he wanted to spit blood, he could not. Enduring the pain, he pulled the mud from his mouth with hands. As for the mud in his throat, he couldn't remove it. At that point, he could no longer hold his breath. He could only force his throat to straighten out and swallow the mud down. There was really no other way. Otherwise, Li Jianyin would have died from suffocation waiting to get that mud out. Chu Yang and Wu Qian stared at Li Jianyin as he stretched his neck. It looked like a tiny snake swallowing a small egg. It slowly went down and finally ended with a gulp and disappeared. The neck returned to normal. The two spectators rolled their eyes and swallowed. This was truly disgusting. Plop. Li Jianyin finally spat out a clump of blood that was in his throat. His breathing was difficult and strained, making him temporarily forget the pain of his broken leg. Ah, it seems that human misfortune does brings happiness. DLN, Schadenfreude, taking pleasure from someone else's misfortune. Ultimately, this did not last long. An intense pain had passed from his thigh. In addition, the mud that was just then swallowed was causing burning pain in his stomach. Now, Li Jianyin was just mad that he did not die. He had just learned something called agony. Even though he wanted to curse at someone, he could barely breathe. A moment later, Li Jianyin finally raised his head and looked at Chu Yang with a menacing expression. Chu Yang, just you wait, I vow to never let this go. In this life, one of us must die. Oh, as he spoke, his body could not stop shaking. He had intended to show his manliness in front of the woman of his dreams, but he could not help it. Trembling, Chu Yang spoke softly, Elder Marshal Sister Wu, you see. Wu Qian comforted him, Junior Marshal Brother Chu, don't worry, I have seen everything. How can I let others persecute you? Junior Marshal Brother Li is just venting his anger, you don't need to take it to heart. Laying on the ground, Li Jianyin called out unnaturally, oh. His two eyes rolled in disbelief, staring at Wu Qian, and finally closed. Everything you already have seen? Everything of what? You, too, have mocked me to death. DLN, cries of pain. At that time, Wu Qian finally discovered something out of the ordinary. She screamed in a terrified voice, Junior Marshal Brother Li. Your leg. She had barely finished speaking and still terrified. She immediately was shocked by another reality. Your nose. Li Jianyin, with a face full of tears, banged his head on the ground. Oh, mother. She finally figured it out, then. And she is worried about my injuries. With his emotions liberated, he unexpectedly cried out loud. Oh, the emerging talent of Beyond the Heavens sect, son of the second most powerful person, was crying in front of everyone. This scene made Wu Qian extremely confused. She could only widen her beautiful eyes, truly not understanding the whole situation. Was it really that much pain to make him like this or what? We are people of Jianghu, we rather shed blood than tears. Wu Qian did not know that Li Jianyin became that way because of the sorrow, the injustice, in addition to the unbearable pain from wounds on his body. But in fact, the thing that made him most sad, came from her. At this moment, from purple bamboo forest came a noise. Two people came running out. Who's making all this noise? Ah, Chu Yang. What's wrong with you? Before they finished asking, Qian Shan and Dantian had reached the scene. Only after stopping did they have a chance to look. The two new arrivals stared with gaping mouths. Elder martial brother, you must defend me. Chu Yang called out indignantly. Since there was already a shield there, why not use it? This was a good opportunity to put misfortune on another. When dogs are biting each other, everyone wants to watch. Earlier, I almost got killed by him. Right in front of our home. It's this guy. First he insulted master and then he called us retards. After hearing that, Qian Shan's expression became serious. Even though he was normally a composed person, this was inexcusable. If he reacted with indifference to someone who humiliated his teacher, how could he face anyone? How could he compete for the rank of top disciple? Moreover, Qian Shan's nature was cocky and self-aggrandizing. He always put all effort into being ahead of his peers. He took his senior position as a goal to strive for more. Then how could he today let someone call him retard? Even if he wanted to endure it, he could not. Is that true? Qian Shan's countenance was grim. His eyes narrowed. He said those words solemnly, not with anger but rather self-respect. Noting that events were about to take a turn for the worse, Wu Qian hurriedly stood up to greet him. Elder Martial Brother Shay, we are at fault in this. Junior Martial Brother Li is still young. He does not know how to hold his tongue. We hope, Elder Martial Brother Shay, can hold back your anger. Do not break the peace between fellow sect members. Wu Qian was extremely humble when speaking these words. Moreover, she was also very charming. What she said was basically the means to neutralizing the situation. However, with her words, she also incriminated Li Jianyin. As for Qian Shan, his eyes lit up. Before him was a face of heavenly beauty. He glimpsed in a greedy manner, then said with a serious face, so it is Junior Martial Sister Wu. If Junior Martial Sister Wu says so, then I will not pursue this matter any further. Though after saying so, he still seemed upset. Right after Wu Qian had stood up, Li Jianyin, who was covered behind her earlier, was revealed. One could only see tears and snot running down his face, which was covered in blood. His form so tragic, that he seemed better off dead than alive. This gave Qian Shan quite a fright and he cried out, "Who is this?" And even more so, he is still crying. He's quickly losing face. Is he not afraid to lose face completely? Email protected, and %. So in the end, who managed to put him down so easily? He turned back to Chu Yang, only to see his whole body in dirt and disheveled, but with nothing out of the ordinary. But in fact, the dirt on Chu Yang came from digging for the golden blood root. Did Chu Yang cause these injuries? At that time, Qian Shan did not recognize the person beaten to a pulp, with blood all over him, was Li Jianyin. His psyche was still in shock. But his "I will not pursue this matter any further" had come back to trouble him. Qian Shan, I can't believe even you want to persecute me. Persecute your grandfather. Li Jianyin cursed between his hacking coughs. There was almost enough resentment to cough up blood. He said, you, him and her, as well. Your mother, Qian Shan, I will screw your wife's sister too. I swear, this whole life, I will not let you mongrels live in peace. I will certainly make your lives worse than death. Suffering extreme humiliation, plus injuries that may never completely heal, made all the hate in Li Jianyin's heart rise intensely. Not only Chu Yang, but anyone from Purple Bamboo Garden were his mortal enemies. Even Men Jiaoran, he also hated. If he hadn't taught disciples like these, then how would I have ended up in such a tragic situation? Won't let me live in peace? Qian Shan's countenance was motionless. He coldly said, by you have this capacity. If you like, then go ahead. I will be waiting. Ha ha, you would dare come? I, Qian Shan, will fight with you. If you dare provoke me, ha ha, I, Qian Shan, am also not afraid to kill people. After finishing his speech, as if feeling that his words were not only manly but also very funny, he laughed. Ha ha. Qian Shan was not an unthinking person. The words he said were natural, but also had reason. Chu Yang's cultivation ranked lowest amongst the disciples. However, this guy in front of him got beaten to a pulp. So how useless was this guy? Even if there were 100 of such a person, Qianshan would not be afraid at all. Moreover, having the opportunity to show his heroism in front of Wu Qian, then why not? Oh, Chu Yang, oh, Chu Yang, you just made a great opportunity for me. Maybe this event will create a shockwave within the sect. All the elders in the sect will perhaps come to value me. Just from being able to meet them, I will have the opportunity to make a big splash in one stroke. When Qianshan spoke these words, he was also worried that he might have appeared arrogant. He was trying to exude masculinity, to attract the attention of Wu Qian, but he didn't know that she was glaring at him, thinking, is there something wrong with this person? This incident could presently be avoided. Why would he say such extreme words? Li Jianyin is someone who could easily be messed with, not mentioning that his father was the master of locking Cloud's Peak. His father is also my second martial uncle. In the Beyond the Heavens sect, besides the elder, he is second only to my father. Even junior martial uncle Meng, your master, is number 10. After hearing Qianshan say these words, there appeared a vicious smile on Li Jianyin's bloody face. Qianshan, you admit to speaking these words? Gibberish. Qianshan said proudly, full of air. Chu Yang is my, Qianshan's, junior martial brother. I don't care who you are, if you want to mess with my junior martial brother, you have to go through me. Chu Yang thought to himself. Well said. Qianshan, you are truly talented. But on the outside, he said emotionally, eldest martial brother, little brother is. I have caused trouble for you. With this move, he completely cut off any means for retreat. There was no turning around. DLN, lol, for Qianshan, anyway. Qianshan, high on his own self-admiration, waved off Chu Yang, and blatantly said, junior martial brother Chu. What are you saying? We are brothers. What is a little annoyance? As he said this, he acted as if he was offended, as if Chu Yang was denying him the responsibility of this matter and looking down on him. Dantian on the sidelines did not understand that Chu Yang was playing with these people. He became so emotional, to the point of crying. With tears and snot running, he said, eldest martial brother, oh you are so good. Dantian, you are like that to me too. You are the junior martial brother of I, Qianshan. If something were to happen to you, this older brother will help you no matter what. Qianshan warmly. I am the eldest martial brother. Naturally, it is my job to protect you from all elements. If not, then are all of the sentiments that we brothers shared over all these years false. Value honor, value love, full of courage. A man like this, is there any woman under the heavens who would not like? Wu Qian, you can hardly be the exception. Qianshan's countenance was full of air, looking serious, but furtively glanced at Wu Qian. His heart was full of satisfaction. At this moment, Chu Yang, acting as if he was afraid of the world in chaos, immediately yelled loudly, good, with eldest martial brother here, you dare to look down on us? Our eldest martial brother is number 1 amongst all youths of the Beyond the Heavens sect. Junior martial brother Chu, shut up. Qianshan frowned and hastily snapped. He immediately said modestly, junior martial brother Chu, you worship me blindly. These words cannot be said haphazardly. You need to know that misfortune comes from the mouth. Number 1, haha, who dares assume that title? Junior martial sister Wu, here, is much stronger than me. DLN, someone should really take his own advice. Even though Qianshan's reprimand was very modest, in his heart, he was elated to the point that his head was swollen and he was flying on cloud 9. Really, it was not a waste for me to teach you two every day. At this critical moment, you had given me face. The words number 1 amongst all youth have revealed Chu Yang's blind worship of me and proved my expectations. Moreover, I knew exactly when to flatter junior martial sister Wu, showing my heroic demeanor, as well as making the beauty happy. Qianshan could almost imagine that Wu Qian had begun to fall for him. While Qianshan was still feeling high-spirited, he did not see that Wu Qian was bowing down to quickly bandage the wounds for Li Jianyin. Her countenance was becoming increasingly annoyed. This event has become completely blown up. I must quickly go back and tell my father, so they can figure out what to do. Ugh, this is all because Qianshan. You don't know anything, Yet you're trying to be a hero. This is so annoying. Li Jianyin will be sure to exaggerate when he gets back. Then, there will surely be strife between Purple Bamboo Garden and Locking Clouds Peak. Junior Marshal Uncle Li, they say that he is extremely a proud person who does not like to show his flaws. With his son, beaten by others like this, how could he tolerate it? Geez. If it was only Chu Yang, after I tell the story, then Junior Marshal Uncle Meng would only have to reprimand him to save face for Junior Marshal Uncle Li. Then everything would be over. But who would have thought that Qianshan, who just arrived and spoke a few sentences, made the situation unamendable. Moreover, the most bizarre thing is that Chu Yang is the cause of this incident, which actually would have been no big deal. All this is because Qianshan decided to heroically jump in. Now, it is probably true that Li Jianyin hates Qianshan more than Chu Yang. You say you're quick-witted and clever. This had nothing to do with you. Who made you go and intervene? Huff. Hack. Hack. Huff. Huff. Li Jianyin was suffering from shortness of breath, but still smiling. Qianshan, just remember exactly what you have just said. Elder Marshal Sister, let's go. Li Jianyin was resilient. Unbelievably, he was now standing on the ground with one leg. He glared poisonously at Qianshan and fiercely left. Unexpectedly, he did not bother to look at Chu Yang. Anyway, he himself was in the wrong first. Chu Yang was unrelated. It was due to his own imprudence that he stepped into the hole and broke his own leg. The other had nothing to do with it. Talking about this event wouldn't be any good. This best thing would have been to have secretly dealt with Chu Yang later on. This Qianshan, though. If I cannot kill him, I am not Ali anymore. The development of this incident made even Wu Qian's perception a little fuzzy. The person involved had no suffering. The innocent person was now the one with the greatest responsibility. Moreover, this burden was not small. I still have to trouble Elder Marshal Brother Shi to send a message to Junior Marshal Uncle Meng. My father wants to invite him to come to Gathering Clouds Peak for a certain matter. Wu Qian thought for a moment. She felt she would not be able to handle this further. She immediately bid her goodbyes. Junior Marshal Sister Wu is too courteous. Our master is currently in closed-door training. When he comes out, we will pass the message for you. Qianshan bowed and gallantly said, Junior Marshal Sister is fragile. If you plan to carry Junior Marshal Brother back, it is a heavy burden. Or Dantian, you go and help this Junior Marshal Brother home. Make sure he gets safely back to Locking Clouds Peak. Yes, eldest Marshal Brother. Dantian complied. Soon Wu Qian said goodbye to Qianshan and Chu Yang. After a word of thanks to Qianshan, she immediately turned and left. Never had she expected to feel like she was praying to someone from beyond. It was as if talking to Qianshan was like talking to a dead person. Qianshan watched as the silhouette of the three people slowly disappeared at the end of the road and could not help but smile satisfactorily. Today I have absolutely left a deep impression with Wu Qian. On Chu Yang's part, despite acting as if there was nothing out of the ordinary, his eyes showed a mischievousness. Certainly, you left an impression, but that impression is, for today, I am truly thankful to eldest Marshal Brother. Chu Yang said earnestly. If not, I would have truly met with bad luck. There was no other way, Qianshan said with bravado. Junior Marshal Brother Chu, what was that person's name? Do you know him? Chu Yang said, Junior Brother doesn't know. Now you remember to ask for his name. I know his name is Li Jianyin, the only son of second elder Marshal Uncle Li Jinsong, one of the spoiled princes of the Beyond the Heavens sect. But I'm not telling you. Well, it does not matter that you don't know. Qianshan gave a disdainful humph and spoke as if even if Mount Tai was to collapse, he would still be up to the task. His strength was just ordinary. Surely, he is not anybody important. No need to worry about him. Even if he wants revenge, somebody like him would not be able to do anything to anybody. Other senior marshal brothers will not let this retard mess with me. Qianshan. Junior Marshal Brother Chu, you can rest easy. Chu Yang said yes and thanked him profusely. It was not until the afternoon, when Dantian came back from his errand. His body was covered in dust, his countenance was restless and frightened. When he had returned, Qianshan was still humming a song while practicing his sword techniques in the yard. He was imagining his beautiful future with each stroke. He moved gently, full of spirit. Chu Yang was then sitting cross-legged in his room, trying to take advantage of the time, trying to increase his cultivation. With real strength, comes the right speak. Chu Yang would absolutely not waste any time that could be used for cultivation. Dantian had rushed back, head full of sweat, after speaking a few sentences with Ch.1-25. Then Chu Yang heard a ding sound. That was the sword that had fallen from Ch.1-25's hand. Immediately after that, there was a plop. Ch.1-25 had fallen to ground, with a pale countenance. There was not a drop of blood in his face. Before anyone could blink, Ch.1-25 suddenly sprung up from the floor and rushed to Chu Yang's room. Knocking the door down with one kick, he gave Chu Yang the most threatening glare and demanded, "Chu Yang, you! How dare you betray me?" Ch.1-25's calmness had long dissolved. His eyes were bulging with rage and he breathed heavily as he spoke. "Senior brother, where did you hear such gibberish from?" Chu Yang sighed pretentiously, as though he did not know what was happening. Dantian approached quickly and intervened. "Senior brother, second junior brother is also oblivious to it." "Nonsense!" Ch.1-25 bellowed and continued questioning. "Why didn't you tell me he was Li Jianyin earlier? Why did you sabotage me?" Indignant and furious, Ch.1-25 cried loudly, "What calamity have I brought upon myself? How could I have been so stupid to cause such a huge disaster? Seems like trouble has found and cornered me. I'm in the same boat too. You can try to run from the sun as hard as you can, but you can never outrun the sunlight," Chu Yang said despondently and innocently. He then called out defensively, "Senior brother, what does this have to do with me?" After hearing Chu Yang's response, Ch.1-25 felt everything turning dark. His face turned white and he nearly coughed up blood. "He was the one who caused me trouble in the first place. How dares he try to feign innocence right under my nose?" Even his heart nearly paused for a moment of extreme rage. "Why would I have reprimanded Li Jianyin, if not for you? If you had not angered Li Jianyin angry, how would things have escalated so badly? If not for a troublemaker like you, how would I have been so careless and myopic? How could I have gotten myself entangled in such a precarious state? Because of this, you, the actual culprit, will not face any consequences. But I, the innocent one, have just become the sworn enemy of Li Jianyin. Till now, you're still trying to play innocent. What exactly do you have against me?" Ch.1-25 breathed heavily. His eyes were as large as fireballs. He was so furious that he became lost for words. Watching Ch.1-25's heaving chest, dirty thoughts flooded into Chu Yang's mind. If he were a woman, this is definitely worth watching. But this rise and fall are not spectacular at all. It is just toxic to the eyes. This is true, isn't it? "Senior brother Shay, what does all of this have anything to do with Chu Yang?" Dantian scratched his head and asked ingenuously. "We were all present at the scene." Second senior brother did not utter anything at all. On the other hand, senior brother Shi defended us valiantly. "We are immensely grateful towards you. How could we have plotted against you?" Dantian's words came deep down from his heart. His praises for Ch.1-25 were very genuine and sincere. After all, he looked up to senior brother Shi a lot. Unfortunately, Ch.1-25 was so livid that he interpreted these words as scathing sarcasm. "Defended you valiantly? What a joke. You two have planned really well, haven't you?" Ch.1-25's body shuddered. There was only darkness in his eyes. His mouth was opened but no words came out. His face looked just like a pig. His vision was blurred and disoriented from a constant pounding in his head. Ch.1-25 snorted angrily before storming out of the room. A few seconds later, a loud dry cough was heard, followed by some distorted mumbling, before silence descended once again. The next morning, Dantian opened the door to discover a patch of blood in the bushes. There was also a putrid smell which would make Dantian uneasy for many days. "Whose blood is this? This seems so sinister." As Ch.1-25 walked out, his eyes gave a chilling stare. Ch.1-25 was very heartless. He was also a scheming man with many plots. Some compared him to a vicious snake. Such people should die as soon as possible. However, Chu Yang did not want him to die soon. Initially, Chu Yang thought he could pick up many useful traits from Ch.1-25. For instance, his scheming plots, cruel acts and manipulative moves were qualities which Chu Yang lacked previously but could be necessary to trump the martial world. Although unethical, they were invaluable in a world which worshipped the powerful. In times of cruelty, even great men had to be cruel. Vicious schemes had to be plotted in times of necessity. The reason was straightforward. These traits could protect oneself. If one could not even defend oneself, then one could simply stop dreaming of achieving great feats. fists. It would be tantamount to fighting fire with one's bare hands. Empires could change, people could transform. But one thing always remained true. To leave a lasting legacy was undeniably much harder than leaving a bad reputation. Therefore, the good had to sacrifice so much more than the malignant. Few were able to leave a good legacy in history. In fact, there were not many who had successfully left their name in history. Furthermore, there were a few trump cards which Chu Yang could not reveal yet. If others had known about his true strength, he would face a multitude of problems, especially from those scrutinizing the top disciple position. Once they knew that a genius had suddenly appeared amongst other geniuses, the newcomer would easily become the target of sabotage and attacks. If I ever become the target of everyone's threats, I will certainly face a tragic end even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms. With such potential repercussions hanging overhead, it was fortunate that Ch.1-25 was around to share his burden. Dumping everything to him had been enjoyable indeed. Running the show oneself was certainly draining. It felt great to be able to enjoy the entertainment as a bystander. Chu Yang also realized something important. He still lacked many things. Moreover, the path that he chose should be different from his previous life. In his previous life, he cultivated sword art in the absence of love and emotions. Technically, it was possible to cultivate in seclusion without attending to other aspects of life. However, Chu Yang decided that this time should be different. Ever since my previous life ended, I had already walked down a different path. I must have a taste of all the things I have missed and ignored in my previous life. In the past, I knew nothing but to value honor and integrity. I must no longer hide like before. I must live life the fullest. From the earth, I shall rise. Only then can I attain the pinnacle of sword art. Only then will I understand the way of the heavens. Wu Qianqian. Please continue to fool him. Allow him to shield me until his death. It is a good plan after all. With such cover to hide under, I can observe and enjoy myself. Although, he's not really an important person, this is not an issue at all. Of course, Chu Yang had been able to hurt Li Jianian earlier on because he could accurately predict Li Jianian's next move and implement his trap early. The retreating, cowering and subsequent sitting on his neck was also intentional. Although Chu Yang lacked the godly and formidable strength of his previous life, his powerful foresight was preserved. Overcoming a young kid like Li Jianian was merely a piece of cake. Gathering cloud speak. In the library, Master Wu Yunliang sat on a wooden chair and smiled lightly. 3 strands of black hair stuck out from his chin. Beside him was a middle-aged man clad in a green kapao. His hairless face appeared calm. His eyes radiated with infinite wisdom. He was the master of Dream Cloud's Peak, 7th brother Conjing Feng. He was also a scheming figure in Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Qianqian stood before the 2 great masters and reported the incidents. Even while she was describing the events at Purple Bamboo Garden and the injuries sustained by Li Jianian, she was still unable to fathom the actions of Chu Yang or Ch.1-25. Wu Yunliang, who was initially calm, suddenly threw an astonished glance at Conjing Feng. In your opinion, what do you think about the 3 disciples of Purple Bamboo Garden? Wu Yunliang asked. Surprisingly, Wu Yunliang was not concerned about Li Jianian's injuries, but about the 3 disciples of Purple Bamboo Garden. It's hard to say, Wu Qianqian said reluctantly, in an uncertain manner. Oh, hard to say? How is it hard to say? Conjing Feng was very interested. Looking at his beautiful niece, he smiled and asked softly. My impression of them, compared to all the rumors, there is a big difference, said Wu Qianqian as she furrowed her delicate eyebrows. According to rumors, Ch.1 is a mature adept who can take on many responsibilities by himself. Very meticulous and careful. But now he has made me feel very disappointed. But the second disciple, Chu Yang, according to the rumors, he is a reserved, eccentric individual, but honest. Only today, I see that he has potential. He looked like a coward and was afraid of trouble, but inside he actually seems. Wu Qianqian thought for a little, unable to find a word to describe her impression. She finally said, in short, this person is an enigma. I cannot understand him. As for the 3rd disciple, Dantian is exactly like the rumors. He really doesn't know his place. After listening to her, both men became silent once more, their brows wrinkled tightly. A very long after, Wu Yunliang stood up and walked slowly towards the wall in front of him. Reaching out with one hand, he revealed a white piece of paper within a painting hung upon the wall. On this white paper, from top to bottom, there was a list of names. A total of 40 names. Each name had a check mark next to them written in red. DLN, so I reread this in the Chinese, surprisingly much clearer than the Vietnamese translation. There are 10 names in the back of the paper with 2 check marks next to them. There were 2 names, occupying the first and second places, with 3 check marks. The names of these 2 were Xu Meng and Qin Mu Shang. Li Jianyin's name occupied position number 19 and Shi Qianshan's name occupied number 13. Chu Yang and Tantan's names were not on this paper. Wu Yonliang took a brush and considered for a moment. He crossed out Li Jianyin's name with a red line, erasing the 3 words Li Jianyin from the list. After that, he thought a bit. Moving his pen to the bottom, he wrote 2 words, Chu Yang. Then, Wu Yonliang added after Chu Yang's name a mark apostrophe. After finishing, he took 2 steps back. He raised his brows and thought. Then he once again brought his brush up and crossed out Chu Yang's name, leaving only the question mark. I fear this will cause big waves and strong winds. Kong Jingfeng said with a frown. Internally, our Beyond the Heavens sect is now very unstable. And this happened today. Junior Marshal Brother Meng will also be affected by this. Junior Marshal Brother Meng won't be affected at all. With his personality, unless the Beyond the Heavens sect perish, he doesn't let anything else bother him. Wu Yonliang shook his head with an air of confidence. However, after that, his face became dark. About Shi Qianshan. Is it really true? Such air seems like a paper tiger. DLN, Wu Yonliang's earlier confidence was shaken by the matter with Shi Qianshan. Yes, Wu Qianqian's impression of Shi Qianshan, even though ordinary people call him mature and respectable, but in her mind, he was a dim chicken. Moreover, he was a dim and blind chicken. There is really no cure. Wu Yonliang breathed a deep sigh. With this event, the 2 people did not say much. Obviously they also did not hold anything to heart. After all, this was only a childish game of the younger generation. It had no effect on the big picture. Currently on the faces of the 2, there were uneasy expressions showing obvious worry. Wu Yonliang waved dismissively. Understanding this, Wu Qianqian exited without a sound. Eldest brother, little brother has an idea. Kong Jingfeng probed. No need to hurry. Wu Yonliang waved his arm sleeve with a gloomy countenance. Kong Jingfeng remained quiet for a while, then said with a low voice, since the founding of the Beyond the Heavens sect to us, it has only been 7 generations. When our ancestors founded this sect, they brought us to the top of world of cultivation of the lower 3 heavens. We enjoyed the respect of the royal family and a lifetime of honor. But the 2nd generation, right away, had a confrontation with the imperial family of the great state of Zhao, making the reputation of the school decrease by 1,000 meters. All of our experts were hunted and killed everywhere. More than half died. Luckily, 2 of our ancestors in their old age unwittingly helped the royal family with a great favor. It was then that the confrontation ended. This event helped the Beyond the Heavens sect slowly re-establish itself, getting back the 9 peaks and 1 garden. With the 3rd generation elders, everyone were great talents. One by one, all exceptional. It was believed that the sect would return to its former prosperity, but unexpectedly, because there were so many talents, it led to internal conflicts of the 9 peaks and 1 garden. After a brutal fight, they killed each other. The Beyond the Heavens sect once again suffered a major blow. The only thing that could have been done was to issue an order prohibit from fighting and killing each other. Until now, the 9 peaks and 1 garden, with the exception of the garden of Junior Marshal Brother Meng, every other place are all secretly plotting. Hidden waves are crashing intensely. The 10 top disciple from the 8th generation continue in mortal battles. It can be presumed that the sect will suffer from large losses again. The Beyond the Heavens sect, those years, went from one of the top schools and depreciated to the point that it is now only a second-rate school. Kong Jingfeng's voice started out a little hesitant, but it became more and more heated. Eldest Marshal Brother, at first glance, the 9 peaks and 1 garden, seems grand, but every place has its own agenda. Younger brother thinks that it might be better not to have it at all. DLN, he's saying it's better to not separate the sect into 10 areas. Our sect is so divided, there are surely traitors. The Beyond the Heavens sect is in a state of great danger. There were 7 great sects back then. Today, There are only 6 remaining. That open position for 7th has been eyed by Hong Cheng's Yuan and Xinjiang's Ai for a very long time now. They are our strongest opponents. But Divine Sword Pavilion and Black Blood Union both have blood feuds with us. They want to destroy us even more. DLN, more characters and sects. I will have to make a character reference sheet soon. The destiny of the Beyond the Heavens sect is now like a bell hanging on a thread. DLN, the big bells in temples, basically a precarious situation. With a sad countenance, Kong Jingfeng said, "Eldest martial brother, we can't not hurry." "What you're saying? How could I not know?" Wu Yonliang breathed a long sigh. "You've only talked about the Jianghu and external factors. But our true crisis, you have yet to talk about it. Our Beyond the Heavens sect, these past few years, there are almost 600 male disciples in the 8th generation. Some are useful, but that number is meager. On the part of the female disciples, 10 years ago, there were no more than 50. But now, there is almost 150. Although they have limited potential, in looks, they are beautiful like flowers." Wu Yonliang sighed. He put his hands together and walked to the window. He said quietly, "This is an omen of the death of our sect. Beauty will only invite tragedy." Wu Yonliang said casually, "In a prosperous place like this, beauty is a resource. This is fundamentally the root of our curse. The condition of our Beyond the Heavens sect now has become very urgent. Only waiting for the 8th generation to walk the Jianghu will naturally lead to endless disputes. It is the root of trouble, but it also might be a resource." Kong Jingfeng dismissively said, "Them walking in the Jianghu, that may give our Beyond the Heavens sect a chance to recruit more support. We don't yet know. Do you think it is possible?" Wu Yonliang sarcastically smiled. "Beauty in the eyes of the vast majority of the powerful, is only tool. Currently, our Beyond the Heavens sect suffers from chaos on the inside and enemies on the outside. If we follow your suggestion and force the 9 peaks and 1 garden to become one around 1 power center, I am afraid that it will immediately cause division. The sect will fall into ruins." Wu Yonliang said heavily. "By then, if our external enemies took the opportunity to attack, our Beyond the Heavens sect would be destroyed right away. Severe illness can lead to excessive medicine use." "Your words are not bad. However, if you are critically ill, you start to arbitrarily use medicine as you wish. This will only lead to death. Moreover, our enemies from afar, not just these." Wu Yonliang paused as if there were something else difficult to say. Unconvinced, Kong Jingfeng said, "So should we just let it continue to decline? So just go with the will of the sect and let everything slowly go downhill? We need to borrow external powers." Whenever Wu Yonliang spoke the word borrow, his face became very troubled, stressing each syllable. The look in his eyes was like someone facing drastic measures. Subsequently, he did not say anything, and with a taciturn look, he turned toward the wall with the list of the 39 names and a single question mark. He looked at the list for a long time without speaking. "But the other ones? The female's disciples, how to handle that matter?" Kong Jingfeng let out his inner thoughts and immediately rose. "DLN, there's been a bunch of edits since the first few minutes I put this up. I am truly sorry. M_M. DLN, so early in the chapter, but this is a Chinese saying that means that in order to have better talent, you need to overcome hardships. This is what I am currently worried about." Wu Yonliang said with a profound look in his eyes. "If the Beyond the Heavens sect can quickly grow strong, then we can protect the female disciples from being bullied by others and help them find satisfactory marriages. But now, we can only try our best." Kong Jingfeng took a deep breath and said, "This event with Li Jianyin, second elder martial brother, will naturally not let this go." "Eldest martial brother, can you give some thoughts on this?" "Second brother has always been hot-headed. He likes to cover his flaws. I am sure he will go after Purple Bamboo Garden." Wu Yonliang said casually, "But he also knows the personalities of his 9 martial brothers, so he will only be angry for a bit. He will not do anything himself. As for his disciples, they will surely take action. No matter who wins or loses, this time will be an opportunity for them to hone their skills, for both sides. It will be an exercise for advancement." Wu Yonliang said, "As long as it doesn't go too far, we don't need to manage it. If we can find new talents from this, it would not be a bad thing." The two became silent. They both raised their heads, looking intently at the 39 names and a question mark on the paper. For a major sect, it was like they were trying to find gold in sand. Whenever a disciple showed some ability, Then they were chosen into this list. Only these people. These people were the hope for the future of the Beyond the Heavens sect. Regardless whether or not Beyond the Heavens sect creating a foundation or becoming one of the 7 great sects or even advancing into the middle 3 heavens to become a legend of the lower 3 heavens, all will depend on them. 39 people and a question mark are the elite of the sect. For a major sect like the Beyond the Heavens sect, this was really sad. Kong Jingfeng looked at the names, but inwardly was thinking of something else. Eldest martial brother obviously knew that Li Jianyin was a petty person who had intentions towards Qian, but still, he let Li Jianyin go with Qian to give the notice. With Qian's beauty, of course there would be disciples in the sect who admire her. Conflict would happen for sure, yet he still allows that. Good grief. He did not arbitrarily tell a disciple from Gathering Clouds Peak to pass the news, but instead asked 2 disciples from the 2 peaks to go together. From the outside, this seemed like a matter of respect. Moreover, this gave second brother more face. But in fact, he was rekindling latent conflict amongst disciples. What is eldest martial brother deliberately doing? Or is this a tactic aimed at second martial brother's locking Clouds Peak? Kong Jingfeng stared at the back of Wu Yunliang as his mind wandered. This obviously cannot be asked directly. I only hope that this plan will work. Kong Jingfeng thought to himself. Suddenly a series of noises rose up. A shadow almost without presence fly into the room through the window. It was a small bird, its whole body completely pale white. It quickly landed on the table, tilted its head and looked at the 2 colorless falcon. The 2 people's eyes lit up. Kong Jingfeng looked at the little falcon. Laughingly he asked, "Eldest martial brother, this is not from Taiyuan." Wu Yunliang nodded. With calm eyes, he took a small bamboo tube from the colorless falcon. From it, he took out a piece of paper. After looking at the content of the paper, his countenance became quite serious. Before long, his eyebrows rose. Apparently, he had come to a major decision. Chu Yang was unaware of this affair, nor did he know that the sect had fallen into danger. He was currently absorbed in his cultivation. In fact, he only knew that the sect would be destroyed in 4 years' time. But as for the reason, he was not clear. In his previous life, he was only a minor disciple without any friends during this period. Moreover, with his eccentric personality, he did not bother going anywhere. In 3 months, the ranking competition within the sect will begin. This competition will last about half a year. 800 disciples will be screened gradually until only 10 remained. Then the 10 will be sent away for 3 years of vigorous training. On the 4th year, the sect will choose one outstanding candidate amongst them to be eldest martial brother, DLN, eldest of the whole sect. So more like the top disciple who will probably take over as sect master in the future. However, Chu Yang could not wait that long. He wanted to establish his position within half a year. Then, he would be allowed to enter the 7 Shades congregation grounds to get the first fragment of the 9 Tribulations Sword. To do this, he will have tried twice as hard. Even though he was now born again, he was without any support. He will have to rely on his own efforts. With his cultivation as a martial pupil of the 4th grade, even with his full experience, he would be useless against the top disciples of the sect because they were above him by tens of levels. Force is only effective in certain cases, just as ploy has its own limits. A group of kids can trap a rabbit, but cannot kill a tiger. Currently, Chu Yang was training frantically. Another day and night passed. Li Jianyin has not made any moves. According to Dantian, after he returned, Li Jianyin, second elder martial uncle, Li Jinsong, was so angry his face turned purple. He angrily screamed and yelled. However, Chu Yang never felt any pressure from the incident. Even if the sky falls down, there was a mountain to hold it up. Shiqian Shan was that mountain. DLN, Shan means mountain. Just let him fend for me. In the glimmering purple bamboo forest, Chu Yang's form was strong like a mountain, 2 legs anchored firmly on a pile of sharp stones. His whole body remained motionless, maintaining balance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He kept repeating the same action, drawing his sword and sheathing it. Drawing it and sheathing it. Only a simple action, but he had practiced since dawn until now. Below his body, sweat had dripped down to form a puddle. Chu Yang took half a step forward with his left foot. His toes slightly tilted outward while his right foot stayed in place. His eyes looked calmly ahead, his hands on the hilt of the sword. A very small noise sound. He lifted his hand, twisting his waist and focused all of his attention toward the front. One could only see the light of the sword appear in a flash as it went forward. His gaze was extremely calm. His arm was bent down, obviously with more power to spare. Shaying. Then rays of light flashed. The sword returned to its sheath. Chu Yang's gaze remained unchanged. Looking at his face and his eyes, no one could tell if he was satisfied with this move. Chu Yang continued to repeat the motion. Exactly the same movements, boring and tasteless. A normal person would only try a dozen times and be bored, while Chu Yang had repeated this action 1,000 times since before sunrise. On his body, a new wave of sweat began to pour. Just in the morning alone, his arms had already become sore and then numb, then regained feeling, then became numb again. Regardless of normal pain or deathly pain, or if the body had reached its limits, he had full control over his body. He still pulled the sword in a very precise manner. The sword was just a normal metal sword. Its black sheath even more so. The quiet night of purple bamboo forest was disturbed by that normal sword. Its aura raged. The sound of the drawn sword seemed to have become softer and softer. In the beginning, it clanged. Now, it only made a very soft swish, so soft that one could hardly hear. Chu Yang still did not rest. What he didn't know was that a little while after he started training, a few meters from him, there was a tall shadow quietly watching. Every morning that Chu Yang trained, that shadow would watch him. The morning mist had made his whole body drenched, but he seemed to not want to disturb Chu Yang. He just stood there quietly. Finally, with sun rays shining from the east, Chu Yang slowly sheathed his sword and took a long breath. He stood there quietly. The killing aura in the air also slowly disappeared. Closing his eyes, he collected his sword intent and killing intent back inside himself. To train the sword arts, there must be killing intent. It was necessary for fostering a sharp sword aura. This point was not a difficulty for Chu Yang, because he only had to think about Shiqianshan and Mo Tanji. Then his sword aura would lose control and become filled with killing aura. This did not need to be improved. When he opened his eyes, there was another person before him. "Master?" said Chu Yang with a light exhale. This person was, of course, Men Jiaoran, who was supposed to be in closed-door training. "You have been training for hours, but your body never moved from that spot." Men Jiaoran looked deeply into the eyes of his second disciple. With much contemplation, he said, "It seems you have been training your sword non-stop." "Honorable Master." Chu Yang smiled. To him, this master, regardless if it was the previous life or this life, he will always be respectful. Even though Meng Jiaoran was stoic in nature, no one dared to look down on him. He might seem to be unattached, never taking anything to heart, but nothing seems to escape him. Moreover, internally, he always knows to weigh the importance of things. Weighing the world. Such people, no matter where they were, they are always outstanding characters. In his heart, there was something he wanted to protect, that was the sect. Beyond the Heavens sect. Because of this, at the time when the Beyond the Heavens sect was attacked, he had rather fight to the death than retreat. In the wind tainted with the smell of the rain of blood, he always tried to protect his disciples. Or perhaps the master had some other regrets. Only, Chu Yang did not know what it was. He only knew that, late at night, his teacher often silently stood alone in the wind looking nostalgic, as if thinking about something. You are training the heart, the intent, and the sword speed. Yet you also want to control the sound as the sword is leaving the sheath. With arms folded in front of his chest, Men Jiaoran asked casually, "Who taught you these things?" "No one taught me, I just suddenly realized, when you pull your sword, intention should be used with each strike to have effectiveness." Chu Yang continued, "Before, disciple only knew to practice the sword and practice some more. Truly, I have fallen very far behind." "That is correct." Men Jiaoran nodded gently, then he immediately raised his hand. Chu Yang felt his hand become heavier. It turned out there was a container of water in his hand. "DLN, is it plastic?" Exclamation mark. After you finished sword training, you immediately took in your sword intent and dispersed the killing aura internally. After that, you talked to me. Your performance today indicated a stable foundation. You can now be molded. Men Jiaoran smiled. After physical activity, one absolutely should not drink. If Chu Yang drank right after his sword practice, then all the results of his training since early this morning would become nothing. Moreover, it can also hard the body. But now, he did not need that period of rest anymore. Chu Yang held up the container and took a few sips, then put it down. He was extremely thirsty. But now was not a good time to drink too much water. Everyone knows this principle, but few can restrain from the burning pain of thirst. Men Jiaoran continued to look at him. He gently exhaled, smiled and said, only in using the heart to practice does one achieve sword heart. Once sword heart is achieved, you can train in sword courage. Only when you have sword courage, then you can move about under the heavens unhindered. Amongst disciples your age, everyone knows this principle, but those who are able to practice this are not many. Today you have forced yourself to achieve this state. Not bad. But you still need to continue to try harder. DLN, dudes, I don't even know. What is sword heart? What is sword courage? Just assume it's something epic and hope it doesn't show up again. He paused for a moment and continued to say, I will not oversee how you train. However, why are you trying to exercise control over the sound of the sword unsheathing? Chu Yang laughed. Master, all swordsmen of the 9 heavens are like that as well. All saber practitioners as well. Their weapons are made of steel. For wealthy people the sheaths are made of gold, silver, or some legendary metal. Even more precious materials are also used. Overall, they are metallic. Metal is tough and is not prone to abrasion, thus these weapons can be used for a long time. Moreover, they would contribute to the attack strength. These are all advantages. But when the weapon is pulled from a sheath, the friction will create a sound. Correct. Men Jiaoran nodded his head. However, this sound will give your opponents time to be on guard. Disciple believes that this is the shortcoming of metal sheaths. Chu Yang slowly continued. Master, what do you think sword training is for? It is for killing people. If it were merely for exercise, then there would be no need to use weapons. If we already wanted to kill people, why should we give them time to prepare? One strike, one kill, isn't that more decisive? I am training to draw my sword without a sound, to create an element of surprise. Jiang who is without mercy, a man must kill, fresh blood for miles. Killing people from the shadows. I faithfully believe that killing without sound, without warning, is the supreme realm of sword arts. Killing without sound, without warning? Like the way you dealt with Qianshan? Men Jiaoran slightly tilted his head. His gaze became sharp. Chu Yang was momentarily startled. He could not believe that Men Jiaoran noticed this. Moreover, he saw through everything that Chu Yang had arranged. It cannot be left unsaid. Entrapping Qianshan was refreshing. Chu Yang calmly smiled without any denial. Then he suddenly said in a quiet voice, if he was not stupefied by beauty, with a desire for conquest, he would not have fallen into such a trap. Men Jiaoran gave Chu Yang a profound look, then let out a long sigh and immediately changed the topic. He clasped his hands, turned and walked away, while calmly saying, you just said that learning the sword is for killing. Don't you feel this is a little one-sided? You need to remember that in this world, there are many things worth valuing. There are also many things you must be concerned with. Learning the sword is not only for killing, but also for protecting those things we hold dear. With a long sigh, Men Jiaoran continued, human life is precious. If you can spare, then spare. Even with those who are extremely evil and cruel, each time you kill a person, you injure your own heart. No matter who you kill, it is still a monstrous crime. They are born from parents, they are fathers, brothers, or husbands to someone. DLN, well, what about if you kill a girl? What Master said holds true. Disciple agrees. However, when others come to destroy what we protect. Because we don't want to make our side suffer in tears. Chu Yang followed behind Men Jiaoran walking straight ahead. He spoke firmly, so I have to make the enemy's parents suffer in tears. People like that cannot be spared. Men Jiaoran said, if it is possible to spare, then spare. Even if I spare, others will not spare me. Chu Yang said, this world is as such. Dangers and enemies must be destroyed. Your killing aura is too heavy. It is not good at all. Men Jiaoran sighed. With pity, he shook his head. If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end? DLN, famous Buddhist saying. When killing weeds, you must eradicate the root. Then you will not leave catastrophe for later. Master, your heart has become soft and weak. You are not like people in Jianghu anymore. Chu Yang said bluntly. You practice the sword as to not make a sound. That's the same as a sneak attack. This goes against the traditional rules of Jianghu. I fear people will criticize you and that this will lead to negative effects on your legacy. Chu Yang laughed and said, traditional rules are traditional rules. I am who I am. Why do I have to follow those traditional rules? Disciple works with just one single rule, that is to protect my life. Not being able to protect your life, then complying with those rules is meaningless. He paused a moment, then said with a sarcastic tone, moreover, currently in Jianghu, there aren't many who follow those old rules. Those old rules have caused so many honest people to go to their deaths. Men Jiaoran became silent. Teacher and student were unable to persuade each other. But inside, each of them felt a strange sensation. In the previous life, Chu Yang treated his master with utmost reverence, never arguing with him about anything. Currently, the two walked, one after the other, while having this verbal exchange. Even though all this talk about killing spoiled the ideal surrounding, but inside, Chu Yang felt an immense warmth. Men Zhao ran as well. Even though he did not agree with Chu Yang's words, but he cannot deny the rationale behind Chu Yang's philosophy. The reason he did not say any more was because, even with his students, he never forced anyone to follow his ideals. Everyone had their own path. How they walked those paths was their choice. Master, there is something disciple cannot understand. Chu Yang contemplated. You want to ask about Shiqian-shan? Men Zhaoran let out a loud laugh. I have condoned Shiqian-shan's deceit against you too, letting him monopolize resources of the sect without a care. Is that right? Chu Yang raised his eyes and his sword-like eyebrows came together. This had made him suspicious for a very long time. If Men Zhaoran already knew, then why did he not bother to stop it? Shiqian-shan was his disciple. Perhaps he and Tantan were not? Before, Chu Yang could not express his dissatisfaction because he knew Meng Zhaoran had reasons for his actions. Now he was asking because he wanted to know, because his next step was to kill Shiqian-shan. What if his action ended up destroying Meng Zhaoran's plans? He did not deal with it because that is Shiqian-shan's skill. You two were dumb. Even if I had explained, it would have been useless. Men Zhaoran casually continued. Underhanded falsehood. The mouth speaks of the words of Buddha while the mind thinks like a snake. Although low and despicable, it is also a skill. Moreover, it is a necessary condition for success while walking the Jianghu. Shiqian-shan has not been discreet enough since he was discovered by you. After a short pause, Men Zhaoran said, Shiqian-shan still does not lie well enough. Chu Yang quietly walked behind him for a moment, then said with a low voice, I understand. Walking slowly without turning back, Men Zhaoran continued speaking with his emotionless voice. If you did not find out, I would still condone Shiqian-shan's actions until he no longer needs me. Even though there are only the three of you, this is still Jianghu. To live or to die, is your business. You make the choice. DLN, teacher, why so mean T_T? As he said the words to live or to die, is your business, his face still did not change. Only, his voice became heavy with a burdened heart. The words sounded heartless, but it made Chu Yang sigh deeply. The master was only there to show them the way. Ultimately the road ahead is up to them. At this time, Men Zhaoran might seem uncaring, but the truth was he truly wanted his disciples to experience Jianghu, even if it was a little late. However, compared to disciples of other places, his disciples would still be one step ahead. Being able to experience it for themselves was totally different from being taught. Even though this was a little cruel, they would have to go through it sooner or later. A little sooner, and it would give them that much more control over their own lives. This understanding of the master's concern came from Chu Yang's previous life, after the sect was destroyed. If you two continue to be stupid after leaving the sect, it would be just a matter of time before you die from the hands of others. And if that were to be, why would I place any expectations on you? Do not think that I am heartless. It is just that the Beyond the Heavens sect needs heroes, not idiots. Shiqian-shan is devious and cruel. He is not a good person. When Men Zhaoran stopped, Chu Yang discovered that they had arrived at the cliff face behind the mountain. Then Men Zhaoran said, but Shiqian-shan gets the job done. His capabilities are good, that is why I let him be. I used him to control you two. Before, you two seemed very ordinary. Your concerns were trivial and naive. The smaller the achievement, the greater the chance of survival. Even when people look down on you, you at least have a chance to live. I only want my disciples to be able to live. As to what path you choose, I won't control it. Everything is determined by the heavens. If you did not suddenly discover his plots, I would not have said anything to you. Perhaps, I may be a qualified teacher or not yet worthy, but since Shiqian-shan started to deceive you, you had not realized. On the contrary, you were grateful to him. In not telling you, I have made the choice for you. DLN, so He basically thought they were too dumb to handle Ch.1-25. He turned around and looked deep into Chu Yang's eyes. Until that day, the day that you started asking me questions. I understand. Even though Meng Jiaoran's words were cold and indifferent, but Chu Yang was extremely grateful. If he and Tan Tan foolishly exposed Ch.1-25, then their lives would have been much more difficult. These past few days, even though I announced I would be closed-door training, I was secretly watching all of you. Meng Jiaoran laughed loudly. It was at this time that I discovered that I, Meng Jiaoran, have once again made an erroneous judgment. You, Chu Yang, you truly gave me a surprise. I have changed my initial assessment of you. Chu Yang felt very ashamed. Not only did I deceive my master, but in my previous life, I was so naive. There is one thing I do not understand. My master said have once again made an erroneous judgment. These words seem to hide a deeper meaning. Maybe he had made a similar mistake once before? At the most, only your personality needs to change. Meng Jiaoran thought for a moment and said gravely, for people in Jianghu, bloodshed is inevitable. But during our talk today, you carried a very heavy killing aura. You now know to work hard. I fear that your achievements in the days to come will surpass my own. The reason I worry, if someone found the parents who abandoned you. That is why I am having this talk with you today. DLN, I think he means that Chu Yang's parents might be a weak point for him later if he becomes someone great. Ha, ha. Chu Yang smiled coldly. His eyes revealed an intense hatred. As a person of two worlds, this is the thing that haunts him the most. Chu Yang was an orphan, a child who was abandoned. When Meng Jiaoran found him, he was a baby still wrapped in diapers amidst a harsh winter. He left in front of a deserted temple. After Chu Yang found out about this, his heart was filled with a bitterness that could not be suppressed. You gave birth to me. Why did you throw me away? Even if you bring me into a poor family, you could have helped me to continue to live. But you left me in front of a deserted temple on a cold winter night. Even in a deserted temple, it would still be no better than outside, right? At least I could have extended a few more breaths. They obviously wanted me dead, but did not have the heart to kill a newborn baby. So they chose to deceive themselves like this. A child not yet a year old. If a generous person did not come along, wouldn't death be the only possibility? How could there be such cruel parents under the heavens? Looking at hatred on Chu Yang's face, Meng Jiaoran sighed. Master will give you 3 pieces of advice. You must keep them in your heart. First, without your parents, you were still able to live. Second, under the heavens, there are no parents who do not love their children. Third, in the natural laws of heavens, your life is given to you by your parents. Master is right, Chu Yang said calmly. Meng Jiaoran sighed inwardly. He knew Chu Yang said one thing, but obviously thought another. He worried that Chu Yang could not untie the knots in his heart. It is easy to distinguish because he said master is right as opposed to disciple will remember. It is difficult to blame Chu Yang for his hatred. Amongst the 800 disciples of the Beyond the Heavens sect, the amount of orphans were numerous, but it was because their parents all passed away. As to those who were actually abandoned by their parents, there were only 2, Chu Yang and Dantian. The feeling of being discarded, moreover by his own biological parents, is indescribably painful. Over time, that pain grew larger and became engraved in his heart. Finally, it became a bitter hatred. Furthermore, Chu Yang was a very proud person. Chu Yang's eccentric personality appeared after he came to understand the ways of life. Since he knew of his origin, he always remained stoic and never said much. Slowly he became the way he was now. The hatred had accumulated in his heart for 16 years. Meng Jiaoran sighed, looking mournfully at his disciple. On Chu Yang's calm countenance, Meng Jiaoran could feel a vast and intense fury mixed with grief. He only feared that once that fury starts to burn, Chu Yang himself will be burned to ashes as well. DLN, teacher is so full of it, let MC hate. Meng Jiaoran only knew that Chu Yang's fury had been accumulating for 16 years. However, he didn't know that this fury wasn't simply from the 16 years, but instead has been accumulated in 2 lifetimes. All the teachings of the sect, you already know. Sword arts, martial arts, saber arts, you understood. With the exception of some principal teachings of the Beyond the Heavens sect, you have learned everything. Meng Jiaoran lowered his voice and said, in the future, you will have to take responsibility for yourself. The remaining principal teachings of the sect can only be taught to the 10 top disciples. Everything depends on you. Yes, Chu Yang nodded. The spot the two were standing was on a mountain top. At this moment a beam of light radiated from the east. The sun suddenly appeared out of the horizon. Men Jiaoran squinted his eyes, gazing eastward. His eyes looked as if they had been dyed with the countless colors of the spectrum, emitting an indescribable brightness that slowly condensed into a dazzling light. The sky was brilliantly colored. Chu Yang suddenly felt that Master Meng Jiaoran's silhouette was very forlorn and alone. The sun was beginning to show itself. The beams of light were penetrating through the clouds and shone upon Meng Jiaoran, creating a very long shadow in the middle of the mountain. After a very long time, Meng Jiaoran said with a deep voice, "Chu Yang, you were the first child I found. When I held you, during the stormy winter night, I immediately realized that there would be a tragedy for mankind. At that time, I thought I should throw you away. I did not want to be involved with this disaster for mankind." Chu Yang could not keep himself from shaking. He sharply lifted his head, looking at his master's back. His mouth moved, but he could not say a word. "But there was something that made me change my mind." With his back towards Chu Yang, Meng Jiaoran stretched out his arm, his fist gradually loosening to reveal a small jade pendant the size of a finger. This jade pendant was completely purple, like the purple of the horizon at sunrise. It made people feel as if the peculiar purple color was otherworldly. At the moment the jade was revealed on Meng Jiaoran's hand, it was exposed to the sunlight and emitted 1,000 rays of incredible brilliance, as if all the purples in heaven and earth were gathered there. This was, indeed, a very valuable piece of jade. With just one glance, Chu Yang had come to that conclusion. In his previous life, he had traveled everywhere under the heavens and have seen many extraordinary treasures. He had also seen countless jade masterpieces, but there were few that were comparable to that small jade pendant. Meng Jiaoran whispered, "This piece of gemstone is pure purple jade essence. Even though it is somewhat small, it is an extremely pure piece of jade essence. This type of pure purple jade essence is hard to find even in 1,000 years. You have to have 1,000 pieces of the best jade to compare to the value of this one. It takes the pure purple jade over 1,000 years to form a piece of jade essence." Meng Jiaoran turned around. "This piece of pure purple jade essence is priceless. When I found you, this gem was worn on a cord around your neck." His gaze was like electric current driving into Chu Yang's face, making Chu Yang feel like his face was burning. Chu Yang's throat twitched. It suddenly felt dry. He put out his hands and received this priceless piece of pure purple jade essence. His strong arm suddenly became shaky. "This piece of gemstone is the only link to my true identity." In the middle of the gemstone, there is the word Chu, Meng Jiaoran said unhurriedly. "The surface of the jade essence is without a single blemish. On the inside, there appeared such a word. The level of cultivation needed to achieve this, even if Master chased after on a horse, I would not be able to reach it. The word Chu is either your first name or your last name. When I carried you away and climbed up the mountain, the color of the sky suddenly became clear, just as the night was over and the sun slowly appeared." He paused a moment, then continued, "Just like right now. The sun had just come up. Like the sincere emotion of my entire life, I immediately named you Chu Yang. DLN, Yang means sun." Also Meng Jiaoran waxes lyrically way too much. There was slight bitterness in his voice. The tone remained calm, but it seemed as if an old emotion suddenly was brought to mind. "I hope that you will not let the name Chu Yang down, as well as not letting down this piece of pure purple jade essence." Meng Jiaoran took a deep breath. His emotions once again settled. "Your background surely cannot be ordinary. If you had continued to be ordinary like before, then I wouldn't have given you the jade. But strangely enough, I had hoped that you would continue to be ordinary like that for the rest of your life." Meng Jiaoran whispered, "I had hoped that you would be able to go through your days in peace." He did not turn his head, but his eyes were filled with emotions. Like a suffering father who can only hope that his son will live a peaceful life and not dare have some distant dreams of great wealth and privilege. Great wealth and power often have proportional dangers. No parents want their children to endure any sorts of danger. Chu Yang quietly listened and did not interrupt, but in his heart a storm was emerging. Hearing Meng Jiaoran's words, Chu Yang cannot cease to wonder. At first, it seemed to be just a little narrative about Chu Yang's life alone, but he can hear from those words that there was some hidden information. From a piece of valuable purple jade, rare in this world, The writing was carved inside but the surface is undamaged. Pure purple jade is inherently difficult to damage by swords as well as force of internal energy. This is pure purple jade essence. It is obviously a lot harder. Even revered martial artist would have difficulty engraving it, let alone the fact the surface was undamaged and the engraving is inside. Perhaps it was carved by someone with king or majesty level, or even higher cultivation than that. Such a precious item was too rare in this world to be found around a baby's neck. And why was that baby thrown away? What secrets were hidden behind this story? My identity is shrouded in an endless rolling fog. If I want to melt away this fog, I would have to put in just as much effort. Since this was carved by someone 16 years ago, his cultivation level must be majesty or higher. Chu Yang bit his lips. His gaze became calm. It is possible that I was not discarded. There must be some reason behind all of this. This line of thought was like warm sun rays that warmed the frost in his heart, making his mind peaceful once again. He slowly clenched his hand, securing the pure purple jade essence inside his fist. The jade essence was smooth and cold, but under the force of Chu Yang's hand something strange happened. The energy inside his body began to automatically flow. When coming into contact with the jade essence, a strange warmth emanated from the palm of his hand and entered the meridians, making Chu Yang's entire body warm. All the exhaustion from the days of cultivation suddenly dissipated. Chu Yang was overcome. He abruptly looked at Meng Jiaoran. "Your feeling is correct." Meng Jiaoran smiled. This piece of pure purple jade essence can help restore martial power with the fastest speed. It may have other properties as well. You must guard it carefully. However, you should not depend on it too much. Yes. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with appreciation. With a treasure like this on hand, one can indeed cultivate day and night. Martial power will obviously advance very quickly. Regardless of whose hand the gemstone falls into, that person would probably keep it for their own. If Meng Jiaoran did not reveal this, Chu Yang would have gone through his entire life without ever knowing. Even if it was placed in front of him, he would not know that this was the link to his identity. But Meng Jiaoran had quietly guarded it for 16 years to return it to its owner today. Meng Jiaoran's sentiment was rare in this world. For Chu Yang, this gesture of Meng Jiaoran was many times more precious than the pure purple essence jade. When Meng Jiaoran said not to be too reliant on the gemstone, Chu Yang also understood. Without the feeling of exhaustion, the body will not be able to get to its extreme limit. For a martial artist, only in being able to feel the extreme limit can one break beyond the current level. Meng Jiaoran said slowly, "Based on this jade pendant, I can say that if you are not from a family of great wealth, then at the least a powerful one. Before your power is fully developed, you should not be concerned about this. It might bring disaster upon you. If such an unfortunate thing were to happen, I fear all of Beyond the Heavens sect will not be able to save your life. You must remember that." "Yes, I will keep your words in mind." Chu Yang earnestly agreed. Ever since he saw this pure purple jade essence, he already had the same thought. One of Master's biggest wishes in life is to bring glory to Beyond the Heavens sect, and protect Beyond the Heavens sect. Meng Jiaoran said solemnly, "You already have an aspiration to become powerful, so please help me protect Beyond the Heavens sect and take care of it well." "Yes." Chu Yang responded to this request with a nod. Others might not know, but Chu Yang was quite clear on the impending tragedy that would fall upon Beyond the Heavens sect in 4 years. Today, in accepting, he has shouldered this burden. Currently, with his poor cultivation, it would be almost impossible to take on this responsibility even if he tried 100,000 times more than others. Anyway, I now have my first goal in life. It is Beyond the Heavens sect. Once Beyond the Heavens sect is freed from this tragedy, I will traverse under the heavens looking for the Nine Tribulations Sword and Mo King Wu while also trying to shed light on my identity. Chu Yang's goals after his rebirth were fairly simple: Mo King Wu and Nine Tribulations Sword. Finding Mo King Wu, he would live the rest of his life loving her. Find Nine Tribulations Sword, he would advance to the peak. DLN, this literally means mountain peak. He probably meant peak of cultivation. Ambiguous background. In his previous life, he did not know the story of the pure purple jade essence, nor did he hope to discover his true identity. He had had little affection for the sect. However, they had all now come together at once. Why did Master say these words to me today? Chu Yang mused for a moment, then continued, "You have never mentioned any of this before." Meng Jiaoran smiled, looked at the far horizon where there were red clouds as if painted with fresh blood, and calmly said, Beyond the Heavens sect has many disciples, but they cultivate for the sake of practice. Just that only. He stopped talking for a long time, then slowly said, "The way you practiced today, it is for walking the Jianghu." Chu Yang remained silent, saying nothing. Men Jiaoran directed his gaze in the direction of the rising sun and sighed. This was a very long sigh, as if it had been repressed inside him for decades. He looked at the sun. There was a mysterious appearance on his face, as if remembering with a feeling of pain and loss. In short, his countenance was complex, like he was immersed in a dream that he could not escape from. Chu Yang remained quiet for a while, and then eventually asked in a low voice, "Master just said that protecting Beyond the Heavens sect is only one of your greatest wishes. But what are your other wishes? If it so happens that I can help, I will of course join in your effort to fulfill them." Upon hearing his question, Men Jiaoran's body began to tremble as if suffering from an electric shock. His face suddenly paled like an long-buried, painful memory was rekindled. He stood bewildered. His eyes filled with misery and shock, but he remained quiet as if he had turned into stone. A long time after, as if still in a dream, he bowed and said, "Wind and rain cannot wipe the scars in our hearts, misery cannot destroy love. Since ancient times, nobody took this lightly. With separation do we know emptiness and desolation. Dear Len, who's betting it's another love issue?" His voice was very low, like whispers and sorrowful moans in a dream. His was a kind of pent-up feeling that was about to explode. However, he can only groan in despair and endless loneliness. When they reached his ears, Chu Yang felt that his master has placed his broken heart and misfortunes into those short words. This feeling made Chu Yang suddenly remembered his previous life at the Battle of Wind and Thunder platform. In a moment of hopelessness with no way out, he thought of Mo Qingwu with sorrow and a broken heart. Men Jiaoran's current situation was not different from his back then. It was as if the heart was almost dead. Did Master experience the regret of a lifetime? Maybe it was this that made Master change. Not paying attention to anything, not caring about anything. Chu Yang's heart was restless. When he looked up, Meng Jiaoran's shadow with his hands clasped behind his back had quietly left. Before leaving, he did not speak even a single word to Chu Yang. There seemed to still be a heavy air. After some time, it still did not dissipate. Chu Yang was stunned for a long time. He vaguely felt that Meng Jiaoran was suffering some kind of unimaginable miserable, bitter situation. Whatever happened that made a heaven-sent genius of the Beyond the Heavens sect to become like this? This not in his master's heart. If he had the chance, he would definitely help his master get rid of it. Chu Yang took one breath in. His gaze narrowed. He swung his sword. Sword chi filled the air. During this sword training, from beginning to end, he vigorously practiced. After finishing withdrawing the sword and putting it back into the sheath, he practiced connecting the different moves. Each move and each method seemed easy-going, but were not. Regardless of whether it was protecting the Beyond the Heavens sect, finding Mo Qingwu, or fulfilling his master's aspirations, it would all require power. Without power, one would have to depend on others to fulfill their own desires. Chu Yang casually wore the pure purple jade essence pendant. As long as his chi did not activate it, it was not much different from other gemstones. Chu Yang intended that until the completion of the first phase of cultivation, he would not use the recovering ability of the pendant. According to Meng Jiaoran's words, if he relied too much on external things, then not only would there be no benefits, but there could also be bad consequences. The only way was to pour drop by drop of sweat, slowly working hard to have a solid foundation. Only then can you have a deep understanding. If you keep depending on external forces, then even if your martial strength were to advance quickly, your cultivation state will never reach its peak. This will become a deficiency that you cannot make up in your entire life. A martial great master has the mental state of a martial great master. Then, he has to stop there and make sure to understand all the principles before advancing into revered martial artist. If the martial warrior got lucky and suddenly obtained 1,000 years of martial strength but without the understanding to go with it, then he cannot become a supreme martial artist. He would still be a martial warrior. At most, he would be an abnormal martial warrior. So every step has to be firm. Being taught the path from another person is different from climbing to the top by yourself. Getting thrown by others, you would surely fall and end up dead. Time went by quickly. At lunch, Chu Yang came face to face with Shi Qianshan. Shi Qianshan's countenance was overcast with not even a little spirit. He was melancholy and listless. Everyone knew that Li Jianyin's incident would definitely not be ignored. Second Elder Martial Uncle's disciples would want to take revenge for Li Jianyin, even if it was just to kiss up to their master. Currently, they had not come because they were still plotting. This was by no means over. Dantian was innocently gnawing on chicken legs without a care. He ate to the point that his hands were covered in grease. Chu Yang was also very happy. He sat down and opened his mouth wide to eat, as fast as the wind breaking the clouds. Only Ch.1-25 had no interest. He forcefully put rice in his mouth, but it was as tasteless as water. After a few bites, he let out a long sigh. His dark gaze constantly glared at Chu Yang. The anger in his eyes seemed to be about to explode outward. Ch.1-25, we heard you were very formidable. Even something about being the #1 disciple? Ha. Come out here and enlighten us. Let's have a little competition. At this time there was a loud noise coming from outside, followed by a wave of laughter. Judging from the sound, there were about 7 or 8 people. That's right. Ch.1-25 dared to call himself the #1 disciple amongst the youth. He truly does not know how the word death is written. #1 disciple, is Ch.1-25 worthy? Quickly come out and kneel and beg for mercy. Finally, trouble finds its way. Even Chu Yang did not expect it to come so soon. Ch.1-25's color changed. His face became white. He gave Chu Yang a menacing look. #1 amongst all youth. These were the words that Chu Yang acclaimed. At the time, Ch.1-25 was very pleased with these words, but afterward, he finally understood that it was a mud pit he could not pull out from. Only, it was too late. Now those words were like a knife that cut through his heart. Mockery. Truly brilliant mockery. WalkTheJiangU.com. Furthermore, it was the most troublesome issue in the Beyond the Heavens sect. Currently, there were none amongst the disciples of the 8th generation who did not want this #1 title. This eldest martial brother position, having the right to enter the Seven Shades congregation ground. Li Jianyin's martial brothers did not dare to make trouble and avenge for Li Jianyin outright, but the title #1 disciple that Chu Yang gave Ch.1-25 was a very good excuse. The sect secretly supported disciples competing amongst each other. Ch.1-25 could imagine that there would be a lot more trouble coming to his door. Chu Yang bent down and continued eating, as if he did not hear all the shouts of ridicule coming from outside, nor the resentful gaze that Ch.1-25 was giving him. He thought to himself, ha, in this life, if I cannot play this false hero to death, then it would be a waste of my rebirth. The 8 young people were all wearing blue-green clothing with red belts. Their sleeves also had red borders. This was the color of Locking Cloud's Peak, as opposed to purple bamboo garden that Chu Yang belonged to, which used a purple belt. DLN, blue-green is a vague word that could be blue or green, both in Chinese and Vietnamese. BTW. The eyes of the 8 were filled with scorn as Ch.1-25 walked out. Li Jianyin was the only son of Li Jinsong. Being pampered every day had made him disagreeable with all his martial brothers. But even if they didn't get along with him, when he was being looked down upon by outsiders, they would take revenge even if it were not exactly for his sake. This was an excellent opportunity to kiss up. So, Elder Martial Brothers Liu and Quiz come to visit. Please forgive Ch.1-25 for not giving you a proper welcome. Even though Ch.1-25's expression was unsightly, he continued to speak ceremoniously. Ch.1-25, this Liu dare not receive anything from you. Martial brother Liu said harshly. Not to mention that you are #1 amongst all youths of the Beyond the Heavens sect. With my cultivation, I would not dare be your elder martial brother. Of course, he borrowed #1 amongst all youths. Ch.1-25's countenance became increasingly ugly. His hatred for Chu Yang has reached its peak. He suddenly thought back. Perhaps, back then, Chu Yang said these words to leave an excuse for these guys to come here. This Liu martial brother was about 30 years old. His full name was Liu Yan. He was the eldest disciple of Li Jinsong. Martial brother. His full name was Ping. He was about 27-28 years old. He was the second eldest disciple. The rest were junior disciples. After hearing Liu Yan, they all laughed loudly. Ch.1-25, come, let me try out the skills of the #1 disciple. Ping took one step forward and pointed his sword in Ch.1-25's direction. How can I be martial brother's opponent? Ch.1-25 urgently said with humility. These guys must be kidding, how would he dare make a move? The opponents were a total of 8 people, and Liu Yan had a higher martial ranking than him. As for Ping and the other 6, they were lower. but not by much. These opponents clearly wanted to cause trouble. How could Ch.1-25 have any advantage? He only needed to make a move, then he would be beaten until his parents couldn't recognize him. As for Dantian and Chu Yang, their martial strengths were lacking. They were not of any use. It was only him against the 8 people. Just because Ch.1-25 didn't make a move, doesn't mean that Ping would just stand around. Suddenly, there was a loud smack and a flash, followed by a pop and a swoosh. Followed consistently one swoosh after another. It turned out that, without saying anything, Ping had smacked Ch.1-25 in the face, followed by kicking in his stomach. Both the smack and the kicks were very strong. Ch.1-25 did not have time to avoid them. In pain, he plopped to the ground. Ch.1-25 knew that if he took care to not fight back, then he would only be hit a little and nothing big would happen. Fighting back would mean that he might not even survive. Facing the kicks of the enemy, he could only grit his teeth and bear the blows. This rude guy dared to beat me. Ping committed robbery and screamed for help at the same time. This mother, such pain. Truly he is worthy to be the Beyond the Heavens sect #1 disciple. Brothers, he is really dangerous, quickly save me. DLN, taking a page out of Chu Yang's book. I see. This is bad. Second elder martial brother is suffering. Charge. 6 people shot off like bees. They beat Ch.1-25 as if he were a sandbag, punching and kicking, like the rushing of the wind. With each hit, they called out, "How dare you beat second elder martial brother?" He was having a fair discussion. Ch.1-25 dared take a sneak attack. Let's beat this shameless guy to death. There were also some who were beating Ch.1-25 and screaming at the top of their lungs, "Ch.1-25, just because you are at Purple Bamboo Garden, doesn't mean you should be so arrogant. You. Stop. Second martial brother, are you alright?" It all sounded like Ping was being beaten to death. Ping stood on the side, screaming out tragically, "Pain. I'm dying." Ch.1-25, you are so cruel. Initially, Ch.1-25 still groaned and begged for mercy, but gradually, with each hit, his body curled up and he went into shock. The 7 people were still angry. They continued beating him for a while before stopping. Everyone was panting. Ping wiped his sweat off and said, "That was dangerous. This kid almost beat me to death." That's right. This Ch.1-25 is really devious," said another. Dantian stared to the point that his eyes were red. He wanted to jump out, but Chu Yang stopped him. With so many opponents, Dantian would not have been able to do anything. He would only be beaten up like Ch.1-25. Moreover, Ch.1-25 getting beaten up was a beautiful scene. How could he ruin that? From a distance, in the shadows of the bamboo forest, Men Jiaoran let out a long sigh. Quietly looking at a comatose Ch.1-25 in the middle of the yard, his eyes were like ice and snow, freezing to the bone. If Men Jiaoran were Ch.1-25's master, then how could he have stood there and watched as this situation unfolded? However, he was currently filled with disappointment. Men Jiaoran had always taught his disciples to have principles that they should solve their own problems. When they fail, he would come and aid them. Today, if Ch.1-25 had at least some dignity to stand up and fight with his opponents, then Men Jiaoran would have protected his disciple. Even if he had to fight straight into Locking Cloud's Peak, Men Jiaoran would do it. When your kids get beaten up, then they have someone to lean on. Would it not be the same with his disciples? Men Jiaoran had already prepared everything carefully. However, he saw Ch.1-25's cowardice in not fighting back and taking a beating just to preserve his life. This was no different from not having any conviction nor any manliness. What can such behavior achieve if one day a powerful enemy attacked? Would you kneel and kowtow to him? Patience must also have its limits. I can fight for you, but you have to show that you are worthy of my efforts. I can cover for you once, but not your whole life. Everything depends on you. Such was the main principle taught by Men Jiaoran. Though others might find it hard to understand, but this was a method to help his disciples survive in Jianghu. Enthusiasm and courage. Even though these two qualities were often seen as the impulsiveness of youth and also the cause of tragedy, however, it was undeniable that without these two virtues, then you could not become powerful even with 1,000 years of cultivation. Although enthusiasm and courage were considered defects, but in order to become powerful, you could not lack these two things. Men Jiaoran felt extremely disappointed with Ch.1-25. He didn't want to intercede anymore. In the purple bamboo forest, standing a far distance from Men Jiaoran were 2 people lost in their own thoughts. They were also watching the comedy that was unfolding in the yard. These two were sect master of the Beyond the Heavens sect, Wu Liang, and master of Dream Cloud's Peak, Kong Jingfeng. It was not known why these two have come. Moreover, they were even excited to watch these youths fighting with each other. If Chu Yang were to see these two, he would surely be surprised. When they saw Ch.1-25 lying curled up and unconscious on the ground, covered in dirt and blood, Ping and Liu Yunyan lost all interest and halted. They had previously thought that Ch.1-25, who was so arrogant and dared to fight with Li Jianyin, would at least put up a fight. Much to their surprise, they encountered a sandbag who did not dare to move, letting others do as they pleased. They worried that hitting him too hard might lead to murder and immediately prepared to leave. Just as they were leaving, a voice spoke slowly, "Hey, are you guys just leaving like that?" Liu Yunyan and his group immediately stopped. "DLN, I wanted to say posse." The other person continued, 8 elder martial brothers got into a fight with Ch.1-25 and suffered so much. It does not seem right that you leave like that. Liu Yunyan turned around and stared coldly at the speaker and said, "What do you have in mind?" The 7 others turned back as well, to see this surprising newcomer. When they were giving Ch.1-25 a beating, that guy didn't say anything. Now that it was over, he showed his face. Perhaps he wants a beating as well. Chu Yang smiled peacefully and said, "Elder Martial Brother have come to our purple bamboo garden and suffered such a big grievance. Junior Martial Brother feels very guilty." His face had always been cold. But now, he was smiling and talking so intimately, leaving Dantian's mouth gaping like he had just seen the devil. "Oh my god, I have known you for so long. Today is the first time I have seen your smile. This life of mine has not been in vain." Dantian was filled with 1,000 feelings. As for Liu Yunyan's people, they were very annoyed. Just then, the 8 men were beating Ch.1-25 to the brink of death, while screaming that Ch.1-25 was beating them. Chu Yang was a person from Purple Bamboo Garden, yet he was now following suit and also twisting the truth. Somehow this made the 8 people even more upset. Chu Yang stood out not for Ch.1-25's sake. Of course, if this happened elsewhere, he would have surely acted as if he had not seen a thing and leave. But this had happened at Purple Bamboo Garden. He could not let them leave comfortably like that. This was Master's sanctuary. It was also his master's face. "DLN, I bet you guys have never seen it used like that before." The disciples of Locking Cloud's Peak came to beat up Meng Jiaoran's disciple right at Purple Bamboo Garden and then calmly left. If such a thing were known, Meng Jiaoran's reputation would suffer a tremendous blow. Even though Meng Jiaoran never minded such things, Chu Yang could not help but care. From the previous life to now, Meng Jiaoran has always been the person Chu Yang respected the most. Ch.1-25's beating was exactly as he had planned, but those who dared to come to Purple Bamboo Garden to beat up people, they too should suffer the consequences. As he saw it, these were two different things. How should I kill with a borrowed knife? Chu Yang asked himself. Feeling a little dishonest, he unconsciously rubbed his nose. DLN, killing with a borrowed knife is a pretty common saying. Here's more info. Surely it is okay. Even though I'm throwing stones with a hidden hand, these idiots are just a bunch of donkeys. Moreover, I can use Ch.1-25 to shield from disaster. With the current situation, I must quickly gain the sword point fragment of the Nine Tribulations Sword. Then I can truly trample them under my feet. If it was a matter of eventuality, then why not a little earlier? In the end, what thoughts do you have? Liu Yunyan signaled for his junior martial brothers to stop. Looking haughtily at Chu Yang, he thought, this kid is at best a martial artist at 2nd or 3rd grade. What tricks can he possibly have? No need to bother. What I meant was, this is Purple Bamboo Garden, not Locking Cloud's Peak. Chu Yang smiled peacefully, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife. So what if it is Purple Bamboo Garden? Liu Yunyan said. You are from Locking Cloud's Peak, even though we are from the same sect, but Locking Cloud's Peak is Locking Cloud's Peak and Purple Bamboo Garden is Purple Bamboo Garden. Chu Yang said blandly. You guys dared to come to cause trouble in Purple Bamboo Garden. Has any elder in the sect granted you permission? Cause what trouble? Ping glared. We were only here to have a friendly competition with junior martial brother Ch.1-25. Aren't such competitions common in the sect? Right, only a friendly competition. The rest yelled out. They absolutely could not have the words making trouble. Oh, friendly competition? The rules of the Beyond the Heavens sect states that friendly competition amongst disciples must have an elder present. Can I ask where that elder is? Chu Yang smiled coldly and continued. Beyond the Heavens sect rules state that friendly competition can be used to encourage disciples to prove themselves, but there must be an elder to watch over. So I ask you, where is the elder? Beyond the Heavens sect also has a rule that friendly competitions need an agreement. So can I ask you where that agreement is? Ping was tongue-tied. When they came there, they already knew that Meng Jiaoran was at Purple Bamboo Garden. They figured they only had to ask him for permission for a friendly competition. Then everything would pass smoothly. Moreover, it also would have brought great reputation to Locking Cloud's Peak. You guys think about this. We come in the name of friendly competition, but it is, in fact, to avenge Junior Marshal Brother. The place of our competition is Purple Bamboo Garden, so we can have Junior Marshal Uncle Meng preside over the competition. Everything was open and upright conduct. The plan was perfect and without any flaws. If Li Jianyin had come home injured and Locking Cloud's Peak did not react, that would be a strange thing. However, they did not expect to come and find only 3 people. So they just said 1 or 2 sentences and immediately took action. Surprisingly, after the beating, someone was asking about the rules. Without an elder there was no way they could win this argument. Gibberish. Today, it was Ch.1-25 who provoked a fight and hit Elder Marshal Brother first. Elder Marshal Brother fought back in self-defense. One of the youth's eyes opened wide as he spoke brazenly. Chu Yang coldly looked at him and said, if so, then Elder Marshal Brother's injuries must be serious. Huh? Of course. The youth's face turned red, but he continued speaking firmly. Look, Elder Marshal Brother has a wound on his rib and in the front on his chest. There's another wound. His whole body is covered with injuries. Oh, then today was not a friendly competition then. Chu Yang, delighted, tilted his head. Why is your face so red? Did you do something against your conscience? Of course. Of course, it was not a competition. Ping persevered as he babbled on. The 8 of them had just said in unison that it was a friendly competition. Now, under Chu Yang's sharp questioning, they immediately changed their tune and said it was not a competition. Then, when you get back, you will report that then. Chu Yang smiled and asked, of course, we have to be honest. The sect has bestowed upon us favor greater than mountains. How could we tell a lie? When everyone heard Ping say these words, they could not help but turn a little red themselves. But this doesn't seem to fit too well. Elder Marshal Brother, look, if you have suffered such great injustice, but your body shows little injuries, would it not be hard to convince the elders? Chu Yang spoke sincerely. Elder Marshal Brother, how about you let me help you? What do you think? You, help me? Ping's eyes narrowed as he spoke. You help me with what? I will help you create a few injuries on your body. Chu Yang said with an honest smile. Elder Marshal Brother, I am only thinking of you. When you tell the elders about this incident, but they don't see any injuries, they will think that you are lying. According to the traditional rules, surely you will be punished. Would it not be better if I give you a few cuts, some light punches, plus some kicks? Do you think that's okay? Ha, ha. Ping laughed loudly and gave Chu Yang a condescending look. So you are Chu Yang? Junior Marshal Brotherly told us that we could deal with Ch.1-25, but we must save you for him to deal with. Ha, ha. That was why we did not touch you. Surprisingly, you want to help us? Ha, ha, with your lame skills. How would you help us? Let's give it a try and see. Chu Yang said intimately. Perhaps Elder Marshal Brother will see that my words are true and will stand still and let me make a few wounds. Wouldn't that be very comfortable? Ping smiled and said casually, our Beyond the Heavens sect, in the 9 peaks and 1 garden, there are a total of 796 disciples, males and females. We are ranked annually. I, Ping, am untalented, but still ranked 19. May I ask what rank you are, Chu Yang? DLN, the original Chinese said 8 peaks. I can only assume author had a brain fart or typo. The sect was commonly referred to as 9 peaks and 1 garden previously. After Ping raised his question, the youths behind roared with laughter. Everyone knew that the top 10 positions of Beyond the Heavens sect disciples were held by the 9 peaks. The eldest disciple of Purple Bamboo Garden, Ch.1-25, only held position number 13. The 2 positions above him were also held by disciples from the peaks. It seemed as if the ranking had been turned upside down. Chu Yang and Dantian, ordinary disciples, were now in confrontation with Ping, one of the top 20 disciples. The difference in ranking between them were about 700-fold. This was indeed a case of a cat licking a tiger's nose. Death wish. Chu Yang only laughed, a very ordinary laugh. but extremely cold. It was currently summertime, the weather was hot, but Chu Yang's laughter was like an icy wind, blown from the peaks of snowy mountains, making everybody chill to the bone. Chu Yang's gaze became icy as he spoke slowly. Purple Bamboo Garden's honor is not for the likes of you to desecrate. Moreover, the traditional rules of Beyond the Heavens sect are not for you to break. Ping, today, you will help me set the rules. Sooner or later, I would have to step over people to become the top disciple. If so, let it begin today. Today's battle will be my first battle to rise up in the Beyond the Heavens sect. I, Chu Yang, from back then until now, have always stood in front of the wind, the peak of the waves, always ready to meet other fighters' challenges. Despite my being the lowest rank after my resurrection, I still have my dignity and courage. Standing high, you cannot avoid the cold wind. One third-grade martial pupil with poor cultivation going against a second-grade martial warrior to establish his reputation? No need to wonder, this was truly a joke. The people behind Ping immediately laughed. Their eyes glared at Chu Yang, as if looking at a stupid fool. Rubbish. You want to establish your reputation? You want to use Elder Martial Brother Qu as a stepping stone? Are you feeling feverish? This punk is crazy. Junior Martial Brother Qu. In that case, why don't you have a match with Chu Yang? The team leader, who was in no hurry to make a move, Liu Yan, stared at Chu Yang as he spoke slowly. Do not underestimate the enemy. His cultivation was higher than Ping. His senses were much sharper. When Chu Yang first stepped out, he talked peacefully, so Liu Yan did not feel anything. But now, Chu Yang's whole aura had changed. Liu Yan felt a sudden surge of cold and heavy pressure. Just earlier, Liu Yan looked down on him. Now, he felt like a snowflake amidst the hot sun, about to vaporize any moment without a trace. At this moment, when he saw Chu Yang's keen eyes, he became a bit frightened. When the words "do not underestimate the enemy" left Liu Yan's mouth, the laughter suddenly stopped. This showed that with this match between Ping and Chu Yang, Liu Yan was not too optimistic about Ping. Liu Yan was a prominent character amongst the top 10. Even though he was last, his strength was not ordinary. He was a 4th-grade martial warrior. A person like this would naturally be able to distinguish what's important. Even though Ping was only a 2nd-grade martial warrior, compared to a 3rd-grade martial pupil like Chu Yang, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Martial warrior versus martial pupil, clearly genius versus retard. Was there anything to worry about in this battle? Chu Yang calmly smiled. He took one step forward and said, Ping, make your move. With one loud roar, Ping suddenly flew forth. His movement was agile like a leopard on the hunt. Seeing that Chu Yang did not draw his weapon, he naturally did the same. Chu Yang was preparing to move when his eyes suddenly flashed. At that moment, he suddenly felt as if he was being watched, as if his every movement was being observed from the shadows. This was the superior spiritual sense that he cultivated in his previous life. This spiritual sense had helped him escape mortal danger countless times. Today, this sense suddenly arose. Only, he did not feel any killing aura from the people in the shadows. It seemed that they bore no ill will. Chu Yang could, in part, guess as to the identities of these people in the shadows. Towards these secretive people, Chu Yang thought, if God has given me such a good opportunity, let me give you a little bit of excitement and fear. He did not need to look around. His countenance did not change. He only took measures to receive Ping's onslaught. His actions were clearly very ordinary, but to the eyes of the spectators, there was something unfathomable about it. Chu Yang's upper body remained unmoved, but it looked as if he was rushing forward. On Ping's part, he discovered that even as he was moving forward, he could not even touch the hem on Chu Yang's clothes. In the eyes of everyone present, it was clear that Chu Yang was moving offensively forward, but he was actually moving backward. At first glance, he seemed to be in offensive state, but his action was actually that of avoidance. His bottom half, his legs continued to maintain the stance of moving forward really quickly with flexible movements. So basically he was doing the moonwalk. This preposterous phenomenon reversed everyone's perceptions. In the bamboo forest, Men Jiaoran suddenly opened his mouth wide. He was just about to cry out loud when he came to his senses and shut his mouth so quickly that his teeth slammed together, making a loud clack sound. Men Jiaoran felt pain in both his cheeks. Men Jiaoran was still not completely calm yet. His eyes were wide circles as he stared into the yard. His gaze was full of terror as he witnessed Chu Yang's fluid movements. like jumping water and floating clouds. At the same time, in another part of the forest, two other sounds also reverberated. The sounds echoed as if turning the whole atmosphere around them into a vacuum. Chu Yang's dodging movements made the three watching thunderstruck. Without blinking, the three followed Chu Yang's movements. Their eyes were filled with excitement and joy. Snow gathers in the cloud, shocking to the heavens, as if forward, as if backwards, as if there, as if gone. This technique was familiar to everyone in the sect. Fleeting snow cloud movement technique of Beyond the Heavens sect. Disciples of every generation have practiced it. Everyone knew it. Even the lowest of servants can do a few steps. However, there had never been anyone who could achieve such effective results as Chu Yang did just now. Fleeting snow cloud movement technique was created by the founder of Beyond the Heavens sect. That year, this patriarch went up to a mountain top to relax and soak in the warm sun in the winter. As he was lying there, he noticed a white cloud floating in the middle of sky. The color of the snow on the ground seemed to shoot up into the air as the sunlight shined on it. The light from the snow mixing with the color of the cloud created a mystical effect. There was no wind in the air, but the cloud looked as if it was floating forward, but also floating backwards. Sometimes looking as if it was dispersing, at others, as if it was gathering. One basically could not guess what the movement of the cloud was. Mulling, the founder had a moment of enlightenment. After burying himself in his thoughts for 2 years, he created the technique called Fleeting Snow Cloud Movement Technique as a reminder of the day that heaven and earth gave him that inspiration. This technique conquered the world. In combination with sword techniques, it has not lost once. Even facing enemies with higher power, he could not be injured. Unfortunately, no matter how they tried, the later generations could not fully learn Fleeting Snow Cloud Movement technique. Even in combination with internal chi and intensive cultivation, they could not achieve the same results as the founder. They could not use it to attack the enemy, nor could they use it to protect themselves. Therefore, it became the most useless technique of the sect. Cultivating it was useless. Abandoning it seemed wasteful. Everyone thought the founder was mistaken or did not leave the real technique behind. This became the biggest regret of Beyond the Heavens sect. Unexpectedly, a few hundred years later, the mystery of this technique has once again revealed itself with Chu Yang. How did he use it like that? Ping attacked like mad, but could not even touch the hem of Chu Yang's clothes. The more he tried to attack, the more unnerved he became. He was a second-grade martial warrior. How could he not beat a third-grade martial pupil? His martial brothers were watching. How could he lose face? Ping's breathing became more labored. He decided to pull out his sword, but before his hand touched the sword, a shadow flashed in front of him and Chu Yang suddenly appeared. Ping was horrified. Before he could dodge, there was a pow. He was hit right in the nose. His nose immediately bled. He was in such pain that tears and snot streamed down on his face. Be good, don't cry. This is for your own good, Chu Yang said in an appeasing manner, but there was no feeling behind it. His body was like a swimming fish. Afterwards, there were two sounds: bam bam. He had hit the side of Ping's left and right eye. Suddenly, there was a newly made panda. Ping was so angry he almost fainted. The opponent's strength was clearly lower than mine. If his strength was equal to mine, then the last 3 moves would have sent me to my grave. The opponent clearly used all his strength in those 3 moves, but I only received some superficial injuries. This proves that the opponent's strength was indeed much weaker than mine. Even so, I consecutively suffered. What sort of logic was this? Ping was furious. The enemy even goes as far as talking to him as if he were a crying child. The fact that he was indeed tearing made him even more embarrassed and angry to the point that he wanted to die. He growled. The sound of his sword rang. It has left its sheath. With a whooshing sound like the wind, Ping immediately went for the kill. Liu Yunyan said quietly, "Not good." Although he did not understand what was happening, the current Ping's recklessness was definitely not a rival for Chu Yang's sophisticated movements. Moreover, his sword technique has placed him in an extremely dangerous situation. If he did not pull out his sword, then the enemy would not pull out his sword either. So at worst, he would only suffer a few kicks and punches. Not mentioning that his strength was much stronger than the opponent. Even a few more kicks and punches would not result in any major injuries, nor would it cause any big issue. But now that he has pulled out his sword, his opponent had reason to do it as well. Now this incident no longer just involved a few punches and kicks. Metallic light flashed. The sword seemed infinitely dark. Ping's countenance also darkened. His eyes were murderous. He attacked in a frenzy. In Chu Yang's eyes, there suddenly appeared a glimmer of killing intent. Even though you are not a good person, you did give Shi Qianshan a beating. I am in a very good mood. I originally did not want to hurt you, but you want to kill me? You are asking for death. Chu Yang still only used his hands. He constantly moved to dodge the flurry of swords. Ping's sword seemed to be everywhere, but he could not even touch Chu Yang's clothes. His killing intent seeped into his bones, growing stronger. Ping roared and suddenly jumped up. His sword glittered in midair and quickly dropped down. Heavenly Sea Inversion Technique. This was one of the most powerful killing techniques of Beyond the Heavens sect. Only when entering the rank of martial warrior are you eligible to cultivate this technique. Chu Yang suddenly moved forward instead of backing up. He kept body small and close to the ground. This was a deadly weakness of Heavenly Sea Inversion Technique, because the starting movement required jumping up, leaving the bottom exposed. Moreover, the exposed area was very big. When Ping just made his move, his opponent was no longer in front of him. His senses screamed danger. He barely had time to think when a very tiny sound was heard from behind him. What sound was that? When he still did not know what was going on behind him, the light of a sword suddenly shinned. There was screaming from around him. All this time, Chu Yang did not pull out his sword. But at this critical moment, he did. When Ping was still contemplating, there was suddenly a painful feeling on his back, followed immediately by his left thigh, right thigh, then left shoulder and right shoulder. Ping screamed loudly and dropped straight from the air to the ground. The middle of his back, left shoulder, left thigh, right thigh, all 5 spots were spurting blood. With the exception of his back, which had a superficial wound, the other 4 spots had holes from the back to the front. The whole atmosphere became heavy. Everybody could recognize the movement Chu Yang used. It was the 5-point flower backhand sword technique. A very normal, very ordinary, beginner sword technique of Beyond the Heavens sect. Completely without anything special. It was commonly used to strengthen the body and to create a basic foundation. However, his movements were extremely precise. When Ping jumped up, his position was like 1,000 soldiers bearing down. Chu Yang immediately moved behind him without looking back. He used the 5-point flower backhand sword technique as easily as if he were practicing. The sword landed on each point on the body as if it were a drawing on a book. Chu Yang's mastery had allowed him to see Ping's moves before they were made. Moreover, his movements were agile and quick. He drew his sword with barely a sound. Ping never thought that tiny sound was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. While his entire concentration was focused on the front, how could he expect that within a flash his enemy would be behind him? Ping roared loudly. He turned around and in desperation, threw his sword. He currently no longer wished to win. He only wanted to die together with his enemy. The sword, as if lit, suddenly flashed, missed its target and flew straight into purple bamboo forest instead. Nobody knew where the sword had flown to. However, Conjing Feng, who was standing comfortably in the purple bamboo forest watching the excitement and contemplating on Chu Yang's fleeting snow cloud movement technique, did not have a chance to react when the sword flew towards him. Only a swoosh was heard when the sword pierced through Conjing Feng's clothes and landed on the ground under him. Conjing Feng's eyes widened, his mouth dropped, looking at the glimmering sword blade beneath him. He could not help but take a deep breath in. His eyes almost fell out of their sockets and his forehead was dripping with sweat. Within a moment, his back was cold with sweat as well. The sword landed between his legs, missing it by less than a finger length. There was even a hole in the pants underneath his robe. It had shrunk itself into a ball, but there was still a dense cold air surrounding the sword. DLN, it being his, manhood. Conjing Feng's face turned white. Unable to control himself, he said in a low voice, This was truly a blessing from the heavens. Chu Yang's body swayed as he used the fleeting snow cloud movement technique to quickly close in on Ping. There suddenly appeared a fog on his right hand, bringing with it a frosty cold air. In a flash, his hand landed on Ping's back. Pow! A powerful palm. After a successful move, he immediately turned around and backed away 3 meters. When he struck this palm strike, the 3 standing in the purple bamboo forest all saw clearly that a frosty air came out of Chu Yang's hand. All at once, their eyes widened and their mouths dropped agape. They almost lost control and yelled out loud. Pow! DLN, it was a different sound from the previous one. similar to Pow, but I can't think of any other onomatopoeia. Please give me some suggestions. Ping flew into the air like a rubber ball, and after, fell down to the ground like a piece of meat. He cried pitiful in pain as his body curled up, wriggling on the ground, sweating as if he had taken a bath. When he was still in midair, blood was spilling everywhere, but the moment he fell down, a layer of frost quickly covered his whole body. The mysterious cold chi caused his wounds to seal up and the blood to stop bleeding. Ping was writhing on the ground. His tragic appearance made it hard for people to look at. Liu Yanyan's group became stupefied, feeling as if they were in a dream. No one could believe that Chu Yang would have attacked with such cruelty, to say nothing of the palm. His previous sword move had essentially handicapped Ping. There appeared a subtle smile on Chu Yang. He was forced to use his sword, but the fleeting snow cloud movement technique and along with palm strike had ulterior motives. The movement technique was used to avoid Ping and also to secretly show the others who were watching. Moreover, the purpose of the palm strike, with its cold frost, was aimed at 7 Shades Congregation Grounds. 7 Shades Absolute Saint Palm. This was the secret technique of Beyond the Heavens sect. The most powerful technique. The biggest reason that generations of disciples wanted to advance into the 7 Shades Congregation Grounds was to use the extreme cold air that to cultivate 7 Shades Absolute Saint Palm. Chu Yang used this palm technique not to attack Ping because by that time, Ping had already lost all capacity to fight back. Then what was purpose behind the palm strike? The reason was to tell the silent observers, compared to others, I am already a step ahead. As for why he went one step ahead. This point, Chu Yang believed that Meng Jiaoran will wipe his ass for him. In this, Chu Yang was absolutely certain. DLN, a bit vulgar, but I think you guys can take it, right? Basically, he knows Meng Jiaoran will provide an explanation for him. Chu Yang, you are truly cruel. Liu Yanyan looked at Ping's miserable face. His eyes narrowed and immediately looked at Chu Yang. Grinding his teeth, he said, you dare to fight a fellow disciple like this? Chu Yang pouted. As he tilted his sword, a drop of blood slowly dripped down. The direction of that sword tip pointed directly to an unconscious Shiqian Shan. Everyone was momentarily quiet. Ping was a fellow disciple and Shiqian Shan was not. They were the ones that started the fight first by beating Shiqian Shan to his current miserable condition. With the evidence right in front of their faces, what right did they have to call Chu Yang cruel? Chu Yang laughed coldly and said, first, you came to Purple Bamboo Garden to cause trouble, without the permission of the elders. Second, you were the ones who beat people from Purple Bamboo Garden first. Third, we already agreed that I would help Elder Martial Brother a little. You have not forgotten that, have you? Help. Doing a favor? Looking at Ping's questionable condition, it seemed he already half lost his life. Everyone could not help but shudder. Help. Help like this? Thinking about Elder Martial Brother Li Jianyin's incident the other day, it made us three very sad. Chu Yang said sorrowfully. Therefore, with everyone coming today, our eldest martial brother did not fight back and let you guys release your anger. This was a way of giving you justice. With regret, he said, but as people, we cannot go overboard. You should not have created trouble at Purple Bamboo Garden like that. Let me ask you, did you consider Purple Bamboo Garden's reputation at all? We are all brothers and sisters from the same sect. A rose and leaves are of the same root. Why did you seek to yank us out like this? Chu Yang frowned. You hit people. That's okay. But time and time again, you wanted to make yourselves out to be the victim. You! How are you so shameless? As these words were spoken, almost everyone was so angry that they wanted to choke up blood. In the bamboo forest, 3 people who were watching secretly also felt like their brains were scrambled. How can there be such shameless people? They already had the upper hand and yet still cried for pity. Do you see? I easily won with just a little bit of my abilities, so you can imagine eldest martial brother Shiqian Shan's abilities. Compared to me, he is many times stronger. Full of anguish, Chu Yang said, eldest martial brother's martial cultivation is beyond all of you. But he did not fight back and let you hit him as you pleased. What else do you want? Do you need to kill someone to relieve your anger? Hearing that, Liu Yanyan's group of people turned round and looked at the unconscious Shiqian Shan, feeling a little uneasy. That's right, if the junior martial brother's abilities were already that incredible, then Shiqian Shan, who was the eldest martial brother, must be so much more. How could he possibly be a weak guy? It seemed that at the next ranking competition for the sect's eldest martial brother position, DLN, aka top disciple, refer to chapter 16, Ch.1-25 is to be a rival for everyone. Today, you have hurt us, but we still did you a favor. Even though we suffered some disadvantages, but we are not the ungrateful type. Furthermore, we are disciples of the same sect. There are no reasons to quarrel. Let us call this even. With generosity and leniency, Chu Yang continued, out of respect for second elder martial uncle, I will not pursue this matter any further. Liu Yanyan's people felt their heads spinning. They were so overwhelmed that they could barely breathe and almost fainted on the spot. You beat someone into a bloody pulp, barely alive. And you say you're going to let us go? Further still, you used the tone of generosity and respect. Of course, if all of you elder martial brothers also want my help, I will not refuse. I always believe that finding happiness in helping others is a virtue. Therefore, I steadfastly remember all the teachings of the sect. Chu Yang smiled in embarrassment. Even though the things I said seems boastful, but it is true that I am that type of person, always finding happiness in helping others. It has become a habit for me, helping those in need, rescuing those in danger, especially when it comes to brothers and sisters from the sect. After all, we are all members of the same family. Yes, even if the head must drop and the blood must flow, we must help each other wholeheartedly. Liu Yanyan looked at Ping still sprawled in the yard and shuddered. This is what you call helping others? Help, mother, we are not fools. The gazes of the others were focused on Liu Yanyan. They were waiting for his cue, but Liu Yanyan was in the difficult position of riding on the tiger's back. DLN, closest English equivalent is between a rock and a hard place. Basically, he's alright as long as he is riding on the tiger's back. But he can't get off, even though he was ranked number 10 and his martial strength was much higher than Ping. After seeing Chu Yang in action, he knew that he was absolutely not Chu Yang's opponent. With such monstrous techniques, even he would have suffered from those attacks. If he had attacked and unfortunately lost at the hands of Chu Yang, it would have been devastating to Locking Cloud's Peak. This would have been a responsibility that he could not bear. Chu Yang, you are good. This matter stops here today. Liu Yanyan thought for a moment, then quickly said, if the mountain won't move, then the water will. The ranking competition for the sect's 8th generation will start soon. At that time Locking Cloud's Peak will have a chance to face off with Purple Bamboo Garden. At that time, we will have a chance to end it once and for all in front of the whole sect. Let's go. The 7 others carried Ping and went back towards the direction they came from. Before going, they turned to look at Chu Yang one more time. Their hearts were filled with fear, jealousy, and all other type of feelings. Being from the same sect, who would dare to seriously harm another disciple? Even when they beat Ch.1-25, they had restraint. They did not hit him in any vital areas. They only wanted to break a few bones so he would suffer and repent. However, Chu Yang, on his first move, pierced Ping's both arms and legs. No one would dare use such cruel methods. Chu Yang watched as the 7 slowly faded away into the distance. His countenance was pensive and serious. Chu Yang was completely victorious, that was indisputable. However, no one knew that from this battle, Chu Yang has realized his own weakness. This battle, in terms of experience, there was nothing worth mentioning. Chu Yang's skills and experience were a few decades more than that of Ping. Therefore, each time the opponent started an attack, he was able to predict their movements and devise countermeasures. He had an absolute advantage. Chu Yang had always thought that even though their martial strengths were higher than his, but with his experience and skills, beating them would have been without any difficulty. However, this battle taught him that he was wrong. Experience and skill did not mean everything. When an enraged Ping went straight for him, Chu Yang knew that he only needed to use one finger to push on the sword tip. Then he could send the sword sideways and thus put Ping in a dangerous situation of no return. After that, he only needed one strong move to crush Ping's Dantian. In fact, he did just so. Only, when his finger touched the sword, it could not push the sword away. He went as far as using his arm, trying with all his might, but he could not do anything. Ping was a second-grade martial warrior. Compared to a third-grade martial pupil, he was stronger by countless times. With his martial strength, no matter what strategy he used, Chu Yang was not Ping's opponent. Out of necessity, Chu Yang had to use his sword, because merely fighting by fists, Chu Yang did not have any ability to cause injury to his opponent. To the spectators, Chu Yang's use of fleeting snow cloud movement technique seemed flexible and effortless, but no one knew the amount of pressure involved with each movement. In fact, even Ping did not know that within that brief period, how many times Chu Yang had to rethink his tactics and change his attack. He should be proud of the fact that he forced Chu Yang to use his sword. Even after pulling his sword, Chu Yang did not dare to hesitate. If he hesitated, the enemy could counterattack in full force. Then, Chu Yang would not have been able to defend himself because he had nothing else after executing his sword technique. Fleeting snow cloud movement technique, once cultivated completely, would prevent anyone from being able to attack you. But when attacking others, a weakness will appear. Even though Ping did not catch that flaw, that does not mean others wouldn't. Defensively, it was absolutely flawless. But avoidance was far from victorious. Attacking was the only means to winning. However, the perfection of the technique was lost during attack and would surely show its flaw. Everything is interconnected. When you attack the weakness of your opponent, then your weakness would be shown to him. Chu Yang was full of thought when his eyes suddenly glimmered with a flash of light. Strength. Strength is essential. Cunning and experience only works with opponents of the same or lesser level. However, in the face of a powerful opponent, cunning and experience is only a joke. Strength was the thing that Chu Yang currently lacked most. Dantian, who was standing on the side, has long been stunned since a while ago. Suddenly, at this point, he yelled out enthusiastically, "Chu Yang, you are very handsome. Very outstanding." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Of course, compared to me, you are still a little less handsome. Ha ha. Dear Len, still Dantian." Chu Yang nodded. "Dantian, starting tomorrow, every morning, you and I will cultivate together. I hope that one day, I will be as handsome as you." Dantian's face immediately became downcast. Then he laughingly said, "Elder Martial brother, then is it possible for you to be more handsome than me?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Dantian, you see, currently Beyond the Heavens sect is filled with people who bully the weak and fear the strong, who do things and dare not admit it. It is almost time for the ranking competition, and these people will be the ones to inherit Beyond the Heavens sect in the future." Chu Yang's voice was slightly as if speaking for someone else to hear. There was an air of mockery in his voice as he continued, "The burden of Beyond the Heavens sect will sooner or later fall on these people, but how could people like them take care of Beyond the Heavens sect? I fear that they would more likely bring forth the destruction of the sect." Dantian, I hope you can become strong and be able to protect yourself, so people won't have to die for you in vain. Seeing Chu Yang suddenly become serious like that, Dantian nodded his head repeatedly, even though he was a little confused. Chu Yang smiled as he and Dantian carried Ch.1-25 in. Ch.1-25 was still unconscious, so he had no inkling of the events that passed. He also did not know that after today's fight, he would become famous amongst the disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect. After returning, Liu Yanyan's group immediately spread the news far and wide. Ch.1-25 was a hidden talent and was the #1 opponent for all the top disciples. Chu Yang was only his junior martial brother and he could beat Ping. Then, how monstrous was the elder martial brother, Ch.1-25? Only by looking at Ping's injuries was enough for the disciples of the Nine Peaks to put Ch.1-25 in the rankings of dangerous characters. In his comatose state, Ch.1-25 could not dream that he had unintentionally become a major character in Beyond the Heavens sect. The future truly could not be predicted. A person gains fame from current events. There's no way to know ahead of time. Chu Yang's keen spiritual sense perceived the people watching his fight from within the bamboo forest. Even though he did not know who they were, he was able to recognize that they were high-ranking members of Beyond the Heavens sect. That was why Chu Yang said those confusing lines to Dantian. Even though he had really intended to give Dantian advice, it was mainly aimed at the three people. If Beyond the Heavens sect was to depend on those useless people, then it will never grow. Only I, Chu Yang, can take care of it. If he wanted to achieve the top disciple position and enter into Seven Shades congregation grounds to acquire the Nine Tribulations Sword fragment, then his every word and action had to be noticed by those high-ranking people. Otherwise, he would have to wait for 4 years, when Beyond the Heavens sect was to be destroyed, to get the sword fragment. But by then, what would be the point? If he openly got the attention of high-ranking members of Beyond the Heavens sect, then he would become a core member of the sect. At that time, he would only need to announce, "Leave all of the burdens of Beyond the Heavens sect to me." Arrogance. Let's give arrogance a try once. and see how that turns out. A long time after Chu Yang and Dantian had gone, there was movement in the bamboo forest. Within the endless purple of the bamboo, there suddenly appeared three silhouettes. All three had a thoughtful look upon their faces. Chu Yang's last few words seemed to have hit its target. Men Jiaoran moved. He immediately appeared next to the other two without making a sound. He said with a smile, "Eldest martial brother, seventh martial brother, your visit to Purple Bamboo Garden gave me a shock." The two were sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect, Wu Yunliang, and master of Dream Cloud's Peak, Kong Jingfeng. However, at this time, Kong Jingfeng's face was pale and white. There was a hole in his pants where the sound of wind blowing through could be heard, making the master of Dream Cloud's Peak hold his legs together in embarrassment. His position had a strange appearance. "We should be the ones who are frightened," Wu Yunliang said. "Junior martial brother, just you being secretive is not a problem. But why did you train such a perfect disciple and not say anything? Just now, we were almost endangered by your disciple." Kong Jingfeng nodded repeatedly, in agreement with Wu Yunliang. "Especially me, I was so scared that little Jingfeng almost shriveled up." These words truly carried some dark thoughts. Chu Yang's performance, regardless of whichever technique you looked at, was enough for the two high-ranking experts of Beyond the Heavens sect to be surprised, even shocked. There was the ephemeral fleeting snow cloud movement technique. There was the frightening 5-point flower backhand sword technique. In addition, there was the incredible mental clarity and the ability to seize the opportunity. These have made the two very important characters of Beyond the Heavens sect extremely surprised. The two thought to themselves that if they had the same martial power as Chu Yang, in today's situation, they would not have been able to act so high-handedly and dominate as Chu Yang did. This disciple of Meng Jiaoran was definitely skilled. With a sad smile, Meng Jiaoran said, "You almost fell over in amazement. As for me, my jaw almost fell to the ground. Elder martial brother, look at my eyes. See how they are still red? I could not believe that my disciple could be so monstrous." As he said this, a slight hint of annoyance appeared on his face. Wu Yunliang and Kong Jingfeng were smiling since earlier. But suddenly Kong Jingfeng became shocked. He realized the meaning behind Men Jiaoran's words. "You are saying? Is it possible that kids' martial arts was not taught by you?" Men Jiaoran's eyes shifted. He didn't want to admit the truth, but ultimately, he sighed in resignment. "Even though I did teach him, but even I." The two others at this moment were so astonished that their hairs stood on end. If the teacher who taught the technique did not manage complete cultivation, then when the disciple was successful, there could only be one explanation: heavenly endowment. Heavenly endowment second to none. Wu Yunliang had originally thought that Men Jiaoran had mastered the cultivation of fleeting snow cloud movement technique. He was inwardly filled with joy. Now hearing Men Jiaoran saying thus, he was temporarily dazed. After a long time, he said with a contorted smile, "Then that fleeting snow cloud movement technique was due to." Men Jiaoran nodded resolutely. "I, myself, did not successfully cultivate." Both Wu Yunliang and Kong Jingfeng were bewildered. Could it be that he cultivated it by himself? Wu Yunliang said, as he twirled his beard in agitation. "I, too, do not know." Men Jiaoran sighed and continued, "My disciple is extremely clever. It is possible that he cultivated it himself." The other two were dumbfounded. Men Jiaoran relaxed his arms and shrugged. The action seemed to say, "I give up on this subject." The three of them were normally very serious in front of the disciples, but without them around, they were very relaxed. "Regardless of how, from your three disciples." Wu Yunliang mused for a while, then said, "There appeared a talent." As he spoke, he laughed loudly. With his cultivation, he absolutely would not have been able to notice that we were watching in secret. But his last few statements were clearly a message to us. "I am going crazy because of this." A heavenly talent was born, a useless person was exposed. Men Jiaoran said these words with a grotesque countenance. It was not that he did not care for Shiqian Shan, he just did not like his methods. Men Jiaoran was very disappointed in Shiqian Shan. To openly triumph over the enemy was the way to rise above others in Jianghu. Plots and manipulations would also work, but the purpose was totally different in nature. It was still possible that Shiqian Shan could traverse Jianghu by scheming. Today it was clear that Shiqian Shan could fight, but he chose to get beaten up and not fight back. That made what little hope Meng Jiaoran had for him disappear completely. Heroes can be patient, but in being cowardly, you will never become powerful. Useless. You're talking about Shiqian Shan? In Wu Yunliang's eyes there was a distant coldness. It seemed that Shi Qianshan has left a bad impression on the master of Beyond the Heavens sect. Men Jiaoran lamented. The 9 peaks and 1 garden of our Beyond the Heavens sect has almost 800 disciples. Every master has a few disciples like that. Janoya Marshall brother, do not let this weigh you down. Only large waves can bring up sand from the deep. Genius or useless, we will all eventually turn into a pile of dry bones. With a deep look, Wu Yunliang spoke slowly. Amongst your disciples, Chu Yang is more than enough to compensate for all regrets. This kid, Chu Yang, his methods were cruel and decisive, his thinking thorough. His words were bold and rational. Moreover, he had a breakthrough in cultivation. Truly a rare talent, not simple at all. Kong Jingfeng also nodded in agreement. Today, these two had come to observe. The first purpose was to see what Li Jinsong's disciples would do. But more importantly, it was to look at the hole that made Li Jianyin break his leg. Lastly, it was to see if Beyond the Heavens sect had a genius with a superior mind and capability, the one they were searching for all along. After hearing Wu Qianqian's report, the two had suspected that Chu Yang pretended to be a pig, to eat a tiger, TLN, common saying in Chinese, something like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Otherwise, how could there be such coincidences? The only thing was, they found it hard to believe that there was a disciple with such capabilities and experience in the 8th generation. So they came to investigate. However, today, after watching Chu Yang deal with Qing, they immediately knew that there was no need to investigate. It was absolutely caused by him. This person called Chu Yang was unquestionably a force to be reckoned with. The current state of Beyond the Heavens sect can be summed up as internal troubles and external aggression. They really needed talents, especially amongst the youth. That was why Wu Yunliang regarded Chu Yang with such great importance. This regard was what Chu Yang had desired. Otherwise, he would not have wasted his energy to do anything.